Marvel, I have Black Myth Wukong templates. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Mercury. He suddenly remembered that Loki was still watching the game, and a bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. He looked in that direction, but found that Loki had disappeared. He immediately realized that Loki's departure from this place would definitely not be a good thing. He didn't expect that he had been on guard against him, but he was still deceived by him. So he quickly called everyone up. These people had just experienced a fierce football game and were exhausted. Seeing Lin Feng stand up again, they thought he was going to continue the game and waved their hands and said they would play next time. But Lin Feng told them that Loki was gone and didn't know where he went. After hearing this, everyone didn't take it seriously. Maybe Loki had left for something urgent. They didn't think Loki was in danger, but thought he was their friend. After all, he brought them to such a fun place, so they didn't doubt it in their hearts. However, Lin Feng told them that he suspected Loki might have other intentions and that he had colluded with Thanos. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. After hearing this, Thor couldn't help but show a trace of contempt. His brother finally decided to turn over a new leaf. How rare it is. Although he made many mistakes in the past, they were all in the past. How could we judge him now, based on his past mistakes? Thor was more willing to believe that his brother left because he had something urgent to do. At this time, everyone was divided into two groups. One group thought that Lin Feng's statement might make sense. Loki's asking them to play football might be a trap. He must have another mission when he left at this moment. The other group agreed with Thor and thought that he might have just left temporarily because of an emergency. We should not deny him completely because of his past mistakes. Just when both sides held their own opinions and were full of doubts, Lin Feng said, I don't know what the reality is, but I have a way to find out whether he has ambitions. Why don't I go find his whereabouts? Everyone nodded and were about to go together, but Lin Feng waved his hand to stop them. Don't bother so much. Just give me an item of Loki with his breath. Thor took out a coin from his pocket with Loki's information engraved on it. Lin Feng used this coin to open the sky eye and began to search for Loki's traces. Soon, he found that Loki was rushing towards SHIELD, aiming directly at the power gem in the hall. Lin Feng's heart tightened. This situation was really tricky. Although he had sealed the power gem, the seal was not strong. He originally planned that, even if there was a problem, he could rush to the scene quickly and never let anyone do anything under his nose. However, the situation is now more complicated than expected. This place is far away from SHIELD. Even if they rush at full speed, it will take a long time. During this time, Loki is enough to take away the power gem. Lin Feng told everyone about the situation, and everyone was shocked after hearing it. They didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Thor was unbelievable after hearing it, and he regretted and hated it in his heart. If he had known this, he shouldn't have easily believed Loki. If the power gem falls into the hands of Thanos, the consequences will be disastrous. This is the realm of God. They can't use their own abilities, and can only return through the most basic space channel. Everyone comforted Thor while looking for the hidden space channel. After finding the channel, they immediately prepared to cross and return to the original world. As soon as they returned to the original world, they rushed to SHIELD. At this time, SHIELD's defense was the weakest, and Loki had enough time to take the power gem. They could only pray that the gem had not been taken away, otherwise they would be in big trouble. So, they ran desperately towards SHIELD, and the people around them were very surprised and asked the reason. They didn't have time to explain. If they were a step later, the power gem might fall into the hands of the enemy. They could only say that the power gem might be in danger, and they had to go to reinforce it. After hearing this, everyone was shocked and put down their work and rushed to support. When they arrived at SHIELD, they ran into Loki. Loki was also quite surprised to see them arrive so quickly, but he was not panicked because his goal had been achieved. Everyone immediately surrounded Loki, and at this moment, Loki took out a Rubik's Cube from behind. Everyone was shocked to see the Rubik's Cube, which was the Rubik's Cube containing the power gem. If they took action at this time, the power of the gem might be activated, leading to the destruction of the entire place. But they couldn't let Loki escape with it, so everyone was hesitant and didn't know what to do. Seeing that the power stone was in his hands, Loki dared not delay any longer, fearing that the night would be too long and he would have more troubles. He had already opened the space channel here and was ready to escape. Seeing everyone arrive, he opened the channel without hesitation. Seeing that he wanted to escape, everyone was anxious and rushed forward to catch Loki. Loki had mastered the use of the Rubik's Cube at some point. He pressed the Rubik's Cube a few times, and a powerful force surged out of the Rubik's Cube and attacked everyone. Everyone was unable to dodge, and was directly blown away by this force. Several people who had experienced that mission knew that this was the power of the Power Stone. After Loki knocked everyone away, he immediately left the scene through the escape channel. Then, an explosion sounded, and the teleportation space was blown to pieces. Lin Feng rushed to the scene and saw this scene, knowing that the Power Stone was hopeless to be taken back. Several green rays suddenly shot out from his body and fell on the injured. Those who were injured by the Power Stone recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, they returned to their original state. However, they were not happy because the Power Stone had been taken away by Loki. Whether the stone fell into the hands of Loki or Thanos, it would not be a good thing. Thor blamed himself and regretted bringing his brother here. Not only did he hurt everyone, but he also lost the Power Stone. Although the people around him were also somewhat dissatisfied, they knew that it was not Thor's fault, so they did not blame him. They gathered together to discuss how to take back the Power Stone. At this time, Black Widow stood up, looked at Thor and asked, "You should know the places your brother often goes to, right? You mark those places. I think now that he has obtained this power, the next step should be to thoroughly study it. Before he completely masters this power, he will not appear in front of us, so we can only go to him. He will definitely go to those places he often goes to. Think about which places he often goes to. We just need to search those places and maybe we can find clues about him. We have a lot of people. Even if there are many places, we can act separately." After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This is indeed the best way at the moment. After hearing this, Thor did not refuse and began to recall the places his brother often went. Finally, he marked several places where his brother often appeared on the map. These places are planets in the universe, and some of them are rarely visited by people. After learning this news, Black Widow immediately divided everyone into several groups and went to these places to explore clues. After the groups were divided, she focused her attention on Mercury. This is also one of the places Loki often goes to, but this place is quite prosperous and has a large population. Unlike other places, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Loki here. Therefore, only people with strong strength or who know this place very well can be sent there. She cast her eyes on Lin Feng, who was standing aside. When Lin Feng saw her eyes, he understood her idea and immediately agreed. He asked to take Rhodes and Thor with him. Although his strength was enough to resist the invasion of the power gem, he was not familiar with that place. Thor was Loki's brother and should be very familiar with the places his brother often went to, so it was very important to bring him along. On the other hand, Rhodes had outstanding technical ability. The three of them had worked together many times and accomplished a lot. Taking him this time might reduce his burden. Black Widow thought for a moment and agreed to this arrangement. The three of them cooperated well, and it happened that the other teams also had suitable candidates. So, they explored according to the previous team division and kept in touch with each other. Once they found Loki's trace, they would report it immediately and let others come to surround him. If they encountered danger, they could rescue him in time. After everything was ready, Lin Feng took Rhodes and Thor and headed towards Mercury according to the coordinates provided by the spacecraft. Lin Feng was not very familiar with the many planets in this universe, so he asked others, "Are there many people living on Mercury?" In his cognition, such a planet does not seem to be suitable for human survival. After hearing this, Rhodes and Thor looked at him as if he were a newcomer. Rhodes smiled and said, I thought you were very powerful and knew everything. Now it seems that there are also basic common sense that you don't know. If I didn't know your details, I would doubt whether you are from this universe. After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled bitterly a few times and thought to himself that he was indeed not from this universe. It seems that it is better to ask fewer questions like this in the future. Rhodes was just joking, and then explained, regarding Mercury's ecological environment, we have already improved it, and now there are many people living there. Because it is close to the sun, and with our transformation, its ecological system is quite unique. This uniqueness has also attracted many people to go there, and gradually, Mercury has become a lively leisure resort, with an endless stream of investments, and even some well-known figures in the universe like to trade here. Therefore, there are quite a few people there, and it is quite prosperous, and it is a place that many people yearn for. After listening, Lin Feng nodded. He speculated that Loki might use other methods to convert that energy into other abilities. If so, Mercury might be a possible place. So, he followed Rhodes and thought to Mercury. The transformed Mercury is indeed full of magic. After the three arrived, they found that Mercury was crowded with people. There are strange landscapes that cannot be seen on Earth, and there are large entertainment venues with extraordinary style. Although Thor had heard of it before, he had never set foot there due to his busy affairs. This is his first visit, and he is also deeply attracted by the scene here. Seeing various activities, he wants to try them out. Seeing this, Rhodes sighed in his heart. This guy started to do nothing again. The situation is urgent now. Loki must be found as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. So, he patted Thor's head gently. What are you thinking about? What time is it now? Find Loki first. There will be plenty of opportunities to play in the future. If Loki masters the use of the power gem, you may never have the chance to come here again. Thor smiled awkwardly. He was just talking casually. How could he really have fun here? Even if he had an idea, he had to wait until the task was completed. The current priority is to find Loki. He doesn't want such a fun place to be destroyed before he can experience it properly. Thor quickly took them to several places where he and his brother used to go. However, he found that these places were obviously moved by people. Judging from the dust, they had not been away for a long time. It can be judged that Loki did come here recently, but he is no longer here. This makes them feel very difficult. Mercury is so vast that it is not easy to find Loki, so they all placed their hopes on Lin Feng. Lin Feng possesses all kinds of strange abilities, and whenever they encounter problems, they will think of him. Lin Feng felt their gazes and nodded helplessly. Since the previous method can find Loki, it may work here as well. However, he is not proficient in the magic of the Sky Eye, and it is not as easy to use as the river map and Luoshu. With his current ability, it is quite difficult to search the entire Mercury. He just hopes that Loki is not too far away from them, otherwise he cannot guarantee that he will find him. He used magic to search around, but found nothing. This made him a little unbelievable. His intuition told him that Loki was nearby, otherwise it could not explain why his place was moved. This can only mean that he is somewhere else nearby. Thinking of this, he carefully searched all the dark and difficult to be found corners. This time, he was more careful than before, not letting go of any corner, hoping to find Loki's traces. After a thorough search, Lin Feng finally found Loki's clues in a remote corner. However, his Sky Eye could not last too long, and he could only see the approximate location, and could not determine the specific location. He could only tell Rhodes and Thor the approximate location. The two were quite troubled after hearing this, because the area described by Lin Feng was located in a downtown area with a dense population, and it was not easy to find Loki. What's more, it was a large black market trading place, and many underground transactions were carried out there. If they acted rashly, they might offend the local snakes and cause more trouble. After some discussion, they decided not to sit and wait for death, so they followed this clue to that area. What came into view was a bustling large place with all kinds of people coming and going. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the underground transactions, a special ability was used here to interfere. Even Lin Feng's clairvoyance could not penetrate this layer of interference and see the situation inside. They could only look for them one by one, but there were many underground transactions here, and many people were afraid of exposing their identities, and were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng and his intrusion. However, they had no other choice. Chapter 277 Lost and Found. Faced with so many rooms, searching them one by one is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not long after, they gave up the idea. Lin Feng turned to look at Thor. Is there any place you have been to before or often go to? Since he came here to conduct underground transactions, the people he traded with should be familiar to him. Do you think there is such a place? Thor frowned. He hadn't been to this place for a long time. He had only been here once, and was not familiar with it, let alone the place where his brother often went. He thought about it carefully, and suddenly a clue flashed in his mind. He seemed to have seen his brother trading with someone on a certain underground floor. The building there was very conspicuous, and the boss there was very polite to his brother. They should be familiar with each other. Thinking of this, Thor immediately took them to that place. When they arrived, they saw Loki coming out. After seeing Loki, Lin Feng and the other two immediately surrounded him and asked about the whereabouts of the power gem. Loki was also quite shocked to see that they found him. He didn't expect that they would find him so quickly. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, what can they do, even if they find him? His current strength is strong enough, and he doesn't need to be afraid of them. Lin Feng and the others asked Loki for the power gem, but Loki said that he had sold the power gem to someone else. Thor and the others were skeptical about this statement. They knew the power of the power gem very well, not to mention that Loki was extremely obsessed with power. How could he easily sell such an important thing to others? Seeing that they didn't believe him, Loki smiled slightly and took out a crystal-like object from his hand. Everyone was surprised to see this thing, because it was a reaction crystal core, which was very rare. They didn't know why this thing appeared in Loki's hands. Considering that he just said that he sold the power gem, they guessed that he might have exchanged the power gem for this reaction crystal core. Loki saw their thoughts and made no secret of it. Yes, as you guessed, I have exchanged the power gem for this reaction crystal core. As for who bought it, I don't know. You should know the rules of this underground exchange. We can't show our true colors. The power of the power gem is indeed very strong, but I can't use it. It's useless to keep the power that you can't control. Only things in your hands belong to you. You are late, and you have made a wasted trip. Thor was furious after hearing his words. This guy took advantage of their trust to steal the power gem, and now he is still talking nonsense here. What's more hateful is that he actually sold the power gem in advance. How can he complete the task and get the gem back? Lin Feng was filled with indignation, so he rushed up without hesitation. However, Loki, who has always been mediocre, seemed unusually calm at this moment because he had already controlled the reaction crystal core. The crystal core contains extremely powerful power, and he can use this power freely. So he decisively used the blasting skill, and a fierce shockwave rushed straight to Thor. Thor instantly sensed a hint of danger. He was not a dull person, and did not choose to confront head-on, but cleverly dodged. The wall behind him collapsed instantly. He took this opportunity to quickly approach, and entangled with Loki. With this crystal core, Loki possessed unprecedented powerful strength. With the blessing of this power, he was not afraid of Thor's attack. Thor clearly felt that Loki was now very different from before. Not only was he powerful, but he could also launch long-range attacks. He knew very well that if he competed with Loki in long-range attacks, he would not be his opponent. Loki's long-range attack methods were too mysterious, so he began to try close combat. Under the protection of the power of the crystal core, Loki always remained calm. He counterattacked calmly. Lin Feng realized that with Loki's current ability, Thor was not his opponent at all, but Thor had not been defeated so far, just because Loki, who had just gained power, was a little inflated and wanted to play for a while longer. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help shaking his head. Fortunately, this was not a life and death contest, otherwise Thor would be in danger. You know, even experienced people would not dare to be so rash with such an attack method. Perhaps all villains have this common problem. Not long after, Loki's strength increased again, as if there was no loss. On the other side, Thor seemed a little out of breath and difficult to support due to excessive consumption of strength. Seeing this, Rhodes rushed up without hesitation. With Rhodes' assistance, Thor was able to catch his breath and continue to attack. At this time, Loki's expression became solemn, and he felt a huge pressure from the two. Although they could not cause fatal damage to him, there was still the unfathomable Lin Feng standing next to him. That was a strong man who had defeated Thanos. If Lin Feng also joined the battle, Loki could not guarantee that he could retreat unscathed. He once again realized that his strength was far from enough. If he had absolute power, he would not have to worry about these things and could just sweep everything away. At this moment, Lin Feng noticed that a shadow quietly left behind. He felt that the man was a previous trader. The man hadn't gone far yet and seemed to want to stay and observe the situation here. However, he saw that Loki was gradually losing his strength, so he wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. Lin Feng quickly chased him, intending to stop him from leaving. The man in black saw that he couldn't escape, so he had to bite the bullet and attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw that the other party was going to attack him, and he was very alert. When the man in black launched an offensive, Lin Feng realized that he was overthinking, and this man's strength was not worth mentioning at all. He was not his opponent at all, and he didn't need to waste time on him, so he relaxed his guard. The man in black didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. He thought that Thor and Rhodes were stronger opponents, so he let them attack. He thought that, even if Loki was a little weaker, he could resist for a while, so he didn't worry. It was not until he was about to leave that he found that the ordinary person who had never been taken seriously actually had such a powerful power, and he was shocked. Seeing that this man was not strong enough, Lin Feng directly subdued him in close proximity to prevent him from using any means, and sealed his limbs. After dealing with these, he controlled the man in black. Lin Feng fumbled in the pocket of the man in black, and finally found his lost Rubik's Cube. He held the Rubik's Cube in his hand, and injected a stream of mana. He could feel the power inside, and the gem was still inside. Only such a powerful force could make him feel it. He felt a little incredible that he had retrieved the Rubik's Cube so easily. At this time, the fight between the two sides attracted the attention of Ali, the owner of the underground trading field. The environment here is complicated, and there are often cases of black eating black. To avoid such incidents, the trading field is in charge of Ali. He is powerful and has many men, so many people feel at ease to trade here. At this moment, the two sides are fighting on his territory, so he naturally wants to check. The man in black saw Ali coming with people, and he had a plan in his mind. Ali was very angry. How could his territory allow others to run wild? How dare these people be so bold to fight on his territory? So he summoned his men and surrounded Lin Feng and others. When everyone saw another group of people coming, they stopped fighting without knowing whether they were enemies or friends. At this time, the man in black found Ali and claimed that he was a buyer, but the things he had just bought were snatched away by Lin Feng and others. The black-clad man who was attacked earlier had already fled the scene. Loki thought this was an opportunity. Maybe the power gem could be recovered and then strengthen his strength. So he made up an exaggerated version, exaggerating their contempt for the trading field. After hearing this, Ali's face suddenly changed. This is his territory. How dare these people be so presumptuous? If this matter spreads, how can he continue his business? After all, this happened in Ali's territory. He must give Loki an explanation. Otherwise, once this matter spreads, his reputation will be damaged. Ali was furious when he heard this and ordered his men to surround Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that there was no absolute right or wrong in this matter, but he had to take back the power gem, so he did not retreat and prepared to take action. Rhodes and Thor didn't want to make too many enemies, but if they didn't defeat these people, they couldn't take the power gem smoothly. Seeing that Lin Feng was ready to take action, they didn't want him to fight alone, so they also prepared to join the battle. Ali saw that these people dared to resist and felt insulted, so he was merciless. However, just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Lin Feng suddenly lost his mind, as if he had thought of something. The people around him were surprised by his actions, as it was rare for him to lose his mind during a battle. He suddenly gave up resistance, and hinted to Rhodes and Thor not to resist. Although Rhodes and Thor were puzzled, they always trusted Lin Feng, so they also gave up resistance. Ali was surprised by this. Didn't these people want to fight to the end? Why did they suddenly surrender? Was there a trick? But he was too lazy to investigate. This was better, so he didn't have to do it himself, otherwise he would lose face. In this way, outsiders would only think that these people were afraid of his strength and dared not fight. So he ordered people to take Lin Feng and others away and asked them to hand over the magic cube. Ali was curious. After getting the magic cube, he didn't know what it was. Since it was traded with him, it had nothing to do with him, so he handed the magic cube to Loki. Loki was overjoyed. He had got what he needed on this trip, but the power gem was too powerful. He was reluctant to hand over such a treasure to others. He didn't expect that he could get it back at this moment. When the dust settled, Lin Feng and the others were also captured by Ali. She felt really happy in her heart. She knew how powerful these people were. They dared to act recklessly in their territory. It was only a matter of time before they were dealt with. However, thinking back to the previous confrontation, he felt that his current strength was not strong enough and needed to be further improved. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. He was about to leave, but was stopped by Ali. Seeing this, Loki, who was always cautious, had other ideas in his mind. Could it be that this guy had already realized that the power in his hand was extraordinary and wanted to take the gem away with this opportunity? So, he carefully asked Ali if there was anything else. In fact, Ali did not find anything unusual. He felt that the people who came here to trade would not be ordinary people, and it was normal to have such energy reactions. If it was normal, he might leave this thing behind, but it was impossible now. This matter had already caused a lot of uproar. If he detained this thing at this time, I'm afraid that no one would dare to conduct underground transactions in his territory in the future. So, he politely asked Loki to stay. This happened in his territory, and he would naturally give an explanation. Since these people took their things, they had to pay the price. He planned to punish them, and wanted Loki to be a witness. After listening to this, Loki thought it was a good idea. He and these people were already at loggerheads. If they met again in the future, it would be another fierce battle. It would be better to see them die here, so that he would feel better. Thor was indignant. It was obviously not their fault. It was Loki who stole the things. This guy even blamed them and caused them to be caught. What was even more infuriating was that when they were about to resist, Lin Feng stopped them. This made him feel confused, but it did not change his mind. So he cursed at Loki directly. Loki knew that he was a victim now and could not act too tough, so he pretended to be aggrieved. This scene fell into Ali's eyes. He mistakenly thought that these people wanted to bully Loki, and he was furious. These people were really arrogant. At this time, they dared to threaten his guests. When the dust settled, Lin Feng and the others were also captured by Ali. She felt really happy in her heart. She knew how powerful these people were. She dared to act recklessly in their territory. It was only a matter of time before she was punished. However, thinking back to the previous confrontation, he felt that his current strength was not strong enough and needed to be further improved. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. He was about to leave, but was stopped by Ali. Seeing this, Loki, who was always cautious, had other thoughts in his mind. Could it be that this guy had already realized that the power in his hand was extraordinary and wanted to take the gem away with this opportunity? So, he carefully asked Ali if there was anything else. In fact, Ali did not find anything unusual. He felt that the people who came here to trade were not ordinary people, and it was normal to have such energy reactions. If it was normal, he might keep this thing, but it was impossible now. This matter had already caused a lot of uproar. If he detained this thing at this time, I'm afraid that no one would dare to conduct underground transactions in his territory in the future. So, he politely asked Loki to stay. This happened in his territory, and he would naturally give an explanation. Since these people had taken their things, they had to pay the price. He planned to punish them severely and wanted Loki to be a witness. After hearing this, Loki thought it was a good idea. He and these people were already enemies. If they met again in the future, it would inevitably be another fierce battle. It would be better to watch them die here, which would make him feel better. Chapter 278 The winner takes all. Thor was indignant. It was obviously not their fault. It was Loki who stole the things. This guy even blamed them and caused them to be caught. What was even more annoying was that when they were about to resist, Lin Feng stopped them. This made him feel confused, but it did not change his mind. So he cursed at Loki directly. Loki knew that he was now a victim and could not act too tough, so he pretended to be aggrieved. This scene fell into Ali's eyes. He mistakenly thought that these people wanted to bully Loki and was furious. These people were so arrogant that they dared to threaten his guests at this time. It seemed that it was right to deal with them. He immediately ordered people to tie them up and watched his men execute the 3 people with their own eyes. Rhodes felt that this was not a solution. If they could not solve it, they might have to die here, let alone take back the power gem. He turned around and wanted to ask Lin Feng what to do, but Lin Feng did not answer. He only told them to wait first, and things had not yet reached the worst. Lin Feng felt that there was a magical power in this place. It must be a rare treasure, because only he can sense this breath. He stayed here for this breath, and wanted to take it for himself. If he resisted, there might be trouble. He couldn't be sure what this breath was, but it was definitely not an ordinary thing. However, he had no idea where this thing was hidden. Every time he tried to find this breath, he felt that it was wrapped in a mysterious power. Even with his power, he couldn't penetrate this barrier. But the system reminded him that, if he got close, he could sense this energy. So, he decided to stay here and look for this power. After finding it, he would deal with Loki. Although the power gem is now in Loki's hands, he doesn't look like he can use it, so there is no need to worry. As long as he tells Ali the truth of the matter, everything will be fine. Therefore, he didn't want to explain anything at the moment. After all, he couldn't be sure whether the thing really existed. If he said it now, it might arouse the vigilance of others, and it would be even more difficult to find it at that time. So in the face of Rhodes' questioning, he said nothing, and just let them wait. Loki saw the 3 of them being tied up, and was curious about how Ali would handle it. So he curiously asked Ali what he was going to do. Ali and Loki had a unique set of rules for handling things. Anyone who caused trouble on this territory would be dealt with. However, since this rule was established, most people abided by it, and few dared to violate it. This resulted in this arrangement being almost never used. This time, this person was lucky to witness the implementation of this rule with his own eyes. Soon, they were taken to a place that looked like the ancient Roman Colosseum. The 3 of them felt a little ominous. At this time, Ali explained the rules here. It turned out that this was a fighting arena. Beasts from all over the universe gathered here. These beasts were powerful. Although they had rules here, all traders had to abide by them. But these rules only apply to ordinary people. For those with extraordinary strength, they would not restrict them and would give them convenience. So there was such a rule. These 3 people had to fight with the beasts. If they won, it would prove that they had the ability to turn the tables. The organization would no longer pursue their crimes, and would even treat them as friends. But if you lose, you will die in the mouth of the beast. Since this rule was established, no one has been able to leave here alive. After listening to this, Loki was relieved. This situation seems difficult. Although these people are strong, it is not easy to pass this test. He secretly hopes in his heart, I hope these people don't come out, otherwise I will be in trouble. I might lose the power gem that I just got, and it's not even warm yet. After listening to the rules, Thor was very surprised. He thought the rules were too simple. He had traveled in the universe and killed many beasts. How strong could these beasts be? But Rhodes frowned after listening. He thought this matter was not that simple. From the expressions of those people, it can be seen that there are very few people who can escape in this way. So, this is definitely not as simple as Thor thought. At this time, a burst of black air suddenly came from the front, and a beast appeared in front of them. This beast looked extremely ferocious, with 2 horns on its head. It opened its bloody mouth, and stared at everyone. Thor was a battle maniac, and he got angry when he saw this guy. He rushed up, and fought with the behemoth. Seeing this, Rhodes sighed, knowing that he could not escape, and rushed up to fight with the beast. As soon as they fought, Thor found that the situation was far from as simple as he imagined. The strength of these beasts was extremely strong, and even if he and Road joined forces, they were not opponents. But he didn't want to lose, so he fought with all his strength. On the other side, the beast was also completely enraged. The three of them were fighting fiercely on the side, and only Lin Feng stood by, doing nothing. Lin Feng was sensing the source of the mysterious power. He could feel that the power was closer to him, and he could even roughly sense its location. At this moment, he saw Road and Thor fighting fiercely in front of him, and the two gradually fell into a disadvantage. Thor was hit by the beast accidentally. He fell to the ground, and the beast raised its claws and wanted to slap him. Thor rolled flexibly and avoided the attack, but his heart still trembled. The beast seemed very dissatisfied after missing the first attack. It rushed over again, trying to bite him to pieces. Seeing this, Loki's eyes lit up. He really hoped that this would happen. In this way, he would not be hunted down by these hateful guys, and the power gem would be his alone. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew that he had to take action. So he used the technique of flying golden light. He flashed to Thor's side in an instant and pulled him back. Then he threw an energy ball and smashed it directly at the beast. Lin Feng easily resisted the beast's fierce attack with his own attack. Then, the monster's attention was completely attracted by Lin Feng and rushed straight towards him. Seeing this, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. He raised his hand and easily resolved this series of attacks. The beast retreated step by step, wailing from its mouth, as if it could no longer hold on. The people watching the battle on the bed were surprised by this scene, including the owner of this place, Ali, who was also shocked. He did not expect Lin Feng's strength to be so outstanding. However, Ali was not panicked. He had seen many strong men, so he immediately summoned his assistant. He whispered a few words to his assistant, who nodded and left in a hurry. Loki witnessed all this, and although he was surprised, he did not think much about it. He saw the assistant took out a pill from somewhere and threw it next to the beast. The beast sniffed it and swallowed it. After the pill entered the beast's stomach, a strong breath suddenly surged out of the beast's body and spread around. Its strength also increased greatly. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression became solemn. He understood that someone must have given the beast some kind of medicine to enhance its strength. The beast at this time was completely different from before. It pounced on Lin Feng frantically. Although Lin Feng successfully resisted, the strength he used was much greater than before. After several confrontations, Lin Feng couldn't help but step back a few steps and was very surprised. Although the original beast was powerful, it still had a trace of reason. After being attacked, it would still feel fear and know how to retreat. But now, the beast has completely gone crazy, fearless, and just keeps attacking. When Lin Feng knocked it to the ground, it quickly got up and turned to attack others. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dodged. The beast has gone completely crazy. It is already powerful, and now it is even more difficult to deal with. So everyone fled the scene. The whole arena turned into a chase, with the beast chasing and people running around. The strengthened beast has greatly increased its strength and speed. Many people looked embarrassed when they ran away. At this time, Black Widow was caught up by the beast. The beast's claws slapped her. She tried her best to resist, but she only lasted for a moment before being knocked to the ground. The people around were extremely nervous, but they could not save themselves, let alone save people. They were far away from the beast, and it was too late to rescue them. Black Widow tried her best, but she was powerless to resist. She knew that she was probably in danger this time. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and the environment around her changed suddenly. The beast stepped down, but found nothing under his feet, and did not step on the Black Widow. It turned out that at this critical moment, Lin Feng used his spatial ability to move there instantly. He rescued the Black Widow, and the people around him breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Thanks to Lin Feng's quick reaction, otherwise they would have suffered heavy losses this time. Although Lin Feng was extremely fast, he did not dare to underestimate the beast. He saw that the beast was more violent than before, and was obviously completely enraged. If the fight continued, Lin Feng felt that he might not win. The spectators outside the stadium exclaimed when they saw this scene. They had seen similar scenes before, but the beasts usually solved their opponents in a few moves. It was rare for a beast like this to be able to persist in fighting for such a long time after being strengthened. Seeing this scene, Loki was secretly proud of himself. He felt aggrieved when he was chased before, and he was just pursuing stronger power. But these people blocked his way. However, he felt that if he continued to stay here, he might be in danger. So, he planned to quietly leave, while everyone's attention was attracted by the battle on the field. He quietly moved back, and just as he moved, he was noticed by Ali. Ali was very surprised to see this scene, and hurriedly asked Loki where he was going. After being discovered, Loki felt embarrassed, and could only lie that he had something urgent to do, and wanted to leave first. He would come here again, when he had time in the future. Ali felt a little strange, but told him that such a scene was rare. Maybe it wouldn't be long before they would die under the claws of the beast. Letting him watch the battle before leaving was also an explanation. Loki had no choice but to stay and wait. If he left forcibly, it might arouse suspicion. He could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that these guys could be solved by the beast. Otherwise, once he escaped from this place, he might not have a good life. At this time, Lin Feng felt that he couldn't waste it like this. When they were exhausted, the beast might continue to show its power. After all, it was now in a violent state. So he immediately told the people around him that he had a way to deal with the beast. But it would take some time to prepare to attack from the side, hoping that they could attract the attention of the beast. After hearing this, Rhodes and Thor immediately nodded in agreement. They were very familiar with such tasks. When dealing with Thanos before, they often attacked as the main force, but mainly to attract attention. They were quite knowledgeable about attracting attention. The two cooperated tacitly and kept jumping in front of the beast. They quietly released their skills on the beast. The beast was attracted and attacked them. Rhodes and Thor did not intend to fight head on, but wandered aside. As long as they could attract the attention of the beast, their goal would be achieved. On the other side, Lin Feng also exerted the power of the river map and Luoshu. There is a method called the Heaven and Earth Dharma image in the 36 changes of Xiangang. He found that this method combined with the Golden Crow Dharma image he practiced could greatly increase his strength. This beast is huge and has some skills. If it is not dealt with, the subsequent things will be difficult to deal with. Lin Feng began to compress the power of his whole body until it reached the limit and then exploded. The people around him were very surprised to see him radiating golden light all over his body. I don't know what he is doing. However, Ali, who was sitting in front, saw this scene with a strange look in his eyes. He could feel a strong force from Lin Feng. This force was far beyond his own, which made him unbelievable. If Lin Feng was really so powerful, why didn't he resist and leave this place before, but was caught by them? He thought to himself, could it be that he made a wrong judgment? At this time, they felt the temperature around them rising and getting hotter and hotter. Even the beasts next to them had the same feeling, staring at Lin Feng in the air. At this time, Lin Feng slowly rose up and flapped his arms. Behind him, a golden crow appeared. This golden crow had 3 legs, which was the true form of Dong Huan Tai, the 3-legged golden crow. When the beast saw the 3-legged golden crow, a sense of fear suddenly emerged from its body. This was the crushing from the bloodline. The 3-legged golden crow was the king of the monsters, and it attacked the beast directly. The beast resisted for a while, and was directly repelled. However, Lin Feng did not intend to let it go. This was the best time to defeat it. He stretched out his claws and rushed towards the beast. With one claw, the beast was torn in half. The people around were shocked to see this scene. This beast was so powerful, but it ended up like this. Many people saw this bloody scene and vomited at the broken body on the ground. Although they have been in this world for a long time and often see death, but it is not common to kill opponents so cruelly. At this time, they looked at Lin Feng with different eyes. However, in this place, where the winner is the king, since Lin Feng and his team won, people did not hesitate to applaud. People nearby were also attracted by the movement here. When they learned what happened, they were also shocked. They had never encountered such a situation. Chapter 279 The gem is grabbed. Lin Feng's performance made Ola's eyes sparkle with surprise. He never expected that these people could successfully complete that difficult challenge. Since the establishment of this territory, they have tried countless people and even recruited masters from outside at a high price to maintain the rules here. Although this place has attracted many strong people, it is regrettable that no one has been able to successfully complete those tasks from beginning to end. This made them both disappointed and full of expectations, eager for someone to defeat those ferocious beasts. Now, someone has really done it, which makes Ollie look at Lin Feng with new eyes. Since Lin Feng has proved himself with his strength, the past grievances are written off. Ollie ordered his men to deal with the aftermath, and then sent someone to take Lin Feng and his party to his office. He planned to treat them well. Loki was very angry when he saw that Lin Feng and others did not die under the claws of the beast. At the same time, he was also afraid because he had a deep understanding of the power of the beast. What shocked him even more was that such a powerful beast was defeated by Lin Feng. Who exactly is Lin Feng, and how could he have such amazing power? At this moment, he thought that Lin Feng had left the Colosseum and would be entertained by Ollie. If this matter was exposed, he would be doomed. With this in mind, he felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for long and prepared to evacuate. However, whether he could get away depended on Ollie's intention. He claimed that he had urgent matters to deal with and hoped to leave. Ollie noticed that Loki wanted to leave repeatedly and became suspicious. Loki's behavior was like a suspect eager to escape, which made people suspicious. Ollie decided to find out the truth and began to mediate. Although Loki was reluctant, he did not dare to disobey. He knew that if he was thrown into the Colosseum, he would be unable to protect himself. So he reluctantly walked into the office. At this time, Rhodes, Thor and Lin Feng were already waiting. When Thor saw Loki, he was furious and wanted to step forward to capture him. Ollie thought that their conflict had not been resolved and was about to stop him, but he heard Thor calling Loki his brother. Ollie was surprised that they were actually a family. If so, why was there such a deep conflict? Lin Feng then told Ollie the whole story. Ollie did not expect such a bizarre thing to happen to them and felt incredible. But he had no expectations for the physics teacher. The treasure did not belong to him, so he did not need to covet it. However, his view of Loki had completely changed. He thought Loki was a victim, and he was almost deceived by him. Now it seems that he was deceived by this liar. He has been operating in this area for many years. When has he ever been deceived like this? He was furious and ordered his men to put Loki in the dungeon. He would deal with him later. Thor was very happy to see this scene. He had the power gem in his hands, so he did not need to worry about Loki anymore. Thinking back to the fight in the Colosseum, he still had lingering fears. The beast was too powerful. If it were not for his tacit cooperation with Rhodes and Lin Feng's powerful strength, they would probably have died. Therefore, he had no sympathy for Loki being imprisoned in the dungeon, but felt very happy. Speaking of this, Ollie felt deeply guilty. He believed the slander and misunderstood them, which led to this series of events. He hurriedly apologized to them. Lin Feng said it was okay, and he would just take it as a training for himself. Although he said it easily, Thor was unhappy after hearing it. This was not a simple training, it was clearly a life and death struggle. If they were not so powerful, they would have died long ago. After Loki was imprisoned in the dungeon, Ollie began to entertain them warmly. They were powerful, and it was very beneficial for Ollie to make friends with them. The banquet began and everyone was in a harmonious atmosphere. After the banquet, Thor informed the others of the situation and assured them that the power gem had been found. As soon as the banquet ended, they took the power gem back. At the banquet, Ollie toasted Lin Feng and others. Thor asked Ollie if the power gem was still there. Ollie thought about it and replied, "I have never seen any power gem, but I found a magic cube on Loki. Could it be what you are looking for?" Hearing this, Thor nodded in confirmation. The magic cube was the controller of the power gem, and the power gem was inside. Ollie ordered someone to bring the magic cube. He was full of curiosity about the magic cube and asked if he could take a look. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere at the banquet suddenly became awkward. Everyone was silent, especially since they had just experienced such twists and turns, and finally found the power gem, and they were unwilling to take risks again. However, Ollie and others did not have too many thoughts about this. They had seen countless treasures, and there were rules here. They could trade within the territory, but they were not allowed to disturb or rob. This place was peaceful, and they had no strong desire to improve their strength. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ali realized that he was a little abrupt. They had gone through a lot of trouble to find this gem, and he was afraid that he would be misunderstood if he asked like this. He smiled awkwardly and said that he was just curious about what this thing was that made them fight for so long. If it was difficult, forget it. Lin Feng told Thor that it would be okay to let Ali take a look. He trusted Ali and had a premonition that something was going to happen. Thor hesitated. After all, the gem had just been taken back. If Ali had any other intentions, it would be another fierce battle. Ali saw Thor's concerns and said that he was not interested in this. They had their own way of cultivation, and other technologies were useless to them. Thor nodded and opened the Rubik's Cube, revealing the Power Stone. Everyone was shocked by the powerful power of the stone. At this time, Ali frowned. Lin Feng noticed his strangeness and asked curiously. Ali said that he had seen similar stones before. Thor was shocked to hear this. He knew that there was more than one infinity stone, and Ali actually knew the whereabouts of other stones. It was a pleasant surprise. They nervously asked Ali about the color and characteristics of the stones he saw. Ali recalled that the gem was similar to this one, but it was green, and the rest was the same. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Black Widow said that it should be the healing stone among the infinity stones, which has healing power and is extremely powerful. Everyone heard this and turned their eyes to Ali. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain here, and they got the clue of another infinity stone. They asked Ali where he saw it and whether he could take them there. Lin Feng told them that when he traveled in this area in the past, he met a tribe. In that tribe, everyone was warm and hospitable, and he got along very well with them. Therefore, he wandered there for a long time. During one of his visits to his tribe, he caught a glimpse of that thing. That item was within that family and had been passed down from generation to generation. At that time, he did not pay much attention to it. Later, he came here, experienced hardships, created this business, and never set foot on that land again. But he did not break off contact with the tribe there, and still maintains contact with them. Just now, when he saw this power gem, he felt familiar with it. Thinking carefully, it was indeed very similar to the gem he saw in that tribe. Black Widow and others hurriedly asked where it was. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, and said that the tribe lived on the Ephesus star in the Gamma Galaxy. After hearing this, everyone was surprised, because they had never heard of this place. Rhodes hurriedly checked the interstellar map, but found nothing. Everyone became more and more confused, and cast their eyes on Lin Feng. Lin Feng explained that he did not know the exact location of the place, but just called it according to the local's name. As for how the people here called it, he really did not know. At this time, Lin Feng patiently asked Ali if he could take them there. These gems were very important to them, and they came here to find this power gem. Ali readily agreed and said he was willing to lead the way. These people were his guests, and it was a good opportunity to enhance friendship. After some preparation, Ali provided a spaceship that could accommodate many people. After everyone boarded the ship, Ali marked a coordinate. It was a place he had traveled to in the past, and he told everyone about the planet. The planet was peaceful and tranquil, with few conflicts and all tribes living in harmony. He had visited there and fell in love with it deeply. He lived there for a long time, and the tribe was very unique. The locals called them the Barefoot tribe. The Barefoot tribe was extremely powerful, and everyone was a natural warrior. However, they did not like to fight, but were warm and hospitable, and treated people gently. When he lived there in the past, he had seen the gem in the tribe's hall. The gem seemed to be of great significance to the family, and he was lucky enough to see it, because he was on good terms with them. If not, it would be difficult for others to touch it. After listening, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. If that is the case, it may not be easy to get this gem. If the Barefoot tribe is unwilling to give it up, they have no reason to force it. Along the way, Ali introduced them to the living environment and characteristics of the Barefoot tribe. Soon, they arrived at the planet. After getting off the ship, they found it magical and unusual. There are many animals and plants that have never been seen before, and the ecology is primitive. Even if there are humans living here, their lifestyle is extremely primitive, mostly living in caves or wooden houses. Ali took them to a mountain. On the other side of the mountain is a large plain with many stone houses scattered on the plain. That is the residence of the Barefoot tribe. While talking, they have arrived here and saw many strong men walking barefoot, like savages. Seeing Ali, they looked at him carefully, and one of them recognized him and greeted him warmly. Ali introduced his friends to them. The barefoot people were very happy after hearing this, saying that the tribe had not had guests for a long time and wanted to invite them to go. Seeing that the barefoot tribe was so hospitable, Lin Feng and others felt that the mission might be promising. As long as the gem was not extremely important to them, they might be able to get it smoothly. When they arrived at the barefoot tribe, the tribe members were very excited to see the guests. They were led into a spacious reception room. This is the most important place in the tribe, usually used to entertain distinguished guests. After everyone entered, many barefoot tribe members came in with food. When he just entered the door, Lin Feng suddenly felt a force. That was exactly what he had felt before. With his keen perception of power, he was sure that this was the healing gem of that tribe. However, he looked around, but could not find its trace. It seemed that there was a barrier between it and the gem. It blocked his perception, and even if the power was here, he could not feel it. It seems that the healing gem has been hidden, but this is reasonable. After all, this is an important treasure of the Barefoot tribe. It is understandable that they hid it. However, it is not easy to get it. After entering the house, Ali introduced everyone to the Barefoot tribe members and explained that they came from the earth and had important matters to discuss. After hearing this, the Barefoot tribe members were very curious. In this vast universe, there are very few people who know their existence, and they live in a primitive way. I don't know why these people come. Ali told them that they were collecting gems and had already obtained a few. When he saw the gem, he found that it was the green gem he had seen in the tribe. Therefore, he wanted to ask them if they were willing to give it up. After hearing this, Rhodes, Thor and others looked at them sincerely. After all, this thing belongs to someone else and cannot be taken by force. After hearing this, the Barefoot tribe members immediately quarreled. In the end, it seemed that they had reached a decision to expel Ali and others from the tribe. Ali felt very puzzled. He had visited many times and had never been treated like this. At this time, the high priest of the tribe explained. This matter could not be blamed on them. The Barefoot tribe suffered a curse. This curse has troubled them for many years. The ancestors tried many methods, but they could not get rid of it. Until later, they found this healing gem from the outside world. This gem contains magical power and can remove the curse. Therefore, they worshipped it in the tribe and hid it carefully. Only when the gem is in the tribe can they guarantee their peace. Ali discovered the gem due to negligence before. After that, they hid the gem in a more secret place. If the gem is taken away, it will be a devastating blow to the Barefoot tribe. They will not be able to resist the curse. For the survival of the tribe, they have to make such a decision. After hearing this, Rhodes, Thor and others also felt embarrassed. They wanted to get the healing gem, but they didn't want the Barefoot tribe to suffer because of it. For a moment, they were in a dilemma and didn't know how to choose. Although Ali didn't know what use the healing gem was for them, he thought that if it was taken away, it might be bad for the Barefoot tribe. He was a little shaken in his heart. After all, these people were his friends. He planned to persuade Lin Feng and others to give up the gem. Maybe there are similar gems in the universe, and he can let his men explore again. After all, the universe is vast and boundless. Maybe there are things that are the same or have similar functions. After hearing this, Black Widow looked bitter. If it were other items, it would be normal to have similar ones. But this is an infinity gem. Each one is unique and cannot be copied. If this thing can be seen everywhere, it will not be precious. It's just that the curse of the Barefoot tribe also makes them feel embarrassed. Generally speaking, people don't know the specific content of this curse, but it is obviously inappropriate to leave the healing gem with them. Therefore, he must try to get the healing gem. At this time, He already had a preliminary plan in his mind. No matter what, he must get the healing gem first. This is the top priority. As for the curse suffered by the barefoot monsters, he can slowly find a way to solve it. However, the premise is to gain their trust first, otherwise everything is empty talk. Thinking of this, Lin Feng went to find Thor. Lin Feng asked Thor if he trusted him. Thor nodded in affirmation. Chapter 280. Find the descendant of the mage and get the antidote. Lin Feng told him that he would find a way to make them hand over the healing gem, and after they took it out, he would let Thor take it back. Thor was a little hesitant after hearing this, worried that doing so would trigger a war between the two sides, which would be troublesome. Lin Feng comforted him and said that he would handle the matter properly and told him not to worry about the follow-up problems. Thor thought about it and felt that he could change his appearance to grab it at that time so that no one could recognize who had taken it. At this time, Lin Feng immediately used his transformation ability and turned into the appearance of a barefoot monster. Although Thor knew that Lin Feng had the ability to transform, he was still very surprised to see him turn into a barefoot monster. After all, it was the first time they saw this creature, and they thought he could only turn into a human, but they didn't expect Lin Feng to turn into other species. Lin Feng told Thor that, since the barefoot monsters said they were cursed, then this must not be groundless. If you want to find out the ins and outs of this matter, you must gain their trust, but before that, you must take the healing gem away first. Otherwise, they would rely on the healing gem, and even if there was a way to change, they would not think about it. So, he wanted Thor to attract their attention, let them all pay attention to Thor, and then he would blend in with them, and let them take out the healing gem. After they took out the healing gem, Thor would find a way to take the gem away. Thor thought about it and shook his head again. He felt that his speed was not fast, and the people of the barefoot monster clan were all strong. In addition, they had that terrible strange power. If he couldn't get rid of their pursuit, he might be caught up by them, and the mission would fail. Lin Feng said that this was not difficult, and he would give Thor a talisman. When Thor grabbed the healing gem, he would crush the talisman. It would instantly burst out at a very high speed, which was enough for Thor to escape from this place in a short time. So, after the two discussed it, they started to act. Thor quietly appeared near the barefoot monster family, and he was masked, and no one knew who he was. The barefoot monster family was very nervous when they saw this situation, fearing that the masked man would be bad for them. Some people were very annoyed when they saw the masked man and wanted to attack him, but these people were strong but not fast, so they failed to touch Thor many times. They were very impatient, but they could do nothing but vent their anger on the ground beside them. They were afraid that the masked man would attack them, so they all focused on him. Lin Feng saw the right opportunity and mixed in with them directly. These people's attention was not on Lin Feng, so no one noticed that there was an extra person around them. Because the people of the barefoot monster clan all looked similar and had no specific names, no one noticed that Lin Feng was abnormal. Thor saw that Lin Feng had successfully mixed into the barefoot monster family, and their plan was half successful, and the next step was to proceed. So he left this place and waited for them to take out the gem. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly fell to the ground and pretended to be cursed. The people around were surprised to see this scene. Although their family was cursed, the time of the curse was fixed, so they would take out the healing gem at that time to heal the power of the curse. Now there is still some time before they are cursed, which makes them wonder why the curse suddenly came early. Is there any irresistible factor? Some people also think that something strange may have happened to this person. But now is not the time to discuss these things. Since this person has been cursed, the most urgent thing is to treat him. These people immediately carried Lin Feng into the tent in the middle of their family. A barefoot monster immediately smashed to the ground. There was a large stone slab on the ground. The bottom of the stone slab was hollow, and a box was hidden inside. After he took out the box, as soon as he opened it, a green energy emanated from it. Lin Feng could feel that these green energies were full of vitality, which should be the healing gem. The moment he saw the healing gem, he immediately notified Thor through the sound transmission technique. Thor made some noise next to him at this time, and everyone looked in that direction. Thor immediately crushed the talisman in his hand that could increase speed. He felt that his physical strength and speed had increased a lot, and almost no one could catch him. But this energy is lost very quickly. If it weren't for the spell that provided him with most of the power, he probably wouldn't be able to control it by his own strength. So he rushed over immediately, and everyone felt a gust of wind passing by them, but they didn't know what happened. At this time, a barefoot monster pointed at the box next to him and shouted, "Look, the healing gem is gone." Everyone was very anxious when they saw that the gem in the empty box was gone. The people around were also at a loss when they saw this situation. If it was something else, it would be fine, but this thing was the treasure of their family. If there was no gem, they might be helpless the next time they were cursed. So they were very anxious in their hearts. At this time, some people with good eyesight saw a figure passing by here, because the shadow just now looked like a person. They didn't expect that the man in black who often appeared here during this period might be that person. At this time, some people from the barefoot monster family outside ran over and said that they saw Thor passing by here. So they hurriedly shouted that it was the man in black who took the gem just now. At this time, everyone wanted to chase the man in black. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng didn't want these people to chase him out. If he leaked his whereabouts, the matter would be unclear. So he pretended to be in great pain. Seeing their companions so uncomfortable, these people gave up chasing him. The people of the barefoot monster family gathered around him. They wanted to see what happened to him. Although this gem was very important, in the eyes of these simple barefoot monsters, their people were more important. But they were very anxious, but they didn't know what to do. In the past, when they encountered such a situation, they relied on healing gems to treat it. But now the healing gem was taken away by others. They had no way to deal with it, and they were extremely anxious. After Thor took the healing gem away, he sent a message to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that their plan had succeeded, and now Thor was in a safe place, so there was no need to worry. As for the gem, it was also in his hands now, but their plan should not be told to others, so he couldn't go anywhere else now, and could only stay by the gem. Lin Feng had no objection to this, which was arranged in advance. So at this time Lin Feng made some light on himself. The people around were shocked to see this situation. They didn't know what happened. This had never happened in their family. The light on Lin Feng's body became stronger and stronger, as if it was evolving. These people didn't dare to approach him, and walked to the side silently. They were worried about his condition, so they stayed by his side. Soon, the light on Lin Feng's body began to gradually weaken, and finally retracted into his body. Lin Feng opened his eyes. At this time, he felt very good, and seemed to have no pain. These barefoot monsters hurriedly surrounded him, and asked him how he felt now. Lin Feng told them that he was fine, and there was no pain like before. After hearing this, these barefoot monsters felt very strange. When they were cursed before, their bodies were very painful until they died. If it weren't for the healing gem, they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. But now the gem has been taken away by someone else, and the scary thing is that they don't know who that person is. When Lin Feng woke up, everyone gathered around him and asked about the curse on him. Lin Feng told them that the curse on him had miraculously disappeared without any effect on him. The people of the barefoot monster family were puzzled by this. In their opinion, if there was no treatment with the healing gem, this curse might lead the entire family to destruction. However, at this moment, there was a person who was not affected by the curse, which gave them hope of lifting the curse. Lin Feng felt that it was difficult to win their trust with just this word, so he revealed another secret about lifting the curse. The people of the barefoot monster family were shocked after hearing this. Their new leaders had tried many methods to lift the curse, and had invited many talented people. But those masters who were famous in the universe could not find the source of the curse, let alone lift it. They had given up this idea long ago, but they did not expect Lin Feng to know the secret of the curse of the barefoot monster family, and he was safe and sound in the curse just now. This made the people of the barefoot monster family feel that Lin Feng must be an outlier in their family. Perhaps relying on him, the curse of the family that has been cursed for many years can be lifted. So, the barefoot monster brought Lin Feng to the family gathering place, and all the barefoot monsters surrounded him. When the barefoot monster told the story, the people around him were incredulous. After all, this kind of thing had never happened in the family. They looked at Lin Feng curiously. The barefoot monster family lived a simple life and loved peace. Before they found that the healing gem could remove a curse, they had considered looking for a way to remove a curse elsewhere. But since they had the healing gem, they never thought about how to remove a curse. As long as the curse appeared, they would use the gem to treat it. Over time, although they knew that the family had a curse, almost no one paid attention to it, and no one investigated it. However, now someone took the initiative to investigate the matter, and found some clues, which surprised them. Lin Feng looked similar to them, but he was different. But they had no time to take care of these at the moment. Since they had found a way to remove the curse, the most urgent thing was to solve the curse, and get rid of their dependence on the gem. Suddenly, someone said that he had never seen Lin Feng. Lin Feng was quite surprised after hearing this. He thought that these people could not tell each other apart, but he did not expect that they could recognize him. It was amazing. In his opinion, these people looked almost exactly the same and there was no difference at all. But they could tell them apart. After hearing this, everyone nodded and talked about it. This family lived here, and they were all family members. They knew each other's appearance very well. If there were many people in the family, there might be some people who didn't know each other, but there would always be someone who knew each other. But after they looked around, no one knew Lin Feng, which meant that he might not be a member of the family. In addition, the family's treasure, the healing gem, was stolen. The two things together were too coincidental. Some smart barefoot monsters began to doubt Lin Feng's identity. These people were straightforward and would speak directly when they had doubts in their hearts. When they raised doubts directly, Lin Feng was relieved. If they investigated secretly, he might get into trouble. But since they said it directly, he had time and opportunity to refute it. This is not difficult. Just find an excuse. After the curse is lifted, they will no longer pursue the matter of the healing gem. At that time, he will consider whether to confess everything he did with Thor. When that day really comes, they will not care about the gem. Everyone looked at Lin Feng suspiciously, and he hurriedly explained, I'm indeed a member of the Barefoot Monster clan, but I have been away from home before, and have never returned to the family. Some people were skeptical, because no one in their family liked to go out. So why did Lin Feng leave the family? Lin Feng explained that it was because of the curse. He felt that this curse was different from himself and wanted to find a way to remove the curse for the family. So, he left here a long time ago and traveled the universe to find a way to remove the curse. After unremitting efforts, he finally found a way and came back. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a thing as soon as he came back. After hearing this, the Barefoot Monster family nodded and expressed their belief. They looked at Lin Feng with respect and thought he was the hero of the family. This curse has troubled them for many years, but no one has thought of solving it. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng took the initiative to seek a solution. This is undoubtedly a timely help for them. Now that the healing gem has been stolen, they need to send someone to take it back, but they don't even know who the person who stole the gem is. They urgently need someone to solve this problem. If the curse can be lifted, they will no longer have to rely on the healing gem. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, the doubts in their hearts disappeared. They took out the food they had collected at home and thanked Lin Feng for everything he had done for the family. Lin Feng was relieved to see that everyone believed in him. These people were indeed too naive, but it was also good this way. The simpler they thought, the better it would be for them. As long as they believed in themselves, the subsequent plans would go smoothly. At this time, Lin Feng felt a little weak. It turned out that the ability to change had a time limit, and his current strength could not maintain this state for a long time. But if he stayed here, they would find that his form had changed and would be suspicious. So he decided to leave temporarily. Lin Feng proposed to leave for a while, and everyone was surprised. Because people in their family rarely go out, Lin Feng explained that, although he had found a solution, this method still had risks and required some materials. He left this time to find these materials. Chapter 281 Uninvited Guests. Without these materials, he couldn't make the antidote to remove a curse. The people of the barefoot monster family nodded their heads to show their understanding and told him that it didn't matter if they couldn't find it because they had been enduring the curse for a long time. After Lin Feng left, he immediately found Rod and Ali. After they left the tribe, they acted in batches. Black Widow was responsible for bringing the power gem back to Earth. Thor carried the energy of the healing gem and couldn't hide it, so he went to other places. He wouldn't come back until this matter was over. Ali thought that the barefoot monster family was his friend, and he wanted to help them solve this matter. Rod was very interested in these things, and he also liked to study things related to magicians and curses, so he had been investigating. When Lin Feng found them, they were still investigating. Seeing Lin Feng, Rod excitedly shared his research results with him. After this period of research and data collection, they discovered the secret of the family being cursed. Lin Feng was very excited after hearing this, and his plan was about to come true. It was really timely that they found the reason so quickly. He curiously asked the reason why the whole family was cursed. Rod and Ali were a little embarrassed after hearing this. They did know the reason, but the reason was a bit ridiculous. Ali also nodded and said that he had never heard of such a curse. Lin Feng was even more curious after hearing this. What exactly was the reason that made them all feel so interesting? So, Rod slowly told the story. It turned out that the ancestors of the barefoot monsters were just as innocent as them. In that era, the place where they lived was prosperous and civilized, attracting many travelers to visit. Among them, their family was naturally included. One day, a traveling wizard stepped into this land. The wizard brought many rare treasures, including some mysterious things. The barefoot monsters accidentally discovered these treasures, and one of them approached to take a look out of curiosity. While the wizard was not paying attention, they took a piece of food from it. After tasting it, they found that the food was extremely delicious. Although the family members were simple, they had no resistance to delicious food. So, the food was quickly eaten up by them. Afterwards, when they realized that it was the wizard's thing, they were filled with panic and fear of being investigated, so they hurriedly fled there. When the mage found out that the food was missing, he was furious because the food contained special power. He had gone through hardships to collect herbs and carefully refined it. He used the surrounding environment to set up a formation and recalled the scene at that time. It turned out that the one who stole his treasure was actually a barefoot monster. Because he didn't know them well, the mage saw that they were burly and mistakenly thought that they were also evil. So he cursed this family, and this curse has continued to this day. Lin Feng was unbelievable after hearing this story. The cause of this curse was so absurd, just because of stealing food. However, it's okay, they always thought that it was their big feet that brought the curse. But this reason cannot be changed, and they can only rely on healing gems to maintain their lives. Now that the truth is revealed, as long as the mage who cast the curse can be found, the problem can be completely solved. However, Lin Feng felt a headache again. After all, it has been many years since this happened, and it is probably difficult for anyone to remember it. Moreover, the one who came into contact with the mage at that time was just a barefoot monster. Others may have never seen the appearance of the mage, so it is not easy to find him. At this time, Rhodes found a clue. That civilization left a lot of archives, recording the information of visitors. According to the records, not many wizards came here. Combined with the time when they were cursed, the approximate period of the curse can be inferred. During that period, there were only 3 wizards who could have cast the curse. These 3 wizards are quite mysterious, but one of them specializes in healing magic. He is unlikely to curse others, so he was ruled out first. Among the other 2, one has disappeared for many years, and it is not even known whether there are descendants. This clue is also broken, and the only one worth investigating is the last wizard. Although this wizard has also been missing for a long time, fortunately, he has descendants left on Mercury. After learning the news, Ali said that he had a way to find them. Ali has a wide network of contacts on Mercury, and he immediately used his men to look for the descendants of the wizard. At this time, Rhodes found that Sol was missing, so he asked Lin Feng where he had gone. This was something that Lin Feng and Sol had discussed, so naturally it could not be revealed. If the truth was told, Rhodes might still be able to remain calm, but only might become suspicious. They might even suspect that their motives were not pure, so Lin Feng made up an excuse and said that Thor had gone to perform other tasks. Rhodes did not suspect anything after hearing this, so the matter was dropped. Ali's network of resources was indeed strong. It was troublesome to find someone on Mercury, but he quickly found the descendants of the mage. There were many descendants of the mage, but most of them had moved elsewhere, and only one was still working on Mercury. Their information had been checked, and they could go there at any time. This made everyone excited and fortunate. It turned out that the method to lift the curse had always been around them, but they had never discovered it. Since they had found the method, they did not delay any longer and headed directly in that direction. After finding the mage felt very unfamiliar with them. When they mentioned the curse, the mage said that he seemed to have some impression of it, but he needed to find information to confirm it. The mage was rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find something, and finally found a book from the bookcase. The book recorded the whole incident. It turned out that the mage had always regretted cursing the barefoot monster family. He knew that he had gone too far, so he wanted to find a way to compensate them. However, the wizard family encountered a special situation later, and the family was torn apart. Therefore, he never had time to lift the curse. Later, the wizard died in the war, and no one mentioned the matter again. The wizard was worried that such a situation would happen one day, so he wrote it down in the book. But although later people knew about it, they didn't know where the barefoot monster family was. So the matter was shelved and no one asked about it. After both parties clarified the misunderstanding, the wizard immediately went back to the room to make an antidote. After a long time, he took out a bunch of small pills and handed them to Lin Feng and others. Tell them that these are antidotes, and they can lift the curse. After being distributed to the barefoot monster family, this task was given to Lin Feng, who told himself that he could turn into a barefoot monster. Otherwise, if other people sent the antidote, they might not believe it. He did not tell them about what happened between him and Thor before, or more precisely, he didn't want anyone to know about it. At that time, just tell them that the curse of the barefoot monster family has been lifted, and leaving the healing gem will be useless. So, they gave the healing gem to the mage, and the matter was successfully concluded. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took the initiative to undertake this task. Rod and Ali thought it made sense. They were going to other places at this time, and were not very interested in lifting the curse of the barefoot monster family. They had found the formula for the antidote, and asked the mage to refine it. But they were still very curious about the situation of this family. Especially Rod. He found that the power of the mage was very strong, and wanted to study the mage's attack method. So, they left in a hurry and were busy. All the antidotes were handed over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng analyzed these antidotes through the system, and confirmed that there was no problem, before he was relieved. After he recovered his energy, he immediately turned into a barefoot monster, and came to their family. When he appeared, the family members were surprised, and hurriedly welcomed him into the family hall. Lin Feng recounted his previous experience. The family members were shocked after hearing it. They didn't expect that the family curse came from such a ridiculous thing. Although it would be embarrassing for them if this matter was spread, they had nothing to say. After all, it was the fault of someone inside the family and they couldn't blame others. At this time, Lin Feng took out a bottle from his bag. The family members looked at him in confusion. Lin Feng showed them the bottle and said, "With the help of Rod and Ali, I found the descendant of the mage. Through him, I learned that the mage did not blame your family, but felt very regretful. Therefore, he left the method of making the antidote. But later the mage family encountered war, and he was not spared. This matter has been put on hold. When I told this matter, they made these antidotes for me. I have tried these antidotes and there is no problem at all. Each of you take one." The members of the barefoot monster family were very excited after hearing this. They were simple-minded, and never doubted the authenticity of these antidotes. So, they took the antidote in an orderly manner. After taking the antidote, they felt that their bodies had changed. The barefoot monsters immediately understood that the curse on them had been lifted. They were filled with joy, and spun around Lin Feng happily. Not long after, each member of the barefoot monster family flashed a purple glow. After these purple lights overflowed from their bodies, they quickly dissipated in the air. Lin Feng sensed an ancient and deep curse power from these purple lights. He recalled the wizard's instructions before leaving, and it seemed that the antidote he gave had taken effect. Soon, the light on them gradually faded, and the people of the barefoot monster family felt their own power again. They were pleasantly surprised to find that their physical condition was better than ever before. Obviously, the curse that had plagued the family for a long time had been lifted, which made them very excited and full of respect and gratitude for Lin Feng. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with joy. At this time, Lin Feng took out a green gem from behind. When the family members saw this gem, they were surprised beyond words, because this was the gem that their family had lost. They were very surprised. Wasn't this gem taken away by the man in black? How could it appear in Lin Feng's hands? Lin Feng immediately explained to them. Because the family owned this gem, they had always lacked the motivation to lift the curse. So he arranged for someone to take the gem away, so that they would feel a sense of crisis and support him to lift the curse. After hearing this, the family members nodded to show their understanding and expressed their deep gratitude for his help. Now that the curse has been lifted, the gem is no longer of much significance to them. After some discussion, they decided to give the green gem to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the gem and put it in his pocket without hesitation. At this time, some smart barefoot monsters had guessed that Lin Feng might not be from their family. Lin Feng immediately restored his true form, and everyone was shocked to see that he was the one who came here with Yifan to find the healing gem. It seems that the purpose of their trip was for this gem. Yifan revealed the plan to them, and the family members were very surprised after hearing it. They didn't expect Lin Feng to do so much for the family, and they no longer cared about the gains and losses of the gem. Lin Feng had achieved his goal, holding the green gem in his hand, and was ready to say goodbye to the family and return to Earth. At this time, the barefoot monster family stopped him and said that they had something important to discuss. Lin Feng stopped curiously, wondering what else the family wanted. The family members said that in view of his hard work in finding the gem and his great help to the family, they wanted to give him a reward. One of the members revealed that he had seen an orange gem that was exactly the same as this gem. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He was so lucky. He had just found the power gem and the healing gem, and now he had also got the clue of the orange gem. He excitedly asked about the whereabouts of the gem, and the barefoot monster family told him the location of the orange gem. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this, but he was not familiar with this world, and it was difficult to locate it accurately. He decided to go back to discuss with Rhodes and Thor. To express his gratitude, the family members offered to lead them. Lin Feng was overjoyed. After thanking them, he found Thor, who was hiding aside, and told him what happened. Thor was shocked after hearing this and felt guilty about his previous behavior. At the same time, they were excited about the clues of the gem provided by the family and decided to set off immediately to find it. The family members told them that this orange gem had been found in the center of the earth, and a map was drawn and left in the family. They hurriedly looked for the map in the family hall and finally found it at the bottom of a box. Lin Feng took the map and unfolded it to check it out. The record was extremely detailed. They decided to leave this place and return to Earth, but the family reminded them that the environment in the center of the Earth is harsh and the temperature of the magma is extremely high, so they need to proceed with caution. Lin Feng knew that he could not withstand the high temperature, and Thor suggested to gather more people to go together. Lin Feng thought it made sense, so he called Rhodes and others. Rhodes was very happy to hear that he had found clues to the gems again, and decided to follow the map to go to the center of the earth. After the group arrived, they found that the temperature in the cave was extremely high, and it was difficult to go deeper. They could feel a strong force inside, and the gems in their hands were also sensing the orange gems inside. Thor volunteered to go down and find out, and everyone agreed to his request. However, even with an elemental body, Thor could not resist the powerful energy. After he barely resisted for a while, he had to flee back in embarrassment. Lin Feng hurried to treat his injuries. Thor described that the power inside was strong, and he was unable to take out the gems. Chapter 282 Treasures in Space. Rhodes suggested using his Iron Man armor to find out what was going on, and everyone thought it was feasible. Rhodes put on his armor and rushed into the center of the earth, while everyone waited anxiously outside. Suddenly, a big fireball rushed out of the cave, and everyone panicked. After the fireball landed, everyone found that it was Rhodes. They hurriedly put out the fire for Rhodes and treated his injuries. Rhodes described that he was close to the gem, but couldn't take it out. The power of the armor was also rapidly consumed, and he had to escape before the power was exhausted. Everyone was helpless and felt helpless about this mysterious power. At this time, the barefoot monster family came. Lin Feng told them about the dilemma, and the family members said that they came here to solve this problem. After hearing this, everyone was surprised and asked him what tricks he had to solve this problem. The barefoot monster family slowly said that the reason they were able to find this gem was because they were not afraid of high temperatures and could freely shuttle through the magma in the center of the earth. I wanted to tell everyone about this before, but I forgot it for a while. In addition, Lin Feng left very early, and they were worried that if they did not come in time, they might not be able to get the gem. After hearing this, Lin Feng and others were very happy. Originally, they were helpless about this, but now with these helpers, they have more confidence and believe that they can definitely get the gem. After some discussion, the barefoot monsters decided to send the strongest person in the tribe to go deep into the center of the earth to retrieve the gem. I saw a burly barefoot monster resolutely jumping into the center of the earth. Everyone was waiting anxiously above, looking at the rolling magma below, feeling uneasy. Rhodes, Thor and others looked worried. The temperature of the magma was extremely high, which was worrying. And that person had been down for a long time. Would he encounter any accidents? Other barefoot monsters comforted everyone, saying that since the elders had gone down, it meant that they had no fear of it. The reason why it took so long was because they were not moving quickly and needed to rely on their physical strength to slowly go down. After hearing this, everyone felt a little relieved. At this time, they suddenly realized that a powerful force was surging below. Unknown source. Everyone was on guard, fearing that it was some powerful threat. Soon, a hand stretched out from the magma, followed by a head. Everyone suddenly realized that it was the barefoot monster that went into the magma. Everyone hurriedly pulled him up to the ground. After the barefoot monster came ashore, he collapsed on the ground like an octopus. Although he was not afraid of the high temperature, the distance was really long, and the process of finding the gem made him exhausted. If he was not physically strong, he would not be able to hold on until now. Everyone cast expectant eyes and asked him if he had brought back the gem. The barefoot monster knew what everyone was looking forward to and took out an orange gem from his arms. Seeing the gem, everyone sensed its energy and confirmed that it was correct. They were very excited, and another gem was obtained. At this moment, a strong space fluctuation came. Lin Feng's face changed suddenly, and he was very familiar with this kind of fluctuation. Rhodes and Thor also felt this familiar space fluctuation. The only one who could cause such a fluctuation was their old rival, Thanos. Everyone quickly set up a battle formation. Lin Feng held the orange gem tightly in his hand. He knew that Thanos must have come for this gem. Although he didn't know how he knew the whereabouts of the gem, he must not let him succeed. It is safest to hide the gem in oneself. The barefoot monster saw that everyone was facing a great enemy and were puzzled. Rod and Thor hurriedly explained that an extremely evil person was about to come and tried to snatch the gem. If the gem fell into his hands, it would be a disaster for the universe. After hearing this, the barefoot monsters resolutely decided to lend a hand to everyone. Although they look rough, they love peace. Otherwise, with their strength, it would be difficult for them to coexist peacefully with other races. Hearing that someone wanted to destroy peace, they also felt nervous and prepared to fight. Rod handed the magic box in his hand to Lin Feng, thinking that he was the strongest and it was safest for him to keep the gem. Lin Feng nodded and put the gem into the magic box. When Thanos arrived, he saw everyone at a glance, especially the mysterious power emanating from Japan, and he sensed that it was the Infinity Stone. He came here for this, but he didn't expect to be beaten to the punch by everyone. He was so angry that he attacked everyone. The barefoot monsters were furious when they saw this. Although they don't like fighting, it doesn't mean they won't fight. Facing a powerful enemy, they stepped forward and stood in front of everyone. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this. He knew Thanos' strength and was worried that the barefoot monsters would not be able to resist. However, it was too late and Thanos' attack had arrived. Although the barefoot monsters had strength, they were not strong enough in other aspects and were quickly knocked down by Thanos. Seeing this, the tribesmen came forward to support, but to no avail. Seeing this, Lin Feng asked Rhodes and Thor to join the battle. The two were strong and fought with Thanos. Others assisted in the attack. Lin Feng also joined the battle, and Thanos looked even more solemn when he saw this. He knew Lin Feng's strength and was very careful when fighting him. The two sides fought fiercely for a long time, and Lin Feng saw wounds all around, especially the barefoot monsters. Although they were strong, they lacked combat experience and were no match for Thanos. If this continued, even if he could hold on, his people would not be able to support him. He had to end the battle as soon as possible and heal his people. So he winked at Rhodes and Thor. The two understood and tried their best to stop Thanos. Seeing this, Thanos rushed to Lin Feng and tried to stop him from using that powerful force. However, Lin Feng had become more and more proficient in controlling this force. He left a phantom ready to go. Thanos burst out with all his strength, repelling everyone around him and rushing straight to Lin Feng. However, his fist hit the phantom and the phantom dissipated instantly. Seeing this, everyone cheered. Rhodes and Thor also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were no match for Thanos, they could still delay for a while. Now Lin Feng calmly faced Thanos' attack. He must have been well prepared. Sure enough, what was in front of him was just an illusion. At this time, Lin Feng's voice came. He used the power of the demon Emperor Dijun in his body, and the aura of oppression emerged again. Under this pressure, Thanos felt depressed. He had been defeated by this skill many times, and knew how powerful it was. With Lin Feng, the possibility of him getting the Infinity Stone was very small. So, he decided to give up this gem and look for another place. He couldn't let himself fall into danger again for a gem. So, he used his body skills to retreat quickly, escape from here, and flew away on a spaceship. Seeing this, everyone knew that they had escaped from danger, and their hearts were full of joy, so they cheered here. However, when they saw the barefoot monsters all over the ground, they felt uncomfortable again. Especially the people of the barefoot monster family. They were even more heartbroken. These are all their relatives. The family is already sparsely populated, and now so many are injured. It is a blessing to be able to save them. Listening to the groans of these injured people, everyone's hearts were heavy. At this time, their eyes turned to Lin Feng at the same time. Seeing this, Ali looked at them in confusion, not understanding why they were all staring at Lin Feng. Rhodes and Thor hurriedly explained that among their group, Lin Feng had extremely magical and varied abilities. One of them was a powerful healing ability, which was even more powerful and magical than the healing gem. They also talked about Lin Feng's past, including that he had helped Hawkeye regain his sight. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Treating injuries may not be uncommon, but rebuilding eyes for the blind is unheard of. Therefore, everyone looked at Lin Feng with a fiery gaze, hoping that he could help. Lin Feng felt everyone's expectations and looked at the injured members of the barefoot monster family. However, after checking, he found that the injuries of these people were not optimistic. Although they were physically strong, Thanos was too powerful for them. These were all serious injuries. If it weren't for Lin Feng's ability, they would probably have been unable to support it. But Lin Feng was also exhausted at the moment. If he helped them, he would be weak for a while. However, he gritted his teeth and decided to save people first. After all, they appeared here to help him find the orange gem. Not only did they give him the green gem, but they also provided clues to the orange gem. And in the battle just now, they even stepped forward to protect him. How could Lin Feng just stand by and watch? So, he activated the healing power of his whole body, and a green light appeared on his body. Everyone felt magical when they saw the green light. Because the power in this green light was even stronger than the healing gem, it instantly covered the wounds of every barefoot monster. A miracle happened. Everyone's injuries improved rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they soon recovered. Lin Feng felt weak at this time, and the people around him hurriedly helped him up. The people of the barefoot monster family cheered when they saw their relatives recover, and their attitude towards Lin Feng became more and more different. After returning to the barefoot monster family's territory, they took out their treasured delicacies to entertain Lin Feng. They asked Lin Feng to sit in the first seat and expressed their deep gratitude to him. These foods have unique tastes, and some are even unique to this place. They use special abilities to preserve them to ensure that the food is fresh and not spoiled. Everyone was amazed as they tasted these delicacies. After a while, Lin Feng recovered and proposed to go back to Earth. After hearing this, Ali felt a little reluctant. He had established a deep friendship with the people of the barefoot monster family and experienced a lot together. Moreover, his original life on Mercury was monotonous and full of cold tasks. Therefore, he hesitated whether to stay here and live with the barefoot monster family. He looked at Rod, Thor and others, who had also formed a deep friendship during this period. Although they also had tasks to return to Earth, they were also reluctant to hear the news that Lin Feng was leaving. The people of the barefoot monster family even sent them away in person, and Ali's performance also impressed them. They felt that Ali was quite powerful, and if they could go to Earth, they might be able to enhance their strength. So, Lin Feng proposed to take Ali to Earth to have a look. Rod and Thor heard this and nodded repeatedly. Ali was cheerful and knowledgeable, and it was always pleasant to communicate with him. They got along very happily during this period, and they really didn't want to separate unless it was absolutely necessary. It would be even better if Ali could go to Earth so that they could get together for a long time and continue their happy life. Ali was also moved after hearing this. He had heard about the prosperity and bustle of the Earth and had always yearned for it. Although he had never been there before, he always envied it. He didn't like a lonely life, so he had always wanted to go to the Earth, but had never taken action. Now his friends invited him to the Earth, which rekindled this idea. After everyone discussed it, Ali decided to go with them. After returning to the Earth, everyone heard the news and rushed to greet them. This trip was fruitful. Not only did they recover the power gem that was stolen by Loki, but they also found the healing gem and the orange gem. Everyone was curious when they saw Ali, a new face. Seeing this, Rod and Thor hurriedly introduced Ali to everyone and let him get to know everyone. Fortunately, everyone present was warm and hospitable, without a strange temper, and the communication with Ali was very harmonious. Ali was good at chatting and knowledgeable, and soon got along with everyone. Yi Pan was relieved to see this scene, so he prepared to hand over the gem to S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone nodded in agreement and decided to go together. After entering S.H.I.E.L.D., the people inside were shocked to see them bring back 2 gems. They said that this was Lin Feng's credit and they would definitely ask for credit for him. But Lin Feng didn't care about these credits. He yearned for a free and easy life. After talking with them, the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to see the 2 gems with their own eyes. After they got the gems, they found that they were indeed magical and had the same power as the power gem. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared to lock the gems in a safe and claimed that the safe used the most advanced technology in the world and no one could break it. However, others were still a little worried after hearing this, especially Black Widow. She felt that the security measures here were not perfect. It might be effective against ordinary people, but for those powerful enemies who coveted the infinite gems, it would be easy to break this safe. Therefore, she did not think it was safe to put the gems in the safe. But she also understood that this matter was not something she could decide. If she forced an objection, it might be misunderstood. So she chose to remain silent, but she thought that it was safest to put the gems on Lin Feng. The power of these gems is not stable yet. Once out of control, it is enough to destroy this place. And Lin Feng has a strong power to control these gems, and even Thanos is not his opponent. Therefore, it is safest to put the gem in his hands. Even if it is not on him, it is better to put it on Master Ancient One. After all, the space gem was kept by him before, and no one dared to take it so far. After the matter was settled, everyone returned to their respective residences. At this time, Ali followed Rod and Thor to explore new places. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the outcome of the matter. He felt that his strength had improved, so he immediately went back to practice in seclusion. After several practices, he found that every time he used the power of the Demon Emperor Jun, the charging time was gradually shortened. This surprised him, especially when he recalled the battle with Thanos, when the charging time had been greatly shortened. Chapter 283, The Past. The past is gone. Therefore, he firmly believed that, if he retreated for a while longer, he would be able to break through himself further. Thinking of this, he went straight back. In the evening, Rhodes and Sol took Ali back to his room. Seeing the three people return, Lin Feng was curious. It turned out that this was Ali's first time on Earth. Ali did not have a fixed residence here, and they had been playing until night. As the owner of this place, Lin Feng felt that it was not appropriate to place Ali outdoors, so he planned to arrange him near his room. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and agreed without thinking. There were still several empty rooms near his room, so it would be fine for Ali to stay. So he went back to his room to take out the keys of those empty rooms and ask them to sort out one for Ali to live in. After the arrangements were made, he returned to his room to continue practicing. Rhodes and Sol knew his habits very well, so they did not disturb him. They thought, no wonder this person is so powerful. He always seizes every free time to practice. With such enthusiasm, how can he not be strong? Lin Feng has gradually mastered the use of this power. Now, it doesn't take much time for him to mobilize all his strength to launch an attack. After a period of attempts, he was satisfied and ready to rest. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly felt that someone broke into the yard. At first, he thought it was Ollie and didn't pay much attention. But soon, he felt that it might not be and wondered if Rhodes and Thor were joking. However, he quickly rejected this idea. Although these two people sometimes acted unruly, they would never disturb him at a critical moment. They had never come when he was practicing, which made him confused. He could feel two different auras. Besides Ollie, there were others. Thinking of this, his face changed suddenly. No one had ever come here since he moved in, and there must be something strange about it. But there was nothing particularly eye-catching about him, and even if it was for the treasure, they shouldn't come to him. Why did they find him? He was puzzled. However, he just wanted to take this opportunity to test his ability. So, he immediately turned on his ability and explored around. Sure enough, in his room, besides Ollie, there was another strange aura, right next to Ollie. Lin Feng guessed that this person might be looking for Ali. This also explains why no one had come before, but someone came after Ali moved in. So, he ignored that place and continued to practice. After practicing for a while, he saw that it was already late at night, and he thought that he had not rested for a long time. Although he no longer needed to rest at his current level, the habit he had developed over a long period of time made him decide to rest. Seeing that there was nothing unusual next door, he felt relieved. Maybe nothing happened. During this period, he had been looking for gems outside and guarding against sneak attacks, and there were many things to do, and the chaos made him a little nervous. He laughed at himself and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, he felt that there was something strange in the next room, and it seemed that the matter was not simple. He wanted to get up to check, but suddenly heard Alice scream from next door. Hearing the sound, Lin Feng's face changed slightly. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. Maybe Ali was in trouble. So he hurriedly put down the things in his hands and hurried over. At this time, Lin Feng was about to enter Ollie's room when he saw a figure rushing out of the room. Seeing this, he chased after him without hesitation. The figure did not expect that there was an ambush outside, and seeing that he could not escape, he turned around and fought with Lin Feng. When the figure approached, Lin Feng found that this person was wearing yellow clothes and a mask on his face, so he could not see his face clearly. But from his skills, it can be seen that this person's kung fu is not weak. He must have been instructed by someone, otherwise it is impossible to explain why he would target Ollie. The man in yellow rushed directly towards Lin Feng. He was holding a dagger in his hand and stabbed Lin Feng directly. This made Lin Feng conclude that this person must belong to a certain organization and must have killed many people before, otherwise he would not have such skilled skills. Although the man in yellow has some skills, he is far inferior to Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged and easily avoided the attack, and then used the power in his hand to capture this person. A golden force emerged in Lin Feng's hand. This golden force was like silk thread, interweaving in the air. Not long after, it was woven into a net. Then, the golden net rushed directly towards the assassin in yellow. Seeing this, the assassin in yellow was horrified and wanted to turn around and flee. However, he was a step slower and was firmly covered by the golden net. The golden net contained magical power, which made it impossible for him to display his skills. He tried to cut the golden net with a dagger, but no matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. The golden net had completely bound him, and he couldn't even move, let alone escape. Lin Feng returned to Ali's room and found Ali lying in a pool of blood. He quickly helped Ali up and found that he had many wounds on his body. He used his ability to heal Ali. After the healing was completed, his heart was filled with anger. From these wounds, it can be seen that Ali suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, he discovered it in time and used his healing ability to heal him. Otherwise, if it was a step later, even he would be powerless to save the situation. He was full of doubts in his heart. Who are these people, and how can they be so cruel? As far as he knows, Ali has never been to Earth and has no enemies on Earth. The appearance of these people is really weird. Ali had just arrived here on the first day when he encountered such an attack. Fortunately, he lived next to him. Otherwise, if Ali died here, he would have a hard time explaining it. Moreover, Ali was invited to Earth by them, and if he failed to take good care of him, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. At this time, he looked at the man in yellow next to him. He interrogated the man why he attacked Ali, but no matter how he interrogated him, he did not get any response. The man in yellow remained silent. At this time, the people outside also noticed the strangeness here and rushed over. When Lin Feng told them about the matter, they were also shocked. They told Lin Feng that they could handle the matter, and they were experienced in interrogating prisoners. After listening, Lin Feng thought it made sense, so he handed the matter over to them. After a while, they brought a report. Everyone looked solemn after reading it, and it was obvious that the result was not optimistic. They found out from the man in yellow that he belonged to a group called the Yellow Organization. Originally, this organization had nothing to do with them. In addition, they have always been low-key, so few people know of their existence. However, this time, when they saw Ali coming to Earth, they attacked him. After hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Didn't they say that Ali had never been to Earth? Why was he involved with this organization? The man seemed to see their confusion and explained. Earth is just a branch of this organization. They have bases on Earth, and in other places as well. This organization has always been hostile to Ali. After hearing this, everyone nodded, but they were still confused about the inner connection between the two forces. They speculated that this person was probably coming for Ali. After all, this is their territory, and this incident happened on their territory. It would be better to hand this person over to Ali for disposal. After this, everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that this was the best policy. Soon, Ali woke up. He found that he was seriously injured and was very angry. After all, this was Earth, not his Mercury territory. If he was on Mercury, he could use the power of nature and would never be attacked by this person. Thinking back to the fact that he had few rivals and was extremely powerful. Even in Mercury, he was a dominant force, but he did not expect to be attacked by this little character. Thinking of this, he felt humiliated and angry, so he killed the enemy in yellow. Seeing this, the others did not say much, which was also their joint decision. But they were very curious about what kind of relationship Ali had with the Yellow Organization that made them chase here and intend to kill Ali. At this time, Ali sighed and slowly told their story. It turned out that Mercury was not like it is now. At that time, Mercury had no order at all. One of the most powerful forces was the Yellow Organization. The organization was once very powerful and was like a local snake in Mercury. Later, some people gradually became dissatisfied with its rule, and Ali was one of them. Ali witnessed the chaos and disorder on Mercury and became dissatisfied. So he gathered his strength and intended to rebuild order to end the chaos on Mercury. At that time, in addition to him, there were many people who had the same idea. Under Ali's leadership, they established a new order in Mercury City. However, this new order also affected the interests of many people, including the Yellow Organization. As a result, the two sides formed a deep hatred, and then a war broke out. But on Mercury, Ali had many subordinates and was well defended. In addition, Ali could use the local natural energy, so no one could defeat him. The Yellow Organization never succeeded. After that, they fled to other places, and continued to occupy territory. However, Ali rarely left Mercury after that battle and always guarded his own territory, which gave them an opportunity. At some point, they also established a base on Earth. Ali came to Earth some time ago. They noticed this, and immediately reported it to the top of the Yellow Organization. They felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because Ali did not bring many people this time. Moreover, on Earth, he could not use natural forces, and this was his weakest time. If they could take this opportunity to defeat or kill him, they would be able to eliminate a major threat. What's more, if this person died on Earth, they might be able to take this opportunity to blame the Earth. Ali is very influential on Mercury. If he dies on Earth, it will be difficult to explain. It may even trigger a new war between Mercury and Earth. In this way, they only need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and perhaps they can benefit from it. Their plan was fantastic, so they sent their most skilled assassins to take this opportunity to assassinate Ali. However, they just succeeded and were caught by Lin Feng before they could evacuate. In fact, if they were given enough time, their plan might really work. At least Ali would be seriously injured, and the relationship between the two planets would take a sharp turn for the worse. After hearing what Ali said, everyone present was shocked and was glad that they discovered their conspiracy and actions in time. Otherwise, if a new war really broke out, it would be unknown how many innocent people would die on both sides. So everyone turned their eyes to Lin Feng, hoping that he could take this opportunity to completely eradicate this organization. After all, such a terrifying organization that is hostile to the Earth has established a base on the Earth. For them, it is tantamount to a bomb buried next to them. If they don't completely eliminate it, they will not feel at ease. Lin Feng also knew what they were thinking, so he nodded and said that he would help Ali to solve this organization. Ali said that, no matter where the people of the Yellow Organization are, they will cause large-scale riots. After he unified Mercury, he left many organizations and allowed them to survive on Mercury. But he never left the Yellow Organization, because they would only destroy Mercury. For the peace of his home, he had no choice but to expel them. Now, they have established a base on Earth, which is a big problem. If they are allowed to grow, the entire Earth will fall into chaos. Therefore, he begged Lin Feng to help him eliminate this organization. In this way, he can not only eliminate potential threats to the Earth, but also eliminate an opponent for himself. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and looked at Ali again, thinking that what he said was true and not a disguise. So he nodded and agreed to this matter. Ali was overjoyed when he saw this. Then, he wanted to find other people to help him find the base of this organization and completely eliminate it. At this time, Rhodes hurried over with an anxious look. Seeing Rhodes like this, everyone asked curiously what happened. Rhodes informed that a large-scale riot had occurred in the southern block. Everyone was surprised to hear this. This incident happened in their territory, which was rare and almost never happened before. The sudden incident made them nervous, and they rushed to S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out the situation. At this time, many people had gathered here. They looked at the information on the table with frowns. This incident alarmed many people. Lin Feng, Rhodes, Thor and others decided to investigate first to find out the reason. After all, this matter was unreasonable and there must be something strange. They came to the scene and found that many people did participate in the riot. But Ali suddenly stopped them because he found that some of them looked abnormal. After hearing this, everyone also observed these people carefully. If you don't look closely, it's really hard to find that the people from the Yellow Organization are mixed in. At this time, Lin Feng used his magical powers to observe these people and found that they were wearing the same yellow clothes as the previous person. He told everyone about this discovery, and everyone was shocked. He didn't expect that these people were all members of the Yellow Organization. It seems that this riot was planned by the Yellow Organization. Everyone's faces were extremely ugly. They wanted to cause trouble for the yellow organization, but they didn't expect that the other party would come to them first. They judged that many of them were forced to come here without knowing it. So, they made a plan, and Lin Feng would identify the members of the yellow organization. Then, they would be responsible for capturing all the members of the organization and executing them on the spot. After the plan was set, they rushed towards those people. Lin Feng was responsible for finding the target. He used magic to easily find the members of the yellow organization hiding in the crowd. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The Big Boss Behind the Scenes. After finding them, Lin Feng directly transmitted the information of these people to Rhodes' communication system. After seeing these people in the communication system, everyone immediately rushed into the crowd and captured them. The members of the yellow organization were angry and wanted to resist when they saw the crowd coming. But they were surprised to see that they only captured some people. When their coats were stripped off, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that these people were actually in the same group. At this time, other members of the yellow organization who were not exposed saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape from the scene. Seeing this, Lin Feng wondered how he would let them succeed. They actually started a riot under his nose, which was simply a provocation to him. So he directly launched an attack and attacked those people. With the efforts of everyone, many members of the yellow organization were annihilated on the spot. Many civilians also realized that if they continued to follow them, they would not end well. After all, these people looked fierce and evil. Many civilians quickly evacuated the area. Of course, some members of the yellow organization took this opportunity to slip away. Lin Feng didn't have too many feelings about this. Those people left and left. There were countless small fish and shrimps, and he didn't need to tangle with these guys. What he really wanted to find was the mastermind behind this chaos. He didn't think that such a large-scale riot would be planned by these small characters. There must be their big boss hidden in it. He felt quite strange about this riot, because the whole thing gave people the feeling that it was prepared extremely hastily. If it was just an ordinary institutional riot, a few of them would be enough to deal with it easily. Therefore, he intuitively felt that there was a deeper conspiracy behind it. At this moment, he always felt that someone was watching him in the dark, and that person was nearby. The person who was staring at him at this time was definitely not an ordinary person. That person should have been lurking outside. If he was the planner of this riot, he would never participate in it personally, but would observe from the side and direct his men to act. At this time, he noticed that a member of the yellow organization was hiding something. This item aroused his vigilance. He took it and saw that it was a communicator. If you don't observe carefully, it's really hard to detect. When he found the communicator, he found that it was connected to a terminal. It was through this terminal that they were issued orders. So he used his ability to track the terminal and finally found it behind a building. He told several people around him about this. They nodded and left separately, pretending to be unaware of it. After that, they approached the man secretly and found someone hiding behind the building, observing everything. The man found that the communicators on some members of the army had lost contact. He was about to escape, but he found that two people blocked his way. These two people were Rhodes and Thor, who came. The two of them quickly subdued the man. After catching him, they asked him why he started a riot here. But the man kept his mouth shut, but judging from his dress, he should be a leader of the yellow organization. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly thought of one of his abilities, but he had never used this ability before. Using this ability, he could check the other party's memory and perhaps find clues. So he told the two people next to him about this idea. The two were shocked to hear that he had such an ability and decided to let him try. Lin Feng mobilized all his strength, turned into a soul state, and directly invaded the body of the yellow-clothed leader. Not long after, he withdrew from the man's memory. The people around him saw him wake up from his memory and hurriedly surrounded him to ask about the situation. Lin Feng just shook his head and said that those people were just following orders, and coming here to create a riot was their mission. As for why they wanted to complete the mission, the man might have been prepared and did not reveal it. So now this clue has been broken. Everyone felt very disappointed after hearing this news. They had originally hoped to find the reason for the rebellion through this person. However, Lin Feng comforted them. It's not completely fruitless. I just found out through their communication system that many of them are colluding with each other, and some of them we haven't discovered yet. If we can track them through their memories, maybe we can catch them all in one fell swoop, without missing a single one. After hearing his words, everyone rekindled their hope. If this is true, then they have gained something this time. So, Lin Feng used his ability to show the faces of those people one by one. Then, everyone searched one by one according to these faces. The members of the yellow organization were very surprised because they were not wearing the organization's uniforms. So when other people were caught, they were not nervous and thought they could not be caught. However, what puzzled them was that these people could now accurately find their location. It was too late to escape, and soon they were caught in one fell swoop, and all the members of the yellow organization in this area were eliminated. After the matter was resolved, the local police and army arrived quickly. They took over the scene, and they were better at pacifying the masses. It was enough to leave these tasks to them, and there was no need for Lin Feng and others to continue to participate. However, they took all the members of the yellow organization back to SYNOPSIS. After taking them back, the people around were very surprised to see these people. When they learned that these people were the culprits of the riot, their expressions became complicated. After a period of interrogation, they found that these people did not know much information, but it was certain that there must be a bigger conspiracy behind them. After learning this, everyone's expressions became solemn again. Chen Haitian also realized that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Originally, they thought it was just because of personal grudges, but now it seems that they made such a big fuss, not just for personal reasons. Even the previous assassination was not just aimed at him, but at the entire shield. At this point, they decided to use modern technology to investigate the truth of the matter. So they submitted an application to retrieve all the surveillance videos near this area, hoping to find some clues. Sure enough, after a period of investigation, they found some anomalies. On this day, Lin Feng was called over, and when he saw everyone gathered together, he knew that there should be a discovery. After some investigation, they found that the yellow organization was connected to Thanos. Originally thought it was just an ordinary cooperative relationship, but later found that things were far from that simple. Although they didn't have much contact on Earth, but from the intelligence obtained from other places, they must have ulterior motives behind them. At this time, Chen Haitian thought that he also had an intelligence network under his command, and perhaps he could get more information through this network. After hearing this, everyone nodded. This matter was no longer just his business, not to mention that it involved Thanos. Therefore, this matter was far more complicated than they imagined now. Not long after, news came from there, confirming that the Yellow Organization had frequent contact with Thanos. Some insiders had already investigated and found that this organization had long since surrendered to Thanos. Thanos used them to disrupt the order in various places. Although everyone was mentally prepared, they were still shocked to hear that this organization was actually a subordinate organization of Thanos. They had not noticed this organization before, but they were involved in many things that had happened recently. Now that they were linked together, these recent events were not accidental. There were people behind the scenes manipulating them secretly. In this way, it seemed that it was indeed Thanos who did it. Later, another message came from the intelligence network. It said that Thanos did this to fight against SHIELD. During this period of confrontation with Thanos, he suffered heavy losses and was even seriously injured. He was unwilling to give up, so he thought of cooperating with this organization. This organization exists by relying on his powerful strength, and they can set up a base on Earth. The Earth has a large population, and they can develop here secretly without being noticed. Then they can wait for an opportunity to sabotage and contain Thanos' actions. Even if possible, they can disperse all the people of SHIELD. At that time, once the power of shield is dispersed, they can eliminate these people one by one. If shield's defense is relaxed, he can take the opportunity to sneak in here. Like Loki before, take away all the infinite gems collected here. During this period of time, he has been suppressed by Lin Feng, which makes him feel that his strength is still too weak. If he can get these gems, he may be able to strengthen his strength. At that time, even Lin Feng will not be his opponent, and he can take the opportunity to completely eliminate Lin Feng in the bud. Otherwise, if Lin Feng is allowed to continue to grow, maybe one day he will grow to a point where he cannot be eliminated. If it were someone else, he might not pay so much attention to him. But Lin Feng's growth rate is too fast, rising rapidly from an unknown person. The time it took is simply incredible. When everyone learned of the news, they were all shocked. Obviously, this is not an ordinary riot, but an organized behavior. If they can plan this action, they will undoubtedly plan the next one. It can be seen that they are extremely cautious about this action, and even the leader of the riot is not clear about the details of the whole process. If I hadn't obtained another clue, I'm afraid this matter would have been hidden in the dark. Black Widow believes that this matter has a great impact and must be reported to the superiors and monitored nationwide. Once an abnormal situation occurs in a certain place, they must be sent to solve it immediately. After listening, everyone nodded in agreement. Although they did not expect their superiors to do anything big, it was good to at least inform them. They knew the importance of intelligence. If their superiors did not provide intelligence, they would not be able to rush to the scene quickly once something happened. When the news spread, everyone's expressions became serious and no longer as relaxed as before. They began to think of ways to improve their strength because they had a premonition that a storm was coming. The situation this time is different from the past. Once a situation occurs, it may affect a larger area and even involve more people. In the past, when they fought against the dark forces, even if there were problems, they were just disputes between them. But the situation is different now. If a riot breaks out on Earth, it will be a huge loss for them. After all, this is their territory, and the riot may also affect the speed of their search for gems. Nowadays, this place has become extremely sensitive. More than one gem is kept here. Once all these gems are lost, it will cause a huge disaster in a short time. Therefore, everyone's expression is extremely serious. They are guarding closely around here, fearing any mistakes. Fortunately, nothing special has happened during this period. Occasionally, a small number of activities of the Yellow Organization appear in certain places, and they will rush to extinguish them as soon as possible. However, no matter how many people are sent, they will always leave a few people in their base for defense. This is their bottom line. However, since that action, the Yellow Organization seems to have disappeared. Although they still do some bad things, it is not a big deal overall. After learning about this, everyone felt a little nervous. Things will never be so simple. Since they dare to do such a thing, it means that they are brewing a bigger plan. Not long after, the superiors conveyed their arrangements. Everyone was skeptical at first, but the superiors produced solid evidence that convinced them. After a period of investigation, they found that there was indeed a shadow of the Yellow Organization behind many things, which made them very nervous. However, they could not solve this problem with their own strength. Therefore, they needed to entrust this matter to Lin Feng and others, hoping that they could thoroughly expose the truth about the Yellow Organization. They would never allow any organization to threaten the safety of the Earth. Just then, they received a message. Since the riot, the Yellow Organization has never launched any particularly large activities. But during this period, they seem to be restless again. They were active in the south before, and now they have moved to the western region. There is a forest in the western region, where many people live. The Yellow Organization launched a riot there. They decided to solve this matter immediately, and it would be better if they could find some clues from it. The gains during this period are indeed very small, probably because they did not launch any large-scale activities. This situation may mean that they are secretly planning something. The task given to them by their superiors is to take this opportunity to wipe out the Yellow Organization. This organization is a huge threat to the Earth and cannot be allowed to continue to exist. After finding the target location, they prepared to go together. In addition to the few of them, this time they also added Black Widow and Captain America. After learning about this, Lin Feng nodded to welcome it. Originally, the strength of these people was indeed a little weak, but the strength of these two people was not weak, and their joining would make it easier for him. Chapter 285 Evil Spirit Eruption. Originally, the two people should have stayed in the base, but during this period, many people were transferred back from outside to strengthen the defense of the base. Therefore, this place is safe for the time being. After finding the target location, they prepared to rush there as quickly as possible. Ordinary means of transportation are too slow. At this time, Black Widow summoned an airship. The airship is not large and can just accommodate a few people. Black Widow told everyone that this is their latest technological product. Because it has just been successfully developed, it has not been announced yet. But its speed is very fast, and using it to travel can save a lot of physical strength, and it is extremely fast. After understanding it, everyone boarded the airship. I have to say that this design is really great. There are many humanized facilities in the airship, and the speed is not slow. Lin Feng was very satisfied when he saw this thing. Although its speed is not as fast as his own rainbow technique and earth-oriented golden light technique, it also has its own advantages. It does not need to consume its own strength. If you encounter urgent and dangerous things in the future, and you can't waste your strength, you can use this method. Of course, the premise is that the matter is not particularly urgent. If the situation is very critical, he will definitely choose to consume his own strength to start space shuttle. Because nothing is faster than the transfer of space wormholes. Not long after, they came to the western region. After arriving, they saw corpses everywhere on the ground, but no one was nearby. This made them very angry, and they speculated that these people were killed by the Yellow Organization. After they walked for a while, Lin Feng suddenly noticed something, so he used the listening technique to sense the surrounding situation. Not long after, he sensed that there was something unusual in the west, so everyone quickly ran to the west. When they arrived in the west, they found that there were many yellow-clothed people guarding there. These yellow-clothed people were holding sophisticated weapons and watching the surroundings vigilantly to prevent anyone from disturbing their plans. Seeing this scene, everyone was more convinced that they were carrying out a plan. So everyone nodded and prepared to attack directly from here. The yellow-clothed people saw someone attacking and hurriedly defended. But their strength was too weak, and they were knocked to the ground not long after. After knocking these people down, they continued to walk inside and found a large altar. Many yellow-clothed people were wearing strange clothes and chanting spells under the altar. Everyone was very confused when they saw this scene. After seeing this situation, Lin Feng immediately counted with his fingers and found that they were releasing a weak force. This force existed on the earth at some point, and it seemed to come from another space. If it is released, this breath will invade the human body, and then the world will be in chaos. After hearing this, everyone was very nervous and rushed over. The yellow-clothed man saw someone invading, and was afraid of disturbing their good things, so he came to resist again. These people are much stronger than those people just now. In order to defeat these people, they spent a lot of effort. After a while, they finally knocked the last person in yellow clothes to the ground. At this time, they were also out of breath, and they did consume a lot of strength in the process. These people are different from ordinary people. They all have a mysterious power. This power is very strange. If you are hit by it, your own power will be eroded. So when fighting with these people, they all feel restrained. Afterwards, these people called the yellow-clothed people next to them for support. Although the strength of the people who came to support was not strong, the large number caused them some trouble. After seeing this situation, Lin Feng no longer hid his strength and directly released a large-scale offensive skill. Lin Feng was like a killing machine on the battlefield, causing damage wherever he went. Seeing Lin Feng so brave, the people around him were very impressed. The efficiency of clearing the miscellaneous soldiers was too high. Unfortunately, they had to consume a lot of strength every time they attacked, and could only rely on their physical strength to attack. If they had powerful skills like Lin Feng, they might be able to save a lot of time. However, they were relieved to be able to solve the problem here. If these guys continue, the consequences will be disastrous. At this time, a group of people in yellow armor came from behind them. They were obviously in the same group as the previous ones, but they were stronger. After arriving here, Mr. did not pay attention to Lin Feng and his group who were fighting fiercely, but cast his eyes on Ali beside him. Ali looked at this man, and suddenly found that he was one of the people he had expelled that year. However, after many years, this person's strength was no longer the same as before, which shocked Ali. The man's face instantly became hideous and terrifying when facing Ali. He will always remember the shame of being expelled from Mercury. Since then, they have been displaced or taking on some hired tasks to barely survive, and their lives are extremely difficult. The root of all this is Ali in front of them. Therefore, they hate Ali to the core, and there is even a wanted order for him in the base, and they want to capture him once they meet him. When these people saw Ali, greed flashed in their eyes. If they could bring him back to the base, they would definitely get a generous reward. So, they rushed to Ali. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately stopped them. He felt that these people might know more about the inside story, so he used the earth binding technique to bind them tightly. These people were trapped by the sudden power, and they were shocked and tried to break free, but to no avail. This bondage not only restricts their movements, but also absorbs their strength. After Lin Feng subdued them, he turned his eyes to the altar, and noticed the weirdness in it. However, they did not know the specific function of the altar, so they cast their eyes on the yellow armored men. But these people seemed to be dead men, refusing to speak, which made them feel quite difficult. The interrogation takes time, but the dark power emanating from the altar is getting stronger and stronger, and they may not be able to wait. At this time, Lin Feng volunteered, and said that he had a way. A golden light burst out from his body, and instantly poured into the bodies of those people, and began to read their memories. The people around were all shocked when they saw this scene, and secretly thanked Lin Feng for being on the same front, otherwise there would be no secrets in front of them. After a while, Lin Feng looked solemn. He said that the altar had been activated when these people arrived, and once it was activated, it could not be stopped unless there was a powerful force to contain it. Seeing this, Huafu forced himself to remain calm and went forward to check the altar. He carefully detected it with instruments and indeed found energy flow, but their power was too weak to solve this problem at all. Everyone tried to inject power, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no response. They knew that their power could not stop the altar, and their hearts were filled with despair. On the other hand, Huafu made careful calculations, and believed that it was not unsolvable. As Lin Feng said, a powerful force was needed. But this power did not come from themselves, but from the power of nature, and the requirements were extremely demanding. He suddenly thought of the orange gem in the base, whose power was completely opposite to the power on the altar, and might be used to restrain the altar. After hearing this, everyone felt that there was a lot of potential. But the problem was that the orange gem was not carried with him. If he went back to get it now, he might not have enough time and the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Feng wanted to use his space ability to go directly to SHIELD, but Black Widow told him that the gem was now under strict guard and she and Captain America had to go there in person to get it. Everyone didn't expect there was such a restriction, and Lin Feng felt helpless. His current power was limited, and he couldn't teleport others to SHIELD, not to mention that Black Widow and Captain America had to go there in person. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and decided to use his space ability to teleport the two of them back in one direction. Although they could no longer return through the wormhole, they could save half the journey. After the two calculated, they thought they had enough time, and accepted Lin Feng's plan. Lin Feng then opened the space channel and the two hurried in. Lin Feng tried his best to maintain the channel, and such a teleportation consumed a lot of his energy. After the two disappeared, he withdrew his power and smiled bitterly. The power of time and space was too difficult to control. He felt that his power was exhausted after just a little use, so he could only sit on the ground to recover his power. Everyone watched the whole of the altar vigilantly. Suddenly, an evil power surged out of the hole. At first it was weak and no one noticed, but it gradually increased, causing everyone to be alert. They tried to attack the altar, but it was ineffective, and the evil power became stronger. They were afraid of destroying the altar, so they did not dare to act rashly. Beefan tried to use his healing ability to dissolve this power, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it was constantly swallowed up. Just when everyone was at a loss, Ali stood up. He said he had a way, and everyone was surprised. They thought Allah's power was mainly reflected in fighting, but they didn't expect him to have the power of purification. Ali said that, although his power was not strong, it was enough to suppress this evil breath, and he only hoped that they could bring back the orange gem before the evil power was fully released. He covered the crack with his power, and saw that the black gas gradually dissipated, and the crack seemed to be blocked, and no evil breath overflowed. Seeing this, everyone was very excited, and their views on Ali were also completely changed. Lin Feng concentrated all his strength on the crack. The two forces counteracted each other, temporarily curbing the spread of evil spirits. Others held their ground, fearing that they would be attacked at this time. However, at this moment, Ali's strength began to show a little wavering, as if it had been held for too long. Everyone present was anxious, and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Whenever a crisis came, Lin Feng could always turn it into a safe place. But in their eyes, Lin Feng, who was omnipotent, shook his head gently at this moment. He didn't know what to do, not because he was helpless, but because the power systems of the East and the West were very different. If he were an Eastern practitioner, he might be able to directly infuse power. But in this world, perhaps he was the only one who practiced spiritual energy and immortal arts. Therefore, he could not pass on power to Ali. Seeing him shaking his head, everyone was full of disappointment. At this time, Ali felt that the evil spirit could no longer be suppressed, and her own strength was almost gone. She knew that, if she didn't try her best to contain it, the consequences would be disastrous. So, she resolutely threw herself directly into the crack. Her body was baptized by the power, and it had a self-purifying effect. This was the only way she could think of at the moment. Everyone around was shocked to see her move. However, there was nothing they could do. Ali was gradually eroded by the black energy. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately realized that, if she was completely swallowed by the black energy, it would be irreversible. But the situation was not yet desperate. He was ready to take action. Once Ali was completely occupied by the evil power, he would not hesitate to rescue her. No matter how rampant the evil energy was, he would not sit idly by. Time passed by second, and everyone was anxious. Lin Feng realized that the orange gem might not be delivered in time. He decided to take action himself to cut off this power, otherwise Ali would be in danger. Suddenly, there was a sound in the distance. Everyone turned around and saw Black Widow and Captain America rushing over with the orange gem. They arrived quickly using the latest technology. Black Widow handed the gem to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the gem and hit it under the crack. Suddenly, a reverse thrust pushed Ali away. Rhodes and Thor quickly stepped forward, caught her and helped her up. Lin Feng held the gemstone, guided its power, and released it on the crack. The crack then shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the crack disappeared completely. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was timely, otherwise the evil spirit would be released, and he would have difficulty resealing it. After sealing the evil spirit, he still had time to treat Ali. He turned and looked at Ali, only to see that black hair was lingering around her. Her power was severely corroded. Everyone was anxious, and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded to indicate that it was okay. He once again urged the power of the orange gemstone. A gentle force slowly flowed into Ali's body. The black hair on her body gradually dissipated. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved. However, Lin Feng felt that his own power was insufficient, and hurriedly asked everyone to transfer power to him. Everyone was puzzled because of the different power systems. Lin Feng explained that he had a way to solve the compatibility problem. After listening, some people nodded, put aside their doubts, and transferred power to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt a strong force pouring in. Although he could not use it directly, he could use it after transformation in his body. The power of everyone gathered, making him feel a significant change, and then he pushed this power. Soon, the black hair on Ali was completely removed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were still anxious. Because the people of the Yellow Organization were not only here. Intelligence showed that the Yellow Organization was creating riots all over the world. They had sent many people to support. but S.H.I.E.L.D. still had to stay. If it was attacked at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, they hoped that everyone would immediately go to other places for reinforcement. Everyone understood the seriousness of the situation, and no longer said anything, and set off directly. After the mission was completed, they returned to rest. The next morning, a piece of news shocked them. It turned out that they were furious about the failure of the mission. They planned to retaliate with riots. They even placed a large number of bombs in the China World Trade Center. They were detonated when the crowd surged. It caused heavy casualties. The impact of this incident was bad, and people were panicked. If it continued, social order would collapse. Chapter 286 The Law of Force. At this time, someone came to Lin Feng and told him to attend the meeting to discuss his solution. Lin Feng didn't want to participate because his power was about to break through, and he thought that others could solve this problem. But Rod and Thor warned him that things were not simple. There might be stronger enemies behind them. If Thanos took action, they might not be strong enough. Lin Feng thought it made sense and decided to join. When he arrived at the meeting place, he found that everyone had gathered. In addition to the heads of state, there were also many superheroes. The impact of this matter was indeed huge. Lin Feng saw many unfamiliar faces, probably some minor characters. Rod and Thor introduced them to him. When he met someone he didn't know, he asked Black Widow for advice. She knew the organization best. After everyone arrived, after discussion, it was decided that Lin Feng and others would be responsible for this matter. They knew that no one could fight Thanos alone, and the Yellow Organization had a close relationship with Thanos. A strong person must be there to deal with it. Rod and Thor were very excited after hearing this. They had been eager to fight for a long time. After discussion, they decided to lead Lin Feng and formulate a detailed battle plan. Lin Feng was not interested in making plans and thought that improving strength was the key. He handed the matter over to Rhodes and Thor. He left. The two suddenly gained such power and felt uncomfortable. But thinking of Lin Feng's trust, they were determined to do a good job. They all had a sense of pride in their hearts. Now that they had taken over, they had to go all out. Otherwise, how could they save face? They had carried out missions many times, but they had never been able to find the hiding place of the Yellow Clothes organization. Although their base was heavily guarded and many members were captured, some clues were obtained by searching their memories, but the memory of the location of the base seemed to be completely erased. There were only two possible explanations for this situation. Either those people were extremely cautious and had never set foot in the base, or their memories were tampered with. Therefore, this information did not exist in their memories at all. So although they attacked many times, they always achieved little success. This made them feel frustrated. At this time, Lin Feng was practicing in the room. He could feel that he was close to a breakthrough, as if half a foot had already crossed the threshold. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and found that it was Rhodes and Thor who came. He was very surprised to see these two people, wondering why they came here at this time. After Rhodes and Thor arrived, they claimed to have made a major breakthrough in the situation of the Yellow Organization. Lin Feng originally thought that they had found the base of the organization, but after some inquiries, it turned out that they found a member of the Yellow Organization with a special identity while performing the mission. After in-depth investigation, it was found that this person was responsible for intelligence and communication. From him, they obtained a lot of information, and now Black Widow is trying to crack the organization's computer system. Once successful, they will be able to know the organization's next move. So, everyone came to the communication room together, only to see Black Widow buried in front of the computer, her fingers quickly tapping the keyboard. Words kept popping up on the screen. When Lin Feng and others came in, she didn't bother to say hello, and stared at the computer intently. Lin Feng was not proficient in computers, and couldn't help here, so he waited patiently on the side. After a long time, Black Widow announced that she had successfully cracked the computer system. Everyone was overjoyed to hear this, and hurriedly asked what was inside. Black Widow said that she did not extract all the information, but found some of their plans after the invasion. She showed the plan files, and everyone looked solemn after seeing them. This organization is so crazy that, in order to prevent accidents, They have expanded their scope of action to the whole country, and the distribution is extremely scattered, so even if they are strong, it is difficult to respond quickly to the situation in various places. If they want to complete the task, they must disperse their forces, which is undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous to them, because once the forces are dispersed, they may be defeated one by one. If they encounter a strong enemy, they will not be able to reinforce in time, which is extremely dangerous for them. However, they decided to continue the action even so. In addition to leaving some people to garrison, the rest will be scattered everywhere. In order to ensure the success of the mission and prevent arrest, they decided to act in groups. Each group of 3 people will be responsible for an area and eliminate the local members of the yellow organization. After some discussion, they made a careful plan. Each group of 3 people will be responsible for a region and keep in touch with each other. In case of abnormal situations, they can reinforce each other. Lin Feng also received the task, still in a group with Rhodes and Thor. Their task is to rescue Shai and Lo building. According to the invaded system, this will be the next target of the organization. Therefore, the strongest person must be selected to perform this task. There is no doubt that Lin Feng's recent outstanding performance has won the recognition of everyone. This task naturally fell on them. In addition to Lin Feng, the strength of Rhodes and Thor should not be underestimated. Therefore, their group is the strongest group. This most important task was naturally given to them. After listening, Lin Feng nodded in agreement and decided to go back and prepare before setting off. After everyone returned to the room, there was actually not much to prepare. Just put some necessities into the system space. Most of Lin Feng's things were stored in the system space, and there was no need to take them all out. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong force attracting him. This power came from his system. So, he immediately turned on the system. He felt that his power was about to break through before, but he didn't expect that it really broke through at this critical moment. He will gain a new power. When this power poured into the system, he suddenly felt a muddled feeling. That's right, it was the kind of muddled feeling that couldn't be explained. This feeling surprised him very much. At this time, the system prompted him to obtain Pangu's power. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt dizzy and was brought into a strange world. This mission made him feel a little embarrassed. After all, Pangu God's strength was unparalleled. In the chaotic world, he was invincible. If he could really obtain his power, even if it was only 1/billionth, it would be enough to open up a universe. Although he didn't understand why the system arranged it this way, he still followed the instructions of the system. When he entered this world, he found that it was a chaos. He felt that he had no entity in this world. Some seemingly terrifying monsters passed by him. Although these were just projections, he could still feel the terrifying power emanating from them. His consciousness floated in this world for a long time and encountered many gods and demons. He realized that these should be the chaotic gods and demons before the world was opened. According to legend, they each represent a law. It is the embodiment of the consciousness of the Tao. Lin Feng observed them as if he was studying the Tao. This is much more intuitive than studying it himself. He walked and observed all the way. These gods and demons could not feel his existence, so they did not notice him. After a while, he felt a force surging in the distance. He immediately rushed in that direction and found a magical secret realm. He tried to enter, but he couldn't resist the attraction of that power. This made him feel very strange, because this world was projected by the system. Although the strength was limited, it also simulated the origin of that world. Why is there a place that the system cannot control? So, he began to study the secret realm and found that it was composed of many laws. And there was a small hole where each law was located. He could feel that each small hole contained magical power. He suddenly understood that this secret realm was composed of various laws. Only those with the power of the corresponding law could enter. There are 12 laws here, among which time, space, etc. are extremely magical and rare. He is now having a headache and doesn't know how to use this power. At this moment, an object suddenly flew out of his body. He took a closer look and found that it was left when he challenged the 12 ancestors. He suddenly realized that these 12 laws were originally transformed from the 12 drops of blood left by Pangu to the 12 ancestors. These small holes should correspond to these 12 laws. However, with his current strength, he can't drive this power at all. However, at this moment, a force automatically attracted these laws of power. They entered the 12 holes respectively. In an instant, the secret realm in front of him turned into nothingness. The space he was in seemed to be twisted, and he left this place immediately. At this time, he felt that he was in a green lotus. Seeing this scene, he was very excited, because as long as he found this green lotus, he could find Pangu. According to legend, this green lotus is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots that gave birth to Pangu. Even the few lotus seeds it gave birth to have become the best treasures of heaven and earth. And the lotus pods, lotus flowers, lotus leaves, and lotus stems have all turned into extremely terrifying treasures of heaven and earth. So, he walked in this direction, and felt a violent force expanding in front of him. That force contains the law of force. After learning this news, he was very excited, because this time he did find his destination. Among the demons between heaven and earth, the one who represents power is Pangu, who finally created the world. In other words, the person in front of them should be Pangu. So, they walked towards that place excitedly. Suddenly, they saw a man standing in the distance, holding a huge axe in his hand. Lin Feng sensed a hint of destructive breath from the huge axe. However, he could sense that this man was just an illusory shadow. Otherwise, such a powerful force would never exist in the heavens and the worlds. He slowly approached the two men, and unexpectedly found that there was a giant standing next to the man. This surprised him quite a bit, because the giant was Gong Gong, one of the 12 ancestor witches, who controlled the law of water. But what puzzled him was why this man was here, when heaven and earth had not yet separated, and he should not exist at this time. As soon as he entered this area, he was noticed by Pangu on the side. It turned out that the two were fighting, and noticed Lin Feng's existence, but because they did not feel the powerful power from him, they ignored it. At this moment, Lin Feng saw Pangu with his back to him, and felt that the opportunity was rare, so he immediately mobilized all his strength, and pounced on him. Pangu was surprised to find someone attacking, and his heart was full of doubts. He didn't seem to have offended this person, nor did he know him, so why would he suddenly attack him? However, since the other party had already started, he could only start to defend. Pangu's power was so amazing that Lin Feng actually felt a little difficult to suppress. He knew very well that, if he faced the real Pangu, he might not even be able to withstand a single look from him. But what was in front of him was just a phantom, and the impact was limited, so he rushed up without hesitation. Gong Gong on the side seemed quite happy. In fact, this Gong Gong was not the one in the future prehistoric world, but the demon god representing the law of water. He was warlike by nature, and when he saw the powerful Pangu, he invited him to a decisive battle here. At this moment, he saw a person who was as powerful as Pangu suddenly appear behind Pangu, and he was very excited. It seemed that a new opponent had joined. However, he also wanted to see how capable this new opponent was, so he just watched from the sidelines, and did not intend to take action. After all, this Pangu was just a phantom with limited power. After the power was exhausted, the phantom disappeared. Gong Gong was shocked when he saw this scene. Although they have a shadow of the original body and know their identities, they are not sure which world this is, nor are they sure if they are that person. But seeing the originally powerful Pangu being suppressed like this, he was also shocked. He also thought that, if this person is not Pangu's opponent, he will go forward to help. He has fought with Pangu before, and knows the horror of his power. However, it seems that there is no need for him to do anything. Lin Feng has already started a power competition with Pangu. After a contest, Lin Feng has a general understanding of the power level of this phantom. So, he no longer delays, and goes all out. When he exerts all his strength, Pangu's power gradually dissipates, and that power slowly flows into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng keeps absorbing this power and feels its power. At this time, Gong Gong, who was originally watching the excitement on the side, felt a little panic in his heart. He can feel the horror of the person in front of him. Even a strong man like Pangu was defeated by him, and he has fought with Pangu many times, and knows that his power is far inferior to him. If this person attacks him, with his current strength, I'm afraid he can't resist it at all. He hesitated whether to leave, but this person was very powerful. If he left without saying hello, he might anger him and cause a catastrophe. This put him in a dilemma. Lin Feng ignored him and focused on absorbing the new power. Pangu's power was indeed extremely powerful. After all, he was a creator god. Even if it was just a trace of his power, it was enough for Lin Feng to benefit greatly. He was concentrating on feeling this power and didn't pay attention to the situation around him. However, in order to prevent accidents, he still set up a formation around him, and if someone attacked, it would be rebounded. Lin Feng felt in a very good state at the moment. This power far exceeded other powers he had obtained before. He absorbed this power attentively. Seeing this, Gang had some small calculations in his mind. Chapter 287 Special Weapons. But he was also worried that this person's strength was unfathomable, and if he acted rashly, he might suffer. Therefore, he hesitated to make a move, fearing that he would be killed by this person. After all, he had just witnessed Pangu's death. So he chose to stay where he was, motionless. After a while, Lin Feng completely absorbed Pangu's power. He felt stronger than ever before. After a long sigh of relief, he noticed Gang next to him. He thought that, since the energy in this space was provided by the system, it should be possible to absorb this person's power. The power of those chaotic gods and demons he met in the chaotic world before was too complicated and unpurified, so he could not absorb it. Therefore, he chose to remain in a state of nothingness at that time, to avoid conflict with them. But this secret realm was obviously prepared for him by the system. In addition to Pangu, there was Gang. Then he accepted this power without hesitation. He looked at Gang, as if looking at a delicious dish. Gang saw his eyes and was filled with fear. That look was exactly the same as when he hunted monsters. He didn't expect that he would become a prey one day, and the hunter in front of him made him have no desire to resist. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that after Lin Feng absorbed Pangu's power, he would not have enough strength to absorb his power. In this way, he could take the opportunity to escape from this place. Perhaps, this person had a grudge against Pangu. So, he pretended to be calm and walked towards Lin Feng, but he was still alert in his heart. Seeing Gang approaching, Lin Feng was satisfied and attacked him directly. Seeing this, Gang was shocked and wanted to escape. But he was caught up by Lin Feng's rainbow transformation technique after he ran a few steps. Although he had expected this result, he was still shocked to witness this extremely fast spell. Except for his eldest brother's spatial ability, he had never seen such a fast speed. He knew that he could not escape. He could only rush up to fight. Lin Feng attacked with his own strength, but found it difficult to defeat Gang. It may be that he had consumed too much power on Pangu before, which caused his strength to be greatly reduced now. Gang was puzzled when he saw that Lin Feng was not his opponent. How could this person suddenly become so weak when he was so vigorous just now? Could it be that he had become stronger? But he quickly rejected this idea. He could feel that his spiritual power had not increased. Therefore, the only possibility was that Lin Feng had spent a lot of power to defeat Pangu. At this time, he had an idea in his mind. As long as he absorbed the power of this person, he might be able to leave this secret realm. Although he didn't know why he came here, there was always a voice in his heart urging him to leave. Seeing that ordinary power was ineffective, Lin Feng exerted the power of the Demon Emperor June. Gang was furious when he saw this power, because this was the power of the Demon Clan, the mortal enemy of their witch clan. He mobilized all his strength to resist, but he had lost a lot of strength in the previous battle with Pangu. Before, Lin Feng couldn't suppress him with ordinary power, but now he exerted a stronger power, and he was quickly defeated. Not long after, he couldn't resist, and his body gradually dissipated in the air, turning into a pure water power. Lin Feng was very satisfied when he saw this source of power. He had sensed it just now, and this power was not much inferior to Pangu's power. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had just absorbed Pangu's power and recovered some strength. Otherwise, in his current state, he would not be able to control this power at all. Although he would definitely defeat Gang in the end, the process would be extremely difficult and consume a lot of physical strength. He waved his hand gently and took the water blue energy into his body. He had come into contact with the power of water before, which was the energy fragment of Poseidon, the god of the sea, that he had obtained in the past. However, compared with the previous fragment, this new energy was purer and more powerful, and could be called the original power. He began to absorb this power slowly, but unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred in his body. In the past, when absorbing power, the original power in the body assimilated the new power. In addition, his power was carefully selected by the system, and his assimilation ability was extremely strong. Therefore, he had absorbed countless powers and never had any problems. These powers, on the contrary, subtly transformed his body. Even if there was power that could not be absorbed immediately, it would be stored in the body until it was completely integrated. At this moment, he had just absorbed the power of Pangu, and then he welcomed the power of Gangang. The interval between these two powers was too short, and he had not yet digested the previous one, and a new power was added to his body. These two powers seemed to be natural enemies, entangled with each other, and fought endlessly. Although he was physically strong, the confrontation between these two powerful forces in his body still made him feel unbearable. So he immediately mobilized the power in his body to try to suppress this chaos. In the process of sensing his own power, he discovered a wonderful phenomenon. Although these two powers repel each other, they are coexistent. Just like the two poles of yin and yang, they conflict with each other and can merge with each other. A bold idea came to his mind. If these two powers can be merged, it may greatly improve his strength. As for how much it can be improved, he is not sure. So he asked the system about this possibility. After precise calculations, the system confirmed that this possibility exists and encouraged him to try. He was very excited to learn of this result. Then he sat cross-legged and wrapped the two powers with his own power to prevent them from conflicting. Then, while wrapping, he began to try to absorb one of the powers. Pangu's power is much stronger than Gangang's power. To achieve fusion, the two must be balanced. Therefore, he first controlled Gangang's power and then absorbed Pangu's power. After a while, he felt that the two forces had reached a state of balance in his body. This marked that he had completed the first step. So he used his own power to guide the two forces to begin to merge. At first, the two forces showed repulsion when they merged. This made him doubt whether his idea was feasible. But as he continued to inject power, the repulsion gradually weakened. In the end, they slowly merged together. Lin Feng suddenly thought that yin and yang are mutually transformed, and things will turn around. These two mutually repulsive forces will inevitably merge after experiencing a violent conflict. Thinking of this, he was more assured to increase the power injection. The earthy yellow and aqua blue forces continued to blend, and finally burst into a dazzling white light. This newly generated power is extremely powerful, surpassing any power he has mastered. After all, this is a combination of two top powers, and its power is naturally extraordinary. If its effectiveness is not as good as ordinary power, then he will lose a lot. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. After a while, the white light gradually dissipated. He observed carefully, and found that the two different colored powers had merged into a white star-shaped power. This power is of extremely high quality, and seems to have no attribute restrictions, and can be transformed at will. Whether it is used for attack, treatment, or as a source of energy to pass to others, it is easy to do. Such an existence is simply omnipotent. He is lacking such power, so he is very satisfied with the harvest of this mission. The previous battle was worth it. After Lin Feng absorbed this power, he also cleared the injuries caused by the conflict of power in his body. The newly acquired white power began to repair his damaged body. The originally serious injuries healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon recovered completely. This amazed him. Even his original green healing ability did not have such a powerful effect. This time he really picked up a treasure. After storing this white power in his body, he left the system space. As soon as he left the system space, the system prompted him that the task had been completed. Moreover, he accidentally synthesized a new type of energy. This energy is unprecedented, so he needs to name it. Lin Feng thought about it, and it was true. The white energy formed by the fusion of these two great powers is likely to be unique in the universe. He thought of the dazzling light that this power emits, and the twinkling of the stars, which is very similar to the stars in the universe. So he named it star power. At this time, he suddenly remembered that in the ancient times, there was a kind of power that was formed by the falling of stars from the sky. That power is called star power, and is said to have magical power. He didn't know how that power compared with his own star power. After completing the fusion of power, he left the system space and received the system's reward. He was always looking forward to the system's rewards, because every time it was an extremely powerful existence. He was curious about what reward he would get this time. After a period of random draws, he got his reward. And this time the reward was not energy or skills, but a weapon. He picked up the weapon and found that it was transparent and shaped like a flying knife. Obviously, this is a hidden weapon and contains powerful power. He put the weapon in his hand, and as soon as he touched his fingers, his skin was cut. This surprised him. You know, his body has been tempered countless times and has become extremely tough. Even the hardest metal in the universe could not hurt him at all, but he did not know what material this weapon was made of, and how it could be so powerful. However, this weapon is very suitable for use as a hidden weapon. It is small and easy to hide. In addition, it is colorless and transparent, and only the user can sense its existence. If it is suddenly used on the battlefield, it will definitely catch the enemy off guard. After obtaining this hidden weapon, he found the method of practicing hidden weapons in the system. In ancient mythology, there was no concept of hidden weapons. At that time, people relied on spells, magical powers or physical strength to attack head-on. Even if they used magic weapons, it was a head-on collision, and sneak attacks were considered shameful behavior. But he disdained these concepts. On the battlefield, as long as you can defeat the enemy, whether it is an open attack or a secret attack, it is a good strategy. Now that he has obtained this weapon, he should learn how to use it well. He trained hard in the virtual battlefield within the system, and learned the skills of using hidden weapons. In addition to the special training methods, the environment here is also very helpful for his training. Moreover, there is a big difference between the time in the system and the outside world. He practiced for a long time in the system, but only a moment passed in the outside world. After a long period of hard training, he finally mastered the use of this flying knife. So, he left the system space. Just after leaving the system space, he looked at the time on the table and found that only more than 10 minutes had passed. He held the flying knife in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and put it into the system space. He sensed his own strength and found that it was several times stronger than before. Now, he is no longer afraid. At this moment, he suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. After opening the door, he found that the visitor was Thor. Lin Feng heard Thor calling outside the door, so he quickly put the items in his hand into the system space and walked out. After he came out, he saw Thor's anxious expression and couldn't help but feel surprised. He thought to himself, haven't they successfully deciphered the computer of the Yellow Clothes organization? Why are they so hasty? Thor hurriedly explained that it turned out that the Yellow Clothes organization had noticed their computer deciphering, so the other party changed their strategy and planned to gather all their forces to attack the same target. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. Everyone has been dispersed to assist in various places. If the yellow-clothed man concentrates his attack, they will be really short of manpower. As an important stronghold, Shield also needs a large number of people to defend it, and it is really difficult to allocate more forces to support it. Lin Feng asked the yellow-clothed man about his target of attack, and Thor replied that, because they concentrated their attack on one place, everyone was gathering in the same direction. They quickly locked their target, the China World Trade Center. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng's face was solemn. The China World Trade Center is densely populated, and once it is attacked, the casualties of civilians will be difficult to estimate. Thor told him that Rhodes had gone to stop it first, but it was difficult to fight alone, so he came to find Lin Feng. After Lin Feng understood the situation, he immediately decided to go to the China World Trade Center for reinforcement and asked Thor for the coordinates. Although Thor was puzzled, he still told him the coordinates. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded to confirm, and then cast a spell to open a space door. Thor was puzzled, and Lin Feng explained that this move could save time and quickly reach the destination. After hearing this, Thor was very excited. He and Lin Feng passed through the space gate and appeared in front of the China World Trade Center in an instant. Thor still felt dizzy. He looked up and saw that it was indeed the China World Trade Center. He was amazed. Soldiers patrolled back and forth and evacuated the crowd. However, the people here had their own opinions, and there were many high-ranking officials who ignored the evacuation order. The soldiers went through a lot of trouble to evacuate most of the people. Seeing this, Thor was worried that some people were still stranded and wanted to help. He turned to look at Lin Feng and asked for countermeasures. However, Lin Feng did not respond. He did not intend to rescue those who did not want to leave. Lin Feng believed that they had been given a chance to escape. Since they chose to stay, there was no need to force it. Although Thor was unwilling, he still took Lin Feng as the main force. Soon, the Yellow Clothes Organization's army pressed forward. When they saw Lin Feng and others, they immediately realized that it was them who did it, and they were furious. The enemies of both sides met and were extremely jealous. The Yellow Clothes Organization immediately launched an attack with the intention of destroying the China World Trade Center. Chapter 288, GD Strikes Back, Living Against Death. Seeing this, Rhodes was extremely nervous and rushed forward to stop them, but found that the enemy's strength had greatly increased, and it was difficult to resist. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Thor immediately joined the battle, and the situation eased slightly. However, the Yellow Clothes Organization had a large number of people, and the pressure doubled. Lin Feng felt that the situation was serious and needed to seek reinforcement. He sent a signal to request people from other places to come to support, and opened a large defense formation to temporarily resist the enemy. However, the Yellow Clothes Organization had a large number of people and a fierce offensive, and Lin Feng and others gradually felt overwhelmed. Rhodes and Thor also tried their best, but they knew that it would be difficult to last. Seeing this, Lin Feng set up 3 lines of defense nearby. However, this exhausted his strength. Seeing this, the Yellow Clothes Organization showed anger on their faces, but they also knew that Lin Feng was at the end of his strength, so they ordered his men to charge regardless of everything. The first line of defense was quickly broken, followed by the second. Rhodes and Thor were anxious, but they were helpless. When the third line of defense began to crack, Lin Feng hurriedly used his power to repair it, but the speed of the shattering was much faster than the speed of repair. He knew that he could not hold on for much longer. At this moment, there was a sudden sound in the sky. Lin Feng looked up and saw a large number of reinforcement arriving. They were numerous and full of vigor. It seemed that after hearing the news, people from other places, except for those who had to stay behind, all came to support. These newly joined forces quickly turned the tide of the battle. They were not only numerous, but also powerful. The people of the Yellow Organization seemed vulnerable in front of them, and were soon surrounded. Many people in yellow fell to the ground and still struggled unwillingly. Seeing this, their leader ordered his men to fight back with all their strength, but with little effect. These reinforcements were powerful and took turns to rest and maintain sufficient physical strength, which gave the leader of the Yellow Organization a headache. He knew that if this continued, his men might be wiped out. So he ordered a retreat, intending to preserve his strength for the follow-up. However, how could Black Widow and Captain America let them leave easily? They quickly surrounded the Yellow Organization and prepared to wipe it out. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly thought of his ability to control others. He felt that his strength had almost recovered and decided to join the battle again. He released the Wide Control Force, which instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Seeing this, the people around were all surprised. They had never seen such a magical power. This power was as invisible as air, but it made the people in the Yellow Organization feel restricted in their movements, as if they were bound by invisible ropes. White light gathered around them, forming a thin barrier that made them unable to move. They realized that this was a mysterious power that could control people. And those yellow-clothed people who tried to rescue their companions also found that this power was contagious. Soon, all the yellow-clothed people who were still alive were controlled. Lin Feng's physical strength was greatly consumed by controlling so many people. Others were shocked to see this scene. If such a power was used properly, it would be enough to control an entire army. Black Widow and others quickly found handcuffs and ropes and tied up all the yellow-clothed people. After everything was done, they nodded to Lin Feng, and Lin Feng withdrew the power. When the yellow-clothed people regained their ability to move, they found that they were captured. At this time, the police arrived and took them all away. Black Widow told everyone that these prisoners would be taken to SHIELD for interrogation. She believed that the previous people were able to release them, which meant that they were no longer useful, but some of these prisoners might know the secrets of the organization. As long as useful information is obtained through interrogation, this mission will not be in vain, and it can also take the initiative for subsequent missions. The battle between the two sides has entered a white-hot stage, and the information previously obtained from the computer has been updated and has lost its effect. It is urgent to find new information, but it is difficult. Lin Feng saw that the matter had been resolved and was about to leave. However, someone called him again, hoping that he could go back together to report. Lin Feng thought it was okay, so he agreed. They came to the square, and everyone was surprised to see so many prisoners. Lin Feng didn't care about these. When he was about to leave, a group of people sent by his superiors appeared and asked to take the prisoners away for interrogation. They looked at Black Widow, but she said that it was up to Lin Feng to decide. Lin Feng said it didn't matter, the mission had been completed, and they would take it away. Those people left after hearing this, and their attitude made everyone dissatisfied. But Lin Feng didn't care, and everyone left one after another. However, just as Lin Feng was about to go back to practice, he was stopped by the Black Widow. Everyone was called together and felt strange. The Black Widow's face was cold, and it was obvious that she had something important to announce. She took out a USB flash drive, and after connecting the device, a video appeared in front of everyone. There were two people in the video. One was their superior, the arranger of this mission. The other was the leader of the yellow-clothed man they caught. Everyone was surprised to see this scene. The video showed that the two knew each other before and seemed to be plotting something. This was obviously not a good thing. No wonder the Black Widow wanted to wait until the people left before talking. Everyone realized that things were far from as simple as they imagined. They didn't expect that there was a spy inside, and this spy was their superior. Such news is unbelievable. It's like the police caught a thief, but found that the police were also a member of the thief gang. Everyone was shocked and fell into deep thought. If this is true, it is not surprising that their previous actions were known to the other party in advance. But what are they trading? This is undoubtedly crucial information. After hearing this, everyone was silent, but as the whistleblower of this matter, Black Widow had to speak out at this time. She stepped forward and asked everyone what they thought about this. However, facing this terrifying situation, everyone kept silent. If it cannot be properly resolved, the danger will be even greater. Everyone proposed various solutions, but in their opinion, these methods can only treat the symptoms and cannot fundamentally solve the problem. After a heated discussion, their eyes finally focused on Lin Feng. It is undeniable that among these people, Lin Feng has always been the leader. The various abilities in his hands have helped everyone a lot, and he has played a key role in every battle. The enemy captured this time is also his credit. Therefore, everyone's eyes are on him. Lin Feng felt the gaze of the crowd and knew that he had to express his position, so he put forward his thoughts. Everyone, this matter must not be condoned. Although we have this video, we still cannot prove its authenticity. It's not that we suspect Black Widow forged the video, but the superior will never admit it, and may even alert the enemy. Once the enemy is alerted, we will not be able to find out the content of their transaction, which will be extremely difficult for us. Everyone nodded after hearing this. It was true. If we rashly confront the superior, it may backfire. However, they had no way to deal with this matter, especially Thor, who was not good at thinking. In the past, no matter what, he advocated solving it with violence. Even if he was unable to do it, there were others to help. But facing this kind of fight between politicians, he knew nothing and had no idea about it. So they discussed countermeasures again. At this time, Black Widow saw that Lin Feng looked relaxed and knew that he had a good idea. She hurriedly asked Lin Feng what tricks he had. When everyone heard that Lin Feng had a good idea, they stopped talking and turned their eyes to him. Lin Feng nodded slightly and said to everyone, "You are too flattering me. I don't have a good plan, but there is a solution. Now all the members of the Yellow Organization have been taken away by their superiors. Since they have been taken away, they must have important matters to discuss, and perhaps they are plotting something important at the moment. We only need to go there to obtain evidence of their crimes, and may even spy on the conspiracy behind them. In this way, even if they don't admit it, there is nothing we can do." After hearing this, everyone nodded and praised, thinking that this plan is feasible, but who will carry it out? These people are good at fighting, but they are not good at eavesdropping on intelligence. So, their eyes turned to Lin Feng again, because Lin Feng always has strange ideas, and believes that he has a way. Lin Feng felt embarrassed when he saw everyone staring at him. He wanted to take this opportunity to be lazy and concentrate on practicing the new power he had acquired. After all, he was not proficient in this power, but everyone was so expecting that it would be inappropriate if he didn't show up. What's more, he must understand what they are plotting. If this matter is related to him, he will cut the grass and root it out. So, Lin Feng nodded to show that he had the ability to sneak in and could change into various forms. Then, Lin Feng turned into a mosquito and appeared in front of everyone. It was so small that, if you didn't observe it carefully, you couldn't detect its existence at all. This ability was extremely subtle, and it would be able to sneak in secretly without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, Black Widow drew a topographic map of the Superior's residence and gave it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng examined the topographic map and quickly memorized the terrain. Then, he immediately transformed and left, asking everyone to wait for his good news here. If there were special circumstances, let them break in directly. At this time, Rhodes and Thor took the initiative to volunteer and said they would go together. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The three of them cooperated well and could be regarded as old teammates. They could also take care of each other in this operation. Moreover, this operation was full of dangers. If there was any mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, letting Rhodes and Thor go with Lin Feng might ensure his safety. In the past, Lin Feng would never agree to this. The two of them would consume a lot of his strength, but since the power upgrade, he found that his strength increased rapidly. And the more you use it, the faster it will improve. Since the two were willing to go with him, he took this opportunity to improve his strength. So he readily agreed to their request. The two were ecstatic after hearing this, and asked him what he needed to prepare. Lin Feng told them that they didn't need to prepare, and then cast a spell to make the two people smaller. The others were also waiting outside, ready to rush in if there was any movement inside. With their strength, I believe the people inside would never dare to resist. The three of them flew in quietly, and the guards outside didn't notice their presence at all. They passed through many obstacles and defenses and successfully entered the interior. At this time, they found a big door blocking their way and couldn't enter. They waited outside the door for a long time, helpless. Suddenly, they saw a man preparing to open the door and enter, thinking this was a great opportunity. So they took the opportunity to slip in. After entering, they found that the situation inside was not complicated. This seemed to be a basement, and they began to look for the entrance to the basement nearby. Lin Feng also used his power, and used his divine sense, to explore the location of the basement. Finally, they found the basement. When they entered, they found that there were already two people inside. One was the leader of the Yellow Organization, and the other was their superior. The two were plotting something. So, the three hid in the dark and listened carefully, trying to find out what they were plotting. Suddenly, they heard the two discussing handing over the treasures collected by S.H.I.E.L.D. to them. This surprised Lin Feng. Since it was a treasure, it was probably those gems. Presumably, only these gems could impress her. If he didn't stop it, these gems might fall into the hands of Thanos. So, he walked out resolutely. The people of the Yellow Organization and their superiors were shocked to see Lin Feng suddenly appear. They thought that the conversation just now might have been heard by Lin Feng, and they must not let him live. So, they winked at each other, took out their weapons, and prepared to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked down on them. Lin Feng saw the people in front rushing towards him, and others relied on their own strength to fight these people. The two sides were fighting fiercely. The strength of these people is not outstanding. Although their physiques have been enhanced to a certain extent, the effect of this enhancement is not significant. In terms of physical strength, they are far from enough, not to mention the actual combat effectiveness. Therefore, not long after the fight, these people were knocked to the ground one after another. At this time, their superiors witnessed this scene, and knew that, if this matter was leaked, the results of their painstaking efforts would be wasted. He secretly thought that he must solve this matter quickly, and then put the blame on others. Or simply frame Lin Feng for attacking these people, and then being killed, so that he has nothing to do with it. With this thought in mind, he even attacked Lin Feng directly. Lin Feng noticed that these people were mediocre, so he didn't take it to heart. However, when this person made a move, he keenly sensed the crisis and immediately used his ability to dodge flexibly. The man was shocked to see that Lin Feng could easily avoid his attack, but soon regained his composure. Lin Feng stared at the man in front of him, his face slightly gloomy. He had never expected that this seemingly ordinary person could hide so deeply and be so powerful, far surpassing other heroes. He thought about it and understood that the person who could sit in this position must be extraordinary. Moreover, if he had to manage so many subordinates, how could he convince them without some means and abilities? Since this person attacked him, there was no need for him to show mercy, so he directly launched a counterattack against him. And those members of the yellow organization who were knocked to the ground also struggled to stand up at this moment, and continued to attack Lin Feng. Chapter 289 Secret Realm. With the help of that person, their pressure was relieved a lot. Lin Feng felt quite exhausted dealing with so many people alone. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he had just obtained the power of Panbu, but he had not yet fully mastered it. It was a good opportunity to practice with them. So, he relied on this power to fight with these people. These people were surprised to see that he was quite unfamiliar with the use of this power. But this was a good thing for them, so they didn't care too much. However, as the battle progressed, they found that Lin Feng's control of this power became more and more proficient. The superiors here were strong and could not be affected. But the other members of the Yellow Clothes organization were not good. They relied on numbers to win. Now they had the advantage in numbers, but their strength was not strong. They were knocked to the ground in a few rounds and could not get up again. Their superiors saw this and felt that something was wrong. This person's strength was too strong. Although I had heard of it a long time ago, I didn't expect it to be so strong. All these people were knocked to the ground. He realized that he should leave. If he didn't leave, I was afraid that he would find it difficult to get away. Now the situation is set. If he can't deal with this person, things will become difficult. Therefore, escaping from here is the best choice. As for these people, he only has a cooperative relationship with them. Now that the disaster is imminent, let them fly away. He doesn't need to care about them. So, he prepared to leave here. Lin Feng was busy dealing with the yellow-clothed people who obstructed him at this time, and did not notice that this guy was ready to escape. However, when he was about to leave, a person suddenly appeared from outside. He looked closely, and found that it was Thor. It turned out that when Lin Feng first arrived here, the two of them had been waiting at the door for an opportunity, fearing that these people would escape in the chaos. Sure enough, they saw that this person wanted to escape, so they immediately took action. Seeing this scene, the superiors of S.H.I.E.L.D. were shocked, and immediately realized that their identities had been exposed. But he took a closer look, and found that there were not many people coming here, so he felt relieved. If they all came here, he might not be able to get away. If there was only one person, he didn't have to worry too much. He knew the strength of this person, and the tactics he had studied for a long time had a certain restraining effect on these people. Therefore, it was not difficult to restrain him. So he was not worried about Thor's attack. Thor had a good impression of this person, but he did not expect to hear such a thing. At first, he suspected whether there was another hidden story, but now it seems that this is the fact. He attacked the man angrily, but unexpectedly found that the man's strength was so strong. He felt aggrieved that his continuous attacks failed to work. It was fine that Lin Feng was stronger than him. After all, the man's strength was outstanding. But this man's strength overwhelmed him, which made him unacceptable. Is his strength really so bad that he has always been at the bottom? However, even so, he could not change the reality. The superior of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately used his unique skills to control Thor. Thor was shocked and wanted to break free, but it was too late. The superior of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared behind him in an instant, knocked him to the ground with a knife, and then prepared to leave. Before leaving, he glanced at Thor with disdain in his eyes. He thought Thor had some skills, but he didn't expect him to be just a show-off. Rhodes was helpless when he saw this scene. Thor was knocked down as soon as they met, which was too bad. He wanted to stop him, but found that he was powerless to stop him, and was shocked. Just when the man was about to use the same method against Rhodes, Lin Feng rushed over. It turned out that he had taken the opportunity to capture all the members of the Yellow Man organization. After he came here, he cast a spell and summoned many ceiling formations next to him. The superiors of S.H.I.E.L.D. were shocked when they saw this scene and hurriedly dodged these skills. Rhodes was relieved when he saw this. Lin Feng came, and the winner was decided. Fortunately, he came in time, otherwise his fate would be the same as Thor. If so, he would lose face. So he also stepped forward to help. The two worked together and finally controlled the superior of S.H.I.E.L.D. After being controlled, the man was full of reluctance. But even if he tried his best at this moment, he couldn't break free. At this time, Thor also woke up. After he woke up, he immediately realized that he was knocked down, and his face was ugly. Therefore, he looked at the face of his superior in S.H.I.E.L.D. with a bad look. If he had not been controlled by him at that time, he would not have lost so miserably. It was really that this person knew him too well. He was good at close combat, and was not very interested in other abilities. Perhaps this person seized this weakness of his, and bullied him so miserably. Seeing that this person was captured, he felt much more at ease. At this time, Rhodes came over, and told him what happened just now, which embarrassed him. He secretly made up his mind that next time he encountered a similar situation, he would never make such a mistake again. Not long after, a group of people rushed in from outside. They looked carefully, and found that it was Captain America and Black Widow who rushed in. Seeing that a long time had passed, they were worried about accidents, so they rushed in directly from outside. In addition to them, many other people came. They were very surprised to see their superiors being captured. But when they took out the evidence, everyone stopped talking. These evidences were in front of them, and the members of the Yellow Man organization were all here, and they could not refute it. The superiors of S.H.I.E.L.D. saw that their affairs had been completely exposed, so it was no wonder that they came so timely. He was furious, but it was too late to save the situation. Now everyone was in front of him, and he could not escape. Because the power that bound him was applied by Lin Feng himself. He could feel the powerful divine power contained in this power, and he could not break free. So Lin Feng asked them to report the matter to their superiors, to see how they would deal with this person. First, they would detain him, and temporarily maintain order here. After the matter here was dealt with, he returned to his room. The battle just now made him more proficient in his power. He had to digest the insights just now. After practicing for a while, he came back to his senses from the state of practice. At this time, Lin Feng's door was knocked gently again, and the visitor was still Black Widow. As soon as she arrived, she immediately reported to Lin Feng that she had reported the matter to higher-ups. The higher-ups attached great importance to this matter and quickly sent new personnel to take over the original positions and announced the punishment decision for the relevant personnel. She hoped that Lin Feng could attend and witness this moment. Lin Feng was not very interested in this. He thought that, since the person had been arrested, the follow-up matters would naturally proceed step by step. There was no need to worry about it, so as not to disturb his practice. But Black Widow reminded him that, although he was not an official member, he was still a member of the organization. Now that the new superior had arrived, he should go and show up, to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Lin Feng had never been interested in such social activities. Whether in the past or now, he was deeply annoyed by it. Moreover, the performance of these people had no direct connection with him. However, since Black Widow persuaded him in this way, he decided to go and take a look. When he arrived, he found that everyone had arrived. At this time, a motorcade drove over in the distance, and a man in a neat suit slowly got out of the car. He looked arrogant, as if everything around him was not worth mentioning. After he entered the house, he immediately announced the punishment decision for his former superior. This man was named Cole, and he was quite powerful. When he saw the senior executives of SHIELD, the senior executives seemed to want to say something to him, but before they opened their mouths, they were decisively killed by Cole. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this. He could see that the senior executive was hesitant to speak. He was obviously of extraordinary status, but unfortunately suffered such a fate. He angrily questioned Cole why he was so cruel, but Cole was dismissive. Cole claimed that the man had betrayed the organization and should be executed. Although others agreed with this, Lin Feng felt that the matter was far from as simple as it seemed. Cole seemed to have a hidden reason for this move. He was worried that the man would reveal some key information, so he was eager to kill him. This means that the man may have important clues, or even one of them. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that the situation was serious. He was determined to investigate it clearly, but it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, and he needed to find an opportunity to get out. So he pretended to have an argument with Cole and left angrily. Cole was furious when he saw this. He encountered such a challenge when he first arrived, and he was indignant. However, he knew that it was not advisable to act rashly here, and the strength of these people should not be underestimated. He began to think about how to divide these people and win over some forces for his own use. Fortunately, his secret was not revealed. Otherwise, if that reckless person had ruined the matter, the consequences would be disastrous. He secretly congratulated himself for taking decisive action and eliminating a potential threat. At this moment, he was quite satisfied, thinking that at least one person who was sharing the cake had been eliminated. After Lin Feng left the venue, he quickly returned to his room. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. He opened the door and found that everyone had gathered outside. They all persuaded Lin Feng not to pay too much attention to the previous conflict, so as not to affect the cooperation between each other. Lin Feng said that he did not mind, but there might be something strange behind this matter, and he needed to pay more attention. After hearing this, everyone became curious and asked the reason. Lin Feng felt that it was not appropriate to talk in detail here, so he invited them into the house and set up a protective shield to ensure safety. After everything was ready, he slowly told his guests the superior who was killed might have some important secrets. Although he was accused of being a traitor, he must know a lot of inside information. Now the most important thing is to dig out all the secrets he knows. This way of handling is in line with the principle of maximizing benefits. However, the organization was eager to execute him, and there must be something hidden. Moreover, the speed of the superior's reaction was also suspicious. From arrest to sending people to take over, the whole process was extremely fast. This further confirmed the speculation that the man had important secrets. Some people were worried that the secrets would be leaked, so they were eager to kill him. When the arrested superior saw the new person in charge, he seemed to recognize the other party and wanted to say something. But Cole quickly stopped him and took the opportunity to kill him. Cole's expression afterwards was even more unbelievable. If that person was just an ordinary person, Cole would never lose his composure like this. All this can only mean one thing: that person knew Cole and might even think that Cole was here to save him. However, Cole mercilessly executed him, which shocked him deeply. After listening to Lin Feng's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. They began to believe that there was indeed another hidden story behind this matter. Rod and Sir were even more anxious, fearing that all this was just the tip of the iceberg of a bigger conspiracy. They were worried that these people would start with the treasures in the organization and might even collude with Thanos. However, they knew nothing about the details. Thor was impatient and wanted to catch the man for interrogation, but this proposal was quickly rejected because they would never fall into the same trap again. To catch him at this time would be like walking into a trap and might even alert the enemy. Everyone was at a loss for a moment, and Black Widow said that she would investigate the matter in depth. If the man was really as extraordinary as Lin Feng guessed, she would never let him go easily. She also felt that the organization's response speed this time was unprecedented, and there must be unknown secrets hidden in it. She believed Lin Feng's guess more and more. After listening to Black Widow's words, Lin Feng nodded gently. He was already a veteran in this organization, familiar with everyone in the organization, and had made many friends. He just vaguely felt that Kenner might be a little bit wrong, but he had no solid evidence. He could not convict him, based on his previous guess. If this person is really bold and dares to do these things, then there must be other people behind him, and there may be more evidence. At this point, they decided to act separately. Black Widow was responsible for using her resources to investigate the identity of this person, to see who he had contacted recently, and what connection he had with the things in the core of the earth. Rhodes and Thor also went to help. However, after some investigation, they found that this person did not seem to have any problems, but seemed very perfect. This made Black Widow and others suspicious. However, Lin Feng felt that there might be other hidden secrets in this matter, so he asked them to continue investigating. After hearing this, Black Widow and others decided to get to the bottom of this matter, and maybe they could dig out something they didn't know. After all, the data now available is only superficial, and superficial intelligence is often the most unreliable. Lin Feng looked at the records in his hand, and felt very entangled. These records seem flawless and very normal, with both advantages and disadvantages. This matter is so normal that it makes people feel abnormal. It can be said that such people exist very commonly, but this is where the problem lies. This somewhat overly ordinary state made him feel that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. It might even be false information deliberately released just to mislead them. Chapter 299 Colored Deer. However, he tried many possibilities, but he couldn't find the key clues. At this time, he thought of Master Gu Yi. Master Gu Yi was the most prestigious and influential among them, and perhaps he could know something. So he went directly to Master Gu Yi's residence. When he arrived, he found that Master Gu Yi was standing at the door, as if waiting for someone. He walked over and asked Master Gu Yi who he was waiting for, and Master Gu Yi told him that he was waiting for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very curious after hearing this, but thinking that Master Gu Yi's identity was not ordinary, it was not surprising that he could guess that he would come to her. So, the two entered the room together. Lin Feng told Master Gu Yi some of the clues and confusions he found. Master Gu Yi said that she also knew about this matter, and there were indeed some problems in it. However, these problems are not simple, and if they want to solve them all, Lin Feng's current strength may not be able to do it. So, she advised Lin Feng not to interfere in this matter and let things develop naturally. After listening, Lin Feng shook his head and said that if this matter is not resolved, true peace cannot be achieved. They are law enforcers. If even they have problems, then no one can represent justice. In this case, it is equivalent to complete surrender, and their existence will lose its meaning. Master Gu Yi told him that if he continued on this road, it might be very difficult, and he might even lose his life. After hearing this, Lin Feng said that he was not worried. As long as he could do something for the world, he would be satisfied. Master Gu Yi was very satisfied after hearing this. Her words just now were actually to test Lin Feng. She planned to take Lin Feng to a place that was very important. If Lin Feng's mind was not firm enough, she would not take him there. Master Gu Yi told Lin Feng that she could solve the problem, but Lin Feng needed to go to a place with her in person. Only when they got to that place could the problem be solved. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this. He felt that this matter might not be as simple as he imagined, and there must be other things behind it. So, Master Gu Yi took him away. They walked for a long time, and finally found a spiral hole in a very secret place. Lin Feng was very curious when he saw the hole, and asked Master Gu Yi what it was. Master Gu Yi told him that this was a secret place that she had finally discovered. There were many benefits hidden in it, and if you go in, you can reap a lot. When they entered this space, they found that it was completely different from the outside world. This place was like an ancient world, with all kinds of plants he had never seen before. These plants were extremely tall, and a leaf was much larger than his entire body. More importantly, in addition to plants, there were many animals in this place. These animals were of different sizes, some of which he usually saw, and some he had never seen before. There were even some giant beasts as big as mountains. This place was full of spirituality and overflowing with spiritual energy. This surprised him very much. He didn't expect that there was such a place in the world. If he could practice here, his strength would definitely increase significantly. However, he was very curious about how such a place could exist in this world. Master Gu Yi told him that she also discovered this place by accident. There is a powerful force here, and if you stay here for a while, you can improve your strength. Although she didn't understand why this place would be suitable for Lin Feng, the result she got was indeed so. Lin Feng knew the reason very well, and he was practicing such power. Here there is not only the spiritual energy he needs for cultivation, but also those giant beasts. The cultivation of these giant beasts requires a lot of resources, and their flesh and blood can also enhance his strength. He believes that, if he stays here for a while, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, this place looks very dangerous, and those giant beasts as big as mountains are obviously not easy to mess with. He curiously asked Master Gu Yi why he brought him here, and what this place has to do with solving their internal problems. In his opinion, although this place is very important, if the internal problems are not solved, the consequences may be more serious. Anyway, this place will not run away, and he can come back later. But their internal problems are already imminent. At this time, Master Gu Yi told him that, although this place is dangerous, there are also opportunities. There are big problems inside them, and this problem is not as simple as it seems. What has emerged now is just the tip of the iceberg. What has happened recently is related to this, so in order to prevent such things from happening again, he must have enough strength. Therefore, he needs to practice here for a while, and improve his strength. Only in this way can he successfully solve their internal problems. And their internal problems have not yet erupted for various reasons. This means that he has a certain amount of time to prepare. He can practice here with peace of mind, while Master Gu Yi can suppress their internal situation outside. I believe that those people dare not act rashly, because they are afraid of Master Gu Yi's power. As long as Lin Feng's strength is improved, and he can defeat them, he doesn't have to worry about these things anymore. Lin Feng was very shocked when he heard the news. He originally thought that there were only some minor problems inside them, but he didn't expect that the problem was so serious and had developed to such a point. If it is allowed to develop, it will definitely cause huge losses. He knows what his organization means to the world. If this organization collapses, then the world will fall into chaos. At that time, all kinds of monsters may jump out to make waves. It seems that this matter is really a huge disaster. He naturally has no doubt about what Master Gu Yi said. Master Gu Yi can see through time, and he can naturally predict something like this. However, he chose to let himself improve his strength, and he could just take this opportunity to improve himself. His strength is already very strong, but no one would think that his strength is stronger. So he agreed to this without hesitation, saying that he was willing to practice here and ask Master Gu Yi to keep it secret. Master Gu Yi told him that he couldn't tell anyone about his coming here. If others knew about it, someone would definitely come to this place. But this place is very hidden and important. If those people with bad intentions found this place, the consequences would be disastrous. If their strength is improved, it would be a disaster for the entire universe. Lin Feng deeply realized the importance of improving his own strength. However, he was still at a loss as to how to solve the current crisis. Master Gu Yi revealed to him that only he could deal with this crisis. Others were helpless, so they hoped that Lin Feng could quickly increase his strength here. Lin Feng stated that he would work hard to improve himself. Master Gu Yi told him that this place must be kept secret to prevent accidents. But Lin Feng can practice freely here, but he must leave this place after each practice. Lin Feng was puzzled why everyone chose him to take on this task. Master Gu Yi explained that she learned through secret methods that only Lin Feng could deal with this crisis. Therefore, she chose him, and she was full of confidence in Lin Feng's strength. Although the energy here is extremely rich, but not everyone can absorb it. Only Lin Feng can perfectly integrate this power. Lin Feng nodded and seemed to understand the intention of Master Gu Yi. It seems that the situation has reached a critical point, and he must take action. Now that he has found the key to the problem, he is not so nervous. When the enemy surfaces, he will deal with them properly. But before that, he must improve his strength first. Master Guyi asked him to practice here, and then left. After Master Guyi left, Lin Feng immediately entered the place of practice. He could feel that the energy here was more concentrated, but at the same time it also concealed a powerful strength. The giant beast guardian could not challenge him with his current strength, so he chose to practice in a place with abundant spiritual energy on the side of the mountain. The spiritual energy here is extremely rich, and his practice effect is twice the result with half the effort. The results are remarkable, which makes him very happy in his heart. Unfortunately, he has found such a good place. Otherwise, I don't know how long his practice will last. His way of practice is completely different from that of ordinary people. In this era, the spiritual energy has become quite thin. Apart from famous mountains and rivers, places with abundant spiritual energy like this are rare. After a morning of practice, he felt that his strength was full and seemed to be about to break through. After practicing for a while, he encountered a bottleneck. During this period, many outsiders tried to break in and make trouble, so he set up a formation here to prevent them from entering. At least those who are not strong can't find his existence, so he can practice with peace of mind. After a while, he felt hungry and left the place of practice. Seeing that there were many wild beasts in the forest, he chose one with the same strength as himself and rushed over directly. The giant beast seemed to have ignited its fighting spirit when it saw Lin Feng attacking it, and it went straight to fight. The two sides fought for a long time, but because Lin Feng had just improved his strength, now his strength is far beyond the past. The giant beast is not his opponent at all, and was quickly defeated by Lin Feng. After Lin Feng defeated it, he took away everything he could use and ate its meat. After eating, he felt that his physical strength increased greatly, and the strength in his body became more and more abundant. Feeling that the time was almost up, he prepared to leave, but before leaving, he left a coordinate nearby and set up a formation to prevent others from entering. No one else could enter this place except him. Moreover, as long as someone tried to break in, he would immediately notice and rush over. In addition to the illusion formation, he also arranged a killing formation. After everything was ready, he left with satisfaction. On the way out, he suddenly felt dizzy, and this feeling was familiar. Every time the system teleported him to other spaces, he would have this feeling. It's just that this process always came suddenly, and it seemed to be completely determined by the mood of the system. When to teleport was completely unpredictable, which made him quite helpless. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. This process was really uncomfortable. In addition, he was suddenly pulled here on the way home, unprepared, and had not adapted to it for a while. He kept complaining to the system, suggesting that the next time he was sent to other places for training, he must be notified in advance, otherwise he would really find it difficult to adapt. However, the system ignored his complaints and directly issued a new task. Lin Feng understood the temper of the system. After complaining a few words, he began to check the content of the task carefully. He came to a new space, where there was a creature called the Nine-Colored Deer. As long as he could catch it, he could gain its power, which was his goal this time. He was a little confused about this goal. He used to be an ancient great power, but how did it become this strange creature this time? However, the strength of this creature was not inferior to that of the divine beast, and it might be of great use to him, so he accepted the task. At this time, he walked towards the spiral hole in front of him. As soon as he entered, the dark and narrow road suddenly became open. In front of him was a vast forest, but the trees here were completely different from those in the outside world, and he had never seen them before. However, the spiritual energy here was very rich. There were even some strange creatures. After he discovered them, he found that these were precious medicinal materials. So he collected these medicinal materials, which was very helpful to improve his strength. He walked in the forest for a long time before he realized the vastness of this forest. It was obviously not a solution to search aimlessly like this, so he began to think about how to find the Nine-Colored Deer. At this time, he saw a lot of animals next to him, so he walked over. When the animals saw humans, they were scared and fled. In their impression, humans are greedy and terrible, and they will eat them when they see them, so they run away desperately. Lin Feng was quite embarrassed when he saw this scene. He just wanted to ask for directions. Is it so terrible? but he did not give up and stop them directly. Although these animals ran away in advance, their speed was far less than Lin Feng. Soon, they were caught by Lin Feng. These animals can actually speak human language and beg for mercy, begging him not to eat them. Lin Feng told them that he was not here to eat them, but just wanted to ask for directions. After hearing this, the animals were a little confused. Didn't humans catch them to eat? It turned out to be for asking directions. So they asked him what he wanted to ask, and if he didn't know, he would let them go. Lin Feng promised that, as long as he could help him find out clearly, he would let them go. The animals were very happy after hearing this, and asked him what he wanted to ask. Lin Feng asked them if they had seen the 9-colored deer. Hearing this name, the other animals were very surprised, because they had all heard that the 9-colored deer was the guardian of this forest, and they didn't know what this person wanted to find it for. They hesitated whether to answer, but this hesitation was instantly noticed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, gathered a force of fire, and threw it at the tree next to him, which instantly turned into ashes. The animals were horrified when they saw this scene. They didn't expect this person to be so powerful. If they didn't cooperate, they would probably die. So, they decided to tell Lin Feng the whereabouts of the 9-colored deer, and took him away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 New mission appears. Walking towards the depths of the forest, Lin Feng did not completely believe what they said and left many marks along the way, just in case. Those animals were hiding far away at this time, and only the few who were caught were leading the way in front. It must be said that this forest is really too big. If they did not lead the way, with his ability, it is estimated that he would not be able to find the place for several months. Although he can use his ability to calculate to find the location. But this place seems to be protected by an invisible force, and it is impossible to calculate the exact location. At this time, Lin Feng and a group of small animals came to the lake, and they told Lin Feng one after another. Around this lake, they often saw the traces of the 9-colored deer, but they did not know when and where it would appear or disappear. Therefore, they could only bring Lin Feng here. Lin Feng noticed the colorful fluff scattered on the ground, and he believed it a little. Perhaps the truth is indeed so he let the small animals leave, and he ambushed here. However, as time passed, the 9-colored deer never showed up, which made Lin Feng full of doubts. Was he deceived? But they didn't look like they were lying, and there was indeed a special aura of power around them. Maybe it was just bad luck that I didn't meet the 9-colored deer. I'll wait and see. After all, this is the only water source nearby, and the 9-colored deer will come back sooner or later. Sure enough, after a period of patient waiting, Lin Feng finally saw a 9-colored white deer slowly walking towards the lake. It lowered its head to drink water, and Lin Feng quietly approached it, feeling a strong and sacred power from it. He immediately realized that this animal contained extraordinary sacred power, and was likely the guardian of the forest. If it was killed, it would probably have an immeasurable impact on the entire forest, making him regretful. Thinking of this, Lin Feng hesitated in his heart whether he should continue to complete this mission. He already had a variety of powers, but most of them had not been completely refined. In the ancient times, everyone's power was extremely powerful, a height that he could never reach in his life. There was no need to take every power for himself. After thinking this through, Lin Feng decided to give up the mission. At this moment, the 9-colored deer came over. Lin Feng was too deep in thought and did not realize that his breath had been completely exposed. The 9-colored deer knew the surrounding environment very well. He instantly realized that there was another person nearby, and the target was himself, so he walked straight over. Seeing Lin Feng, the 9-colored deer was curious. There had been no traces of humans here for a long time. It asked Lin Feng the purpose of coming here. Seeing that he had been discovered, Lin Feng told him frankly, and told him his mission and his thoughts just now. After he finished speaking, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, He had had bad thoughts about the 9-colored deer, and now he was caught by it. Lin Feng, who had never done anything bad, felt very uncomfortable. After hearing this, the 9-colored deer understood his thoughts and told him frankly. The power in his body was used to protect the forest, but he felt that his power was weakening and it was difficult to complete the mission. This secret has been carried for a long time. It has always wanted to find an heir, but it has never been successful. So it decided to pass this power to Lin Feng, on the premise that he would eliminate all the evil forces in the forest and restore peace to the forest. Lin Feng thought for a moment and thought it was a good idea, so he readily agreed. He was planning to stay in this world for a long time, so why not help the 9-colored deer solve this problem first? This is a win-win strategy, and it can also allow the 9-colored deer's power to continue. As long as he eliminates all dangers, the 9-colored deer will not need this power. After thinking it through, Lin Feng expressed his determination to help the 9-colored deer eradicate the evil forces. The 9-colored deer nodded and said that, as long as Lin Feng could complete the task, it would fulfill its promise and pass on the power to him. After the two sides reached an agreement, they left. Before leaving, the 9-colored deer gave Lin Feng a piece of 9-color stone and told him that he could find himself through this stone. After completing the task, Lin Feng was curious about the 9-colored deer's actions and asked it why it wanted to help him. The 9-colored deer explained that, although it has great power, it cannot leave the forest due to its own limitations. It can only rely on its own power to help the animals in the forest, but this is far from enough. Instead of doing this, it is better to give the power to someone who needs it more, and believe that person can do more good with this power. But before that, it must ensure the peace of the forest. Only when the forest is safe can it hand over its power with peace of mind. After listening, Lin Feng nodded and said that he was willing to help the 9-colored deer solve the problems in the forest first. But he was puzzled by the decision of the 9-colored deer. They were not of the same race. Why did the 9-colored deer consider the safety of humans? The 9-colored deer told him that he was an innate divine beast, different from other creatures. It was not good at fighting, but it had magical powers to help others, which was the source of its power. However, it was always a pity that it could not leave the forest. If someone could use this power to help more people, it would be the best use of this power. It had been looking for such a person before, and now it met Lin Feng, and felt that he was the right person. After listening, Lin Feng nodded, and said that he was willing to help, and then left. The distribution of forces in the forest was clear, and Lin Feng quickly found the territories of several evil forces. Those evil creatures were surprised to see him appear, because humans had not been seen in the forest for a long time. They thought that humans had more powerful powers, but they had been eating animals for many years, and were tired of it. Moreover, those slightly spiritual animals were all under the protection of the 9-colored deer, and they were no match at all. Now a stranger suddenly appeared, which made them feel novel. So they rushed up, and surrounded Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It seems that he has been underestimated. But it doesn't matter, just let them see his strength. When he released the power on his body, the evil creatures around were stunned. This power is too strong. Is this the power of human beings? At this moment, they have no time to think about it. They just feel that, if they don't escape, they may never have a chance. However, Lin Feng had already laid out the formation around, and it was impossible for them to escape. In a short time, Lin Feng swept through multiple evil forces, and the whole forest gradually returned to peace. All this was seen by the 9-colored deer. It felt the changes in the forest, and was very satisfied with Lin Feng's performance. So it took the initiative to find Lin Feng, and told him that it had passed the test, and could pass on its power to him, but there was a condition. This condition was slightly different from what was said before, but Lin Feng didn't care. He asked the 9-colored deer what the conditions were. The 9-colored deer said solemnly, "This power is very powerful, but the premise is that you have to use it to save others, not to destroy. This is the prerequisite for using this power. If you use it to do evil, it may cause you to explode and die." Lin Feng was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect that this power had such a setting. But he quickly calmed down and said that he had never thought of using this power to do bad things. Even if one day his strength reaches a certain level, there is no need to worry about this power. If it really doesn't work, just expel it from the body. He doesn't want to have such a messy idea. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed readily, the 9-colored deer was quite satisfied. After all, most people dislike being bound. In the past, those who were rich or powerful often refused directly when they heard about this prerequisite. They were unwilling to let others control their lives and deaths. Although power can be obtained through many ways, life is obviously more precious. Everyone knows this, but Lin Feng is the only one who agreed without hesitation. It can be seen from this that he had no intention of using his own power to do anything wrong. The 9-colored deer was even more satisfied. It was seen that its whole body was shining with 9-colored light, and then it turned into particle-like light spots, suspended in the air. Lin Feng could feel that there was a huge amount of energy hidden in this power. If he could absorb it, his strength would be greatly improved. He immediately sat cross-legged and absorbed all the 9-colored light into his body. The surrounding beasts seemed to have sensed it as well. The animals in the entire forest quietly prostrated themselves in front of him. It was like worshipping. Not long after, Lin Feng completely absorbed this power, and he found that the power in his body became purer. Indeed, this power was not particularly magical, and he already had power of many attributes, but most of it had not been used. Some of these powers seemed quite useless in battle, and this power just made up for these shortcomings. It could purify other powers. In other words, with the help of this magical power, those abilities that were not strong to begin with were also enhanced. Overall, this made his energy more pure, which was of great benefit to the improvement of his strength. If the power is not further compressed and purified at this moment, it will definitely be disadvantageous to him in the future. Therefore, he was very satisfied with the result this time. When he left this space, the system informed him that he had successfully completed the task and successfully obtained the power of the 9-colored deer. At this time, Lin Feng no longer paid attention to this matter. Usually, the system would give him rewards after he completed the task, and he was curious about what it would be this time. Turning on the system, he found that the reward had been distributed to the space. Entering his own system space, he saw a fruit lying quietly inside. This fruit was not much different from other fruits. Its name and function were engraved on it. This fruit was called Sincerity Fruit. As for its function, it didn't seem to be very useful to Lin Feng. However, he was accustomed to this, and the items rewarded by the system were often rarely used. The weapons rewarded before seemed to be somewhat useful. It's just that he himself didn't like to use weapons. Besides, no one could make him use weapons at present. After he came out of the space, he went directly back to the room to continue practicing. This time he was very satisfied with his results. Not only did he improve his strength, but he also gained a new power. He felt that, if he could fully integrate this power, his strength would be even higher, so he closed himself in the room. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly fell into a state of enlightenment. He could feel the energy in his body running very fast. He quickly used his strength to suppress this speed. This was a rare opportunity for him to speed up his cultivation, but at the same time, if the speed was too fast, it might also lead to loss of control. So at this moment he had to use this high speed to suppress and improve his strength. In this way, the two forces began to confront each other. After a period of competition, he finally stabilized his speed and maintained his strength in a state of balance. At this time, he could feel his strength growing. The whole room was shrouded in an energy cyclone, and the people around him could feel the fluctuations of this energy, but they didn't know where this power came from. They only knew that the person with the power was still in a state of enlightenment and had not yet woken up. After a long time, he finally woke up from this state, only to feel sore all over his body. It should be because of the excessive consumption of power. He got up and wanted to walk around, and suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. He went out and saw that it was the Black Widow. She looked anxious, as if she had something urgent to do. Seeing Lin Feng coming out, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly pulled him away. Seeing her so anxious, Lin Feng followed her, but he didn't know what happened. He kept asking along the way. Only then did Black Widow realize that she was too anxious and had not told him the mission. It turned out that after this period of hard work, they had a better understanding of the actions of the Yellow Man organization. But the other party's anti-detection ability was extremely strong, and many actions failed. This made them very anxious. However, after a period of observation, they discovered the pattern. They actually found the next target of the Yellow Man organization's attack, the subway station. After learning the news, they were shocked and hurried to notify everyone. But now there is a serious shortage of manpower, and many people have been lost in the previous operation. In addition, most people have tasks and cannot be transferred. At this time, they thought that Lin Feng was at home and had no other tasks, so they wanted to take him to complete this mission. Lin Feng nodded after listening. It seems that the situation is indeed very critical. Nowadays, subways are popular. Once the Yellow Man organization takes action on the subway, the consequences will be disastrous. It may even cause a huge panic like last time, and things will be even more difficult to deal with. There are already enough things going on. The previous problems have not been solved, and now new situations have emerged. He felt that there must be a connection between these things. After all, there are still people in their group who are colluding with the Yellow Man organization. Although a group of them were arrested before, their intuition told them that there are more people in the Yellow Man organization than these. When they left, everyone else was ready. Because there are many subway station entrances, it is not sure which one the Yellow Man would attack. Just in case, they decided to monitor every subway station and check them one by one. No place can be missed, otherwise the loss will be unbearable. Fortunately, they had installed some positioning systems before, which can accurately monitor every place. They use these surveillances to observe the surrounding situation at all times, and once there was an abnormality, they would immediately go to support. However, to their surprise, they did not find anything unusual after searching for a long time. Although some fights occurred, the police sent to investigate and found that there was nothing serious. Chapter 292. Divide the troops into two groups and take action. What was about to happen made them a little nervous and afraid of everything. But no matter what, their mission was not going anywhere, and they had no way of judging where the yellow-dressed man would make his move. They were extremely anxious. If they could not find any trace of the yellow-dressed man, they might succeed, and then they would be in trouble. You know, the subway is well connected. Although it is not certain where the yellow-dressed man will make his move, once he does, the consequences will be disastrous. However, if the subway is stopped now, the problem will be even greater. Ordinary people will make trouble without knowing the reason, which will inevitably lead to social unrest. So even if they know there is danger, they cannot interfere with the normal life of the people, otherwise the impact may be even worse. This dilemma gave them a headache. They had to consider both this side and that side. The key point was that their current search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. They might not find any clues when something happened, and it would be too late. In order not to cause too much loss, they divided into several groups to patrol subway stations with heavy traffic, hoping to find some clues. If the yellow-dressed man wanted to make a move, he would definitely choose a crowded place to achieve unexpected results. So they disguised themselves and conducted a disguised investigation. They hoped to find evidence against the Yellow Man, and it would be best if they could directly find out the members of the Yellow Man organization. In this way, they could solve the matter perfectly. Unfortunately, the matter was not so easy to solve. However, to their surprise, although they encountered many members of the Yellow Man organization along the way, these people were just ordinary people. They knew nothing about the core secrets. Many people were even deliberately exposed just to mislead their pursuit. This resulted in almost no progress in their actions, which made them quite frustrated. At this time, Lin Feng told them that he had an ability to track the location of the Yellow Man's actions. However, this ability was quite complicated to use and required specific smells as clues. But at this moment, they didn't even know the specific location of the Yellow Man members, not to mention finding the source of the smell on them. At this time, one of them suddenly had an idea and thought of a way. Among the captives he had captured before, there was one who had had contact with the Yellow Man. Obviously, this person must have the smell of the Yellow Man, and his status among the captives was quite high. After thinking of this method, they immediately brought the captive to Lin Feng. Lin Feng used his special ability to smell a smell on the captive that did not belong to him. However, to his embarrassment, the smell was extremely complex and was actually divided into 3 parts. And each part was quite even, which made him speculate that there might be more than one person, or perhaps 3 parties acting at the same time. If this is true, things will become tricky. As soon as he finished analyzing these, he asked everyone what happened. Then, Lin Feng told them what he saw and guessed, and everyone was shocked after hearing it. Unexpectedly, the man in yellow was so cunning and played such a hand. Then, Lin Feng told them several locations he had speculated. After seeing these locations, they found that they were very familiar, because these places were densely populated areas. Once they took action in these places, the consequences would be disastrous. However, it was too late to solve them one by one. Fortunately, they still had enough power in their hands, and had enough manpower to deal with it. So they divided the team into 3. Each team was responsible for a location, and notified each other after completing the task. If they encountered special circumstances, they also supported each other. After everything was arranged, Lin Feng, Rhodes and Thor formed a team. The 3 of them were old partners and headed towards the farthest subway station. This was the result of their discussion. Among them, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the fastest, and he mastered the ability of space. Therefore, it was most appropriate for him to go to the farthest place. Lin Feng also agreed, and directly opened the space wormhole, and arrived at the destination not long after. When the 3 of them just arrived, a lot of people suddenly appeared in front of them, which surprised them. But the people around them had no reaction to this, and they were busy with their own things. This made them feel very strange. Isn't the sudden appearance of 3 living people enough to arouse curiosity? At this time, Lin Feng explained that, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he used the ability to modify reality to eliminate the memories of the people around him about the sudden appearance of the 3 of them. After listening, the 2 nodded. This ability is indeed practical. If it can be like this in the future, perhaps a lot of trouble can be avoided, and the task will be completed more smoothly. At this time, everyone was not interested in listening to his complaints anymore, and they were ready to start searching. Not long after they arrived here, they found several people with suspicious identities. Lin Feng smelled the familiar smell from them, which meant that their target was these people. After seeing the enemy, Rhodes and Thor were ready to attack, but Lin Feng stopped them. He told them that it was not clear what the specific action targets of these people were. If they alerted them at this time and forced them to act in advance, they might not be able to stop them with their current strength. It would be better to follow them quietly as before, and perhaps find their action location. If everything goes well at that time, they can catch them all in one fell swoop. After hearing this, everyone nodded and thought that this was the safest way, so they followed quietly. Although these members of the yellow-clothed organization felt that someone was following them, they looked back many times and found nothing unusual, so they thought it was their illusion. Therefore, they did not care about it. When they came to a place, Lin Feng and the other 2 used Lin Feng's ability to shrink their bodies in order to avoid being discovered. Others did not notice their arrival at all. At this time, they heard the people inside discussing something. It turned out that they had buried a large amount of explosives under the subway nearby. They planned to detonate all the explosives when the subway passed by. In this way, perhaps all the subways in this area will collapse. The consequences will be disastrous and will inevitably cause great panic. Hearing this, the 3 were shocked. They didn't expect the yellow-clothed man to have made such a thorough arrangement. No wonder this place is the farthest from them. It turns out that it is to cover the real place of action. The other 2 places are just a cover. Once those 2 places are attacked, they can no longer attack. But this place is different. Because it is the farthest away, no matter what happens, they will detonate the bomb as planned. This is the safest place and the last trump card in their hands. Hearing this, the 3 broke out in a cold sweat at the same time. They didn't expect the yellow-clothed man to be so cunning. Fortunately, Lin Feng has the ability of space and can teleport them through the space wormhole. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with it. At this moment, when the yellow-clothed man was about to connect the detonator, an axe suddenly appeared in front of them. This axe exudes a dangerous aura and is full of mysterious power. In the eyes of Rhodes and Thor, such scenes are not uncommon. They soon realized that this was Lin Feng preparing to take action. So, they also took action at the same time to assist Lin Feng in dealing with these members of the yellow-clothed organization. The yellow-clothed people saw that someone had interrupted their plan and hurried over to stop them. But they were too few in number and had no power to resist. They were soon knocked to the ground one by one. Rhodes and Thor found that these people were not strong and soon subdued them all. Not long after, these people all fell to the ground and wailed. However, the three of them did not kill them, but just made them lose the ability to resist. Next, they just waited for the follow-up army to deal with them. But now there is a more important task. That is to dismantle the bombs buried under the subway to avoid accidental injury to innocent people. At this time, Lin Feng quietly looked around and found that there was still one person who had not been solved. It turned out that these people deliberately appeared in front of them. On the one hand, it was to distract their attention, and on the other hand, it was to cover this person. This person must have something important hidden on him. At this moment, they heard the roar of the subway getting closer and closer, indicating that the subway was about to arrive. If they could not solve all the enemies before then their mission would fail. With their strength, they might be able to escape from here, but other ordinary people might not. At this time, the member of the yellow-clothed organization saw the subway coming and sneered. He took out a device similar to a remote control from his bag. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the device. No wonder these people wanted to protect this person. It turned out that the controller was in his hand. Once he pressed the button, the consequences would be disastrous. He stared at this person, thinking about how to stop him. But after seeing the other party's vigilant eyes, he did not look directly at the other party so as not to arouse vigilance and cause the other party to detonate the device in advance. So, while fighting, he quietly approached the other party. The other party did not seem to notice. He just stared at the sign above, waiting for the moment when the subway passed by. He planned to detonate here and escape when the subway passed. He had prepared an escape route for himself before he came, and now it came in handy. However, before that, he had to act carefully, especially to avoid the powerful opponent. At this moment, the time was just right, and the member of the yellow-clothed organization was about to press the remote control in his hand to cause the explosion. Rhodes and Thor were still immersed in their battle and were unaware of the situation here. When she was about to touch the remote control, Lin Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." If he succeeded, everything would be irreversible. Lin Feng's mind raced, thinking about how to take back the deadly device. However, the man had already decided to press the remote control, and the crisis was imminent. Lin Feng knew that once the remote control was pressed, he would have no room for recovery. He quickly mobilized his fastest attack method, combined with the power of Roaring Skydog's charge, and soared to the extreme speed, and pounced on the man. The man also noticed Lin Feng's approach. Although time was running out, he still decided to go all out, and planned to detonate this place first to complete his mission. He knew that, if Lin Feng took the remote control away, the mission would fail completely, his brothers would die in vain, and he would face severe punishment. So he made up his mind, and prepared to detonate the bomb. Seeing this, Lin Feng was anxious. He knew that what he needed most at this moment was time. Although he had accelerated with all his strength, time was still a gap he could not cross. Rhodes and Thor had not yet reacted, and Lin Feng could no longer count on their help. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had gained new power, but had not yet tried its true power. He could feel the element of time and space contained in it, and perhaps this was his turning point. He realized that both the power of time and space could play a huge role at this moment. So he decided not to hold back and desperately urge this power. As the power was released, he felt the energy in his body being consumed rapidly, and he could not help but marvel at the power. He knew his energy reserves, and the use of this ability almost exhausted his power. However, the effect was also obvious. He felt that the space and time around him seemed to be frozen by him, and everything was under his control. Since time was under his control, he had enough time to defeat the enemy in front of him. But he didn't think much about it, and rushed directly to the man. When Lin Feng appeared in front of the man was shocked. He couldn't understand why the person who was originally far away suddenly appeared in front of him with his hand on the remote control. The man tried to take back the remote control, but how could Lin Feng let him succeed? He directly attacked with one move, and the man couldn't resist at all. He fell to the ground instantly, his eyes full of unwillingness. Lin Feng looked at the corpse on the ground and shook his head. He thought it would be a strong opponent, but he didn't expect it to be so vulnerable. He turned and left, not caring about the corpse. At this time, Rhodes and Thor also dealt with their respective enemies and rushed over. Lin Feng only released the power after destroying the control device. The man was shocked to see the controller in his hand turned into ruins. He didn't know what happened, but he felt that everything had changed in an instant. The people around also witnessed this scene and were shocked. They fought on their own and didn't expect so many changes to happen in such a short time. Thor was the most unlucky. He had just dealt with all the enemies when he saw the man holding the remote control and trying to press it, and he was shocked. He knew that the key to the mission was to prevent this person from detonating the subway station, so he rushed over without hesitation. However, what he didn't expect was that Lin Feng actually stopped the space at this time, and everyone's movements were frozen. Lin Feng quickly dealt with the man and destroyed the control device. When Thor rushed forward, the person he saw had changed from a stranger to Lin Feng. He was shocked and at a loss. Rhodes vaguely sensed something. He felt the fluctuation of time and space just now. Although he didn't fully understand it, he felt relieved when he saw that Lin Feng had dealt with the enemy. However, when Thor almost hit Lin Feng, Rhodes couldn't help but sigh. He thought helplessly, was it right or wrong to bring this guy here? Chapter 293, Dangers. He seemed to only use brute force, never use his brain, and often did bad things with good intentions. Seeing this, Lin Feng directly used his ability to build a solid wall in front of Thor. Thor bumped into it head on and heard a bang. Although he was not injured, he looked embarrassed. Seeing Thor's embarrassment, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. He looked around and found that all the enemies had been dealt with, and Thor didn't know it at all. Rhodes came over and followed the clues of the controller and used technology to find the burial place of the explosives. After a search, they finally found the warehouse. When they entered the warehouse, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. A warehouse full of explosives. Once detonated, the entire subway station would be reduced to nothing, and no one inside would be spared. Even if they were strong, they couldn't escape from here in a short time. They couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and were glad that Lin Feng dealt with the man in time and destroyed the controller. However, how to deal with these explosives became a big problem. At this time, Lin Feng remembered his system space, so he used the system space to transfer all the explosives. Then, they prepared to leave this dangerous place. Rhodes and Thor saw the objects disappearing in front of them, and they were full of surprise. This scene was like magic. Could it be that the objects were teleported to another place? Rhodes suddenly thought that this might be an advanced transmission technology that could transmit objects to a distant place. But this technology obviously involves space science, which is far beyond their control. He secretly speculated that Lin Feng must have more advanced black technology in his hands, and he would definitely ask him for advice if he had the opportunity in the future. If Lin Feng knew his thoughts, he would probably be amused. The way of cultivation is originally a mysterious study, which is completely different from the scientific system. Lin Feng also knew nothing about the scientific world of Rhodes and others, so naturally he could not provide any help. Just as the three were preparing to evacuate, they suddenly received a message from the Black Widow. There were 3 goals in this mission. Although they had completed their part, they knew nothing about the situation of the other 2 groups, so they urgently needed to contact them. However, when they tried to contact Black Widow, they found that the signal was very poor and seemed to be in trouble, which made the 3 people very anxious. Worried about their safety, the 3 decided to leave immediately and go to the location of the mission target. Fortunately, Lin Feng knew the 3 locations very well and quickly found the location of Black Widow from the coordinates and hurried there. At this time, many policemen appeared around. Seeing this, Lin Feng had an idea and handed the subdued member of the yellow organization next to him to the police and showed his ID and asked them to notify others. Then, the three hurriedly left and went to support. After a lot of running around, they finally arrived at the destination, but found that there was no one there, which surprised them. At this time, Lin Feng realized that there was no one around, but like the situation he encountered before, there might be other passages hidden below, but they had not yet discovered it. But this did not stump Lin Feng. He was extremely sensitive to smells, so he used his roaring skydog ability to find the hiding place of the man in yellow. However, although the approximate location was determined, the specific entrance still needed to be found. Otherwise, he could only rely on brute force to break it open, but then the mission would lose its meaning and might even cause panic. So he decided to find the entrance first. While Rhodes and Thor were looking for the entrance, Lin Feng was also busy trying to investigate the situation inside to prevent any accidents. To his surprise, there were not only people inside, but also the atmosphere was extremely tense, with a large number of people, even more than the number of people he had met at the subway station before. He told Rhodes and Thor about this discovery. After hearing it, the two looked solemn, but they also understood that, if they did not go to support them at this moment, they might not be able to hold on for long. So they quickened their pace to find the entrance. After some effort, they finally found the entrance in a remote corner and walked in along it. As soon as they entered, they heard a dull sound. Although it was not far away, it seemed to be blocked by sound insulation. This made them anxious. Obviously, there was a fire inside, and they had to rush to support as soon as possible. As they got closer to their destination, they understood more about the situation inside. Knowing that there were many people inside, if they did not provide timely support, the consequences would be disastrous. So they quickened their pace and ran inside. At this time, they could clearly hear the sound of fighting and the collision of weapons. The situation was obviously very critical. Lin Feng felt a weak breath, which did not belong to the Yellow Man organization, but to someone he was familiar with. He was very anxious and rushed in. Rhodes and Thor followed closely behind, but they didn't know why. Although they were not as fast as Lin Feng, they also tried their best to catch up. They knew that something big must have happened ahead, otherwise Lin Feng would not be so anxious. Lin Feng rushed to the scene and found that Black Widow had been captured by the Yellow Man organization and was tightly bound by iron chains. As soon as he appeared, he was discovered by the enemy. Because he rushed too hard, he made a lot of noise and attracted everyone's attention. The Yellow Man saw that there was another prey coming to the door, and they all rushed towards him. Lin Feng was not afraid, and his hands were as fast as lightning, knocking down the enemies one by one. The Yellow Man was shocked to see that Lin Feng was so powerful, but then he thought, no matter how strong he was only one person. Could he still defeat so many of them? So, they ordered their men to attack together, hoping to win by relying on the advantage of numbers. Lin Feng looked at the many enemies in front of him, and although he felt it was difficult, he did not panic. He could feel that, although there were many of them, they were not strong. Suddenly, a burst of light burst out from his body, which made the enemy unable to open their eyes. When the light faded, countless Lin Fengs appeared in front of the enemy. The yellow-clothed man was shocked, thinking that it was just an illusion, but unexpectedly, each Lin Feng had a physical body and power. Although they began to attack, they soon found that they were no match at all. Lin Feng's clones rushed towards them with great power, and the yellow-clothed man organization retreated step by step. At this time, the yellow-clothed man thought of threatening Lin Feng with captives. However, Lin Feng had already expected this step, and quietly sent people to use space ability to rescue the captives. When the yellow-clothed man saw the captives being rescued, he panicked and wanted to escape, but found that there was no way to go. Lin Feng's clones surrounded them and knocked them to the ground one by one. When the last yellow-clothed man fell, Lin Feng was satisfied and took back all his clones. Only yellow-clothed men were left wailing or unconscious on the ground. At this time, Rhodes and Thor finally arrived at the scene. Seeing this scene, they were stunned. Looking at Lin Feng again, they saw that his face was normal and his breath was steady, and they were even more shocked. They couldn't help but wonder what level of strength Lin Feng had reached. How could he defeat so many people alone and so easily? What kind of power is this? Fortunately, they arrived here in time and didn't make things worse. Black Widow was also saved. Although she felt that it was a bit shameful to be caught, she was still full of gratitude. Lin Feng looked at the bodies on the ground and was full of shock. They arrived here only a moment ago, and everything in front of them seemed to be done by Lin Feng. Thinking of this, he was surprised again. It was only a moment before and after. It was so easy to get rid of so many people. Seeing this scene, Rhodes couldn't help but frown secretly. In the past, the three of them were the most tacit partners, and many tasks were completed by the three of them together, but now they don't know why. Lin Feng seemed to have received some kind of mysterious blessing, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. It has reached a state that they can hardly reach. If it were them, facing such a number of enemies, it would probably take a long time. However, Lin Feng quickly resolved the battle, and his current strength is unfathomable. He looked at the Black Widow and others who had just been rescued. They should have been captured, so these people were not killed by them, so the only possibility was that Lin Feng did it. Thinking of this, he made up his mind in his heart. He must start training hard from now on to enhance his own strength, otherwise he will be unable to help when they perform tasks together in the future. At this time, Lin Feng ran towards a member of the yellow-clothed organization, and the people around him were all surprised. Thor wanted to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by Rhodes. Lin Feng's move must have a deep meaning. In addition, he has many strange abilities. Perhaps some unknown action was going on. Although Thor was full of curiosity, he was tactful and did not disturb them. He just watched quietly. Soon, a touch of colorful energy gathered in Lin Feng's hand. This energy was gentle and pure. When it touched others, they also felt a sense of tranquility, but they did not understand its meaning. After a while, Lin Feng slowly woke up, but his face was very bad. He casually threw the member of the yellow-clothed organization beside him to the ground, and then left. Everyone was surprised to see this abnormality, but at this moment they had no time to ask the reason. They quickly notified the people nearby to come and clean up the scene, and they quickly evacuated. After leaving, they curiously asked Lin Feng what happened, and saw that he looked solemn. Lin Feng's strength has reached the peak. Even Thanos is not his opponent. What can make him so cautious? At this time, Lin Feng sighed lightly and said, "I'm afraid that something big will happen here soon." After hearing this, everyone was full of doubts. Hasn't there been constant turmoil recently? Why do you say there will be trouble? Lin Feng finally spoke up and said that he had just used his ability to spy on the inner world of the Yellow Man organization. This ability consumes a lot of physical strength. Although he suffered heavy losses, he also learned the true purpose of the other party. It turned out that this mission was only to lead them away, not the main action, so the accident was created only to lure them here, and whether it was actually completed or not would not have much impact on them. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, but they also felt strange. Why would they go to such a cost just to lead them out? There must be a secret behind it. But for a while, they couldn't see the truth. After all, their strength should not be underestimated, even though the Yellow Man organization has a large number of people. But they would also feel distressed for losing so much at one time, and there must be a bigger plot behind it. They anxiously asked Lin Feng, but Lin Feng didn't say much, just sighed, and left for SHIELD. Tell them that there will be a situation over there, and there is no time to explain now, so they need to go and deal with it immediately, and then tell them in detail after the matter is completed. Instruct them to stay here, to deal with the aftermath. After hearing this, Rhodes and Thor stopped asking questions. Lin Feng had his own reasons for doing so they stayed to deal with the matter. Lin Feng left the subway station and prepared to leave. On the other side, Black Widow realized that there must be something strange here, and it was related to internal affairs. She was extremely sensitive to this. If this was true, then something big must have happened. Although Lin Feng was strong, he did not know much about internal affairs. If he went alone, he might be in danger. So she handed the matter over to Rhodes and Thor, and hurried after him. Rhodes and Thor looked at each other helplessly, although they did not understand why. But this matter was beyond their control, so they had to deal with the matter in front of them first. After the matter here was settled, they had to go back as soon as possible to check what was going on. At the same time, Lin Feng was about to return when he suddenly found someone following him. It was Black Widow. She knew something had happened and asked to go with him. Lin Feng agreed that with her help, he might be able to deal with it better. So the two of them came to their destination through the space wormhole. After arriving, Black Widow was surprised to find that this was the residence of Master Gu Yi, and she was curious why he came here. The Ancient One was the most mysterious and powerful person among them. Did he run into trouble? The two went straight to the residence of the Ancient One. However, the atmosphere was strange along the way. They had visited many times, but never like this. Lin Feng sensed a strong energy fluctuation, as if there was a battle going on, and there was more than one person. After walking forward for a while, they seemed to hit something, and were suddenly bounced back, and the Black Widow was shocked. She immediately took out her weapon, and attacked the transparent barrier in front. However, the attack was completely rebounded, and the barrier was intact. She tried to analyze the barrier with a computer, but found nothing. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the barrier was related to space. This surprised him, that someone was proficient in the power of space, which was extremely rare. However, they were still helpless. Lin Feng released his power and bombarded the barrier, and the powerful energy instantly shattered the barrier. Entering the interior, they found that there was only the Ancient One, and he was dying. Lin Feng stepped forward and found that the Ancient One was fighting with a masked man. Although he did not know the other party's identity, but he could feel his strange breath, and it was obviously a powerful opponent. He felt a long-lost breath of danger from the other party. At this time, he wanted to leave, but found another barrier, which was even more bizarre. Although the previous barrier contained the power of space, it was not stable. As long as there is space ability or enough strength, it can be broken. But this place is different. This is the only entrance, and the defense is strengthened. Even he can't break it in a short time. He is very anxious. Master Gu Yi obviously can't hold on for too long. He feels strange. He has never heard of such a powerful enemy here. Recalling Master Gu Yi's words, he seems to have anticipated all this and explained it in advance. It seems that this world may not be peaceful for a long time. As the saying goes, storms are coming, and crises are everywhere. However, this is not the time to indulge in emotion. Lin Feng still remains calm and quickly mobilizes his computing ability to analyze. Chapter 294, The Man in Yellow appears. Internal disputes. What surprised him was that he had no effect on the protective shield in front of him, but he successfully analyzed the structure of this barrier. It turned out that it was made of high concentration compressed energy. This energy is extremely strange and can flexibly deploy support according to the location of the attack and can connect up to a dozen points. In other words, when the attack is concentrated at one point, the power will be dispersed to each connection point. This means that up to 16 people can attack at the same time, and the power can still be balanced. Speaking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frowned. Obviously, this is not an ordinary thing. He suddenly urged all his strength and hit hard, but found that his strength was completely offset. The reality was as he expected. However, he soon thought of a countermeasure. Using his clone skill, he created multiple clones. Although there are not many of these clones, each of them has a strong strength. Black Widow had already seen this move and quickly retreated to the side to watch the battle. She knew that she didn't need to intervene at this time. Lin Feng rushed directly to these clones, although each attack seemed futile. But the simultaneous pressure of many clones made it impossible for the energy transmission of the barrier to support each connection point in time. Soon, the barrier was finally broken. After the barrier completely dissipated, the two were excited and rushed in. However, when they arrived, the battle was over. A man in black was so powerful that he had defeated Master Gu Yi. They hurried forward and helped Master Gu Yi up. Master Gu Yi told them that the opponent was powerful and had taken away the space gem from him. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He had gone through hardships and took this gem back from Thanos. Unexpectedly, it was taken away by this person. Obviously, this was his goal. Lin Feng rushed up without hesitation. Seeing this, the man in black fought fiercely with Lin Feng. He was surprised at Lin Feng's strength. He thought that there was only one master here, Master Gu Yi. Others were not to be feared at all, but Lin Feng's strength was beyond his expectations. He realized that, if Lin Feng continued to grow, he might not be his opponent in the near future. This made him curious. How did Lin Feng cultivate to such a state? Even if he had cultivated since childhood, it would be impossible to reach this level. Did he master advanced scientific and technological means? But in any case, his goal had been achieved, and it would be disadvantageous for him to stay here. So, he suddenly attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Lin Feng could not dodge, and could only take the attack. Although he took the attack, Lin Feng also retreated again and again. Taking this opportunity, the man in black took out the space gem in his hand. Everyone was shocked. This was the gem guarded by Master Gu Yi. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately understood that the other party intended to escape. He picked up his weapon and chased after him with all his strength. He tried his best to speed up, but unfortunately he could not use the power of time. If he could use the power of time, he might be able to stop the other party, but at this moment he was helpless. The man in black used the power of the space gem to transfer instantly, and Lin Feng missed. He tried to use the power of space to continue tracking, but found that the space had been abnormally reinforced. This surprised him, and he actually forgot that the space gem had such power. However, the surrounding space had been reinforced, and with his strength, it could not be cracked in a short time. He could only give up helplessly, and his heart was full of unwillingness. Afterwards, he returned to the residence of Master Gu Yi. Master Gu Yi took one look at him, and knew that he had failed to stop the other party. This was also within his expectations. The other party was strong. Although Lin Feng was strong, he had not yet reached that level. This was a normal result. Master Gu Yi began to heal his wounds, and everyone stood by. At this time, Lin Feng realized that he also had the ability to heal, so he used it. Master Gu Yi felt a gentle force repairing his injuries. He knew that it was Lin Feng who was helping him, so he accepted this power calmly. Lin Feng checked Master Gu Yi's injuries and was worried. His face was gloomy. The other party was indeed strong. Master Gu Yi's injuries were serious, and coupled with his own physical condition, Lin Feng needed to consume a lot of strength to completely heal him, and it would not be a short-term achievement. All he could do now was to suppress his injuries. After a while, he withdrew his power, and Master Gu Yi slowly woke up. Lin Feng told Master Gu Yi that his injuries could not be completely healed in a short period of time. Master Gu Yi nodded to show his understanding. He knew that he was seriously injured, but Lin Feng had done his best. He could recover from the remaining injuries on his own. He comforted the two. Later, Lin Feng curiously asked about the incident and the identity of the man in black. Master Gu Yi sighed and revealed that the other party was a member of the Yellow Man organization. Black Widow and Lin Feng were incredulous when they heard this. In their opinion, the Yellow Man organization was strong but limited. In the past, they only sent some minions to cause damage, and there were no real masters. If they had not been hiding in secret, they would have been wiped out long ago. However, the black man in front of them was so powerful that even Master Gu Yi was defeated. How could such a master be a member of that small organization? They found it difficult to accept this fact, and Lin Feng felt that the matter was not simple. He thought about how to find the headquarters of the Yellow Man. Whether the black man belonged to the organization or not, this matter was related to it, and there must be clues at the headquarters. But the problem was that they didn't know where the headquarters was. Lin Feng had captured many prisoners, but none of them had ever been to the headquarters. They only heard that there was such a place, but because their level was too low, they could not know the specific location. At this point, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. At this time, Master Gu Yi said that he knew where the Yellow Man organization was hiding. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He thought he needed to mobilize more people to search, but Master Gu Yi actually knew about this, which shocked the two of them. They hurried forward to ask for advice. Master Gu Yi seemed to know everything about the Yellow Man organization, which surprised the two even more. They had just learned about this organization not long ago. Why did Master Gu Yi know so much? Master Gu Yi slowly walked to a mirror and explained to the two. The strength of the Yellow Man organization is far beyond what can be seen on the surface. What they show is just the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, this is only their strength on Earth, not the main force. The true strength of the organization is actually in the outside world. Lin Feng was shocked after hearing this. This seems to be very different from what they had heard before. They had heard that this organization originated from the Sakura country. Although they have a certain strength, they are far from strong enough to pose a threat to them. The only tricky thing is that they are mixed in with many Earthlings. It was not easy to find all of them, but apart from that, they did not feel how powerful this organization was. They did not seem to be invincible, so why did Master Gu Yi say that their background was unfathomable? Master Gu Yi saw through their thoughts and explained that the Sakura country mentioned earlier was only the location of a branch of the organization. The strength of that branch was not outstanding, and there were some disputes within the organization at that time. Therefore, no one was willing to pay attention to such an insignificant place and let it develop freely. Otherwise, with Allah's power, they could not compete with it at all. At this time, Master Gu Yi stretched out his hand and released a burst of energy on the mirror in front of him. In an instant, a purple light flashed in the mirror, reflecting in front of everyone. The mirror showed an image of a planet with highly developed technology and a large population. This was obviously an extremely powerful civilization. Master Gu Yi told them that this was the planet where the Yellow Man organization was located, a powerful civilization that even ruled multiple galaxies around it. Although they were powerful, they were also extremely aggressive and often waged wars against other races. Because of this, they expanded very quickly, but they were good at controlling everything behind the scenes. Therefore, not many people knew about them, and their power had just entered the Milky Way not long ago, and their foundation was still shallow. They continued to watch, and waited until they understood the development process of the yellow-clothed man. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. It seems that he had underestimated them before. No wonder they had so many masters. Even if they suffered heavy losses, they didn't care. So that's it. After learning this, he still had doubts in his heart. They expanded, so why did they attack them? If they wanted this land, they could send troops to capture it, but for some reason they always use these conspiracies. Hearing Lin Feng's doubts, Master Gu Yi explained that what they really wanted were those gems. These 7 gems contain powerful power, which is what they are currently longing for. Although their civilization is powerful, it also has a shortcoming, that is, the lack of resources. Although it has developed rapidly, the amount of resources consumed is huge. When plundering from outside, they often face the problem of insufficient subsequent energy. This is also the reason why they rarely attack external forces, mainly because they are worried about affecting their own development. This led to them being extremely cautious about external wars, and they would not easily launch them without full confidence, but they didn't know where they got the news. The power in these 7 gems is enough to support their entire civilization. Upon hearing the news, they were very excited and wanted to take all the gems for themselves. I don't know who leaked the news that the space gems were in Lin Feng's hands to them, so they set up this game. First, they sent cannon fodder recruited from Earth to lure them out. After most people left, they could swagger in and take the gems, leading to the current situation. Their real goal is these gems, and the power in them is enough to support their ambitions. The lack of energy has slowed down their pace of external expansion. If this problem can be solved this time, their strength will be greatly improved, and it will be difficult to defeat them by then. After hearing the news, Lin Feng sighed, but he could do nothing. There have been too many things happening recently. Although his strength has improved a lot, he still feels powerless in the face of these difficulties. I thought that it would be enough to solve the problems on Ajiang's side, but I didn't expect that I would encounter conflicts within the organization as soon as I returned to Earth, and now the internal problems have not been completely resolved. There are many contradictions, and a large-scale civil war may be triggered with just one fuse, which is extremely unfavorable to them. If a civil war breaks out, they will be unable to deal with external forces, which will be a huge trouble for their development. Although most of them are not strong, their existence still makes some people feel resentful. Dare not act recklessly if there are problems inside them. Then how can others be scrupulous about this place? Unfortunately, the internal problems have not been solved yet, and such a situation has been discovered again. I thought that the Yellow Clothes organization was not strong and could be defeated easily. I had defeated them countless times before, but I was disappointed that I did not get useful information or catch important people every time. Even so, he did not take this force too seriously. I think such rats can always be caught. But now it seems that the enemies they face are much stronger than they imagined, and they don't even know whether their current strength can compete with them. They have been able to develop for so many years and rule so many places, so they naturally have their strengths. If there is a conflict with them, Lin Feng doesn't think he can deal with it. At that time, it may be a lose-lose result. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. There are too many things now. What's even more desperate is that none of these things can be solved in a short time. At this time, Black Widow suddenly came to him and said that something seemed to have happened, but it was not clear what it was. After hearing this, Master Guyi immediately waved his hand at the mirror and found that the problem this time was actually S.H.I.E.L.D. This shocked Lin Feng. Has the war broken out? Are those ambitious people already impatient to take action? When they looked at the scene in front of them, there was already a mess there, and many people were fighting, including Captain America. Rhodes and Thor were also entangled and fighting non-stop, which surprised Lin Feng very much. He was very familiar with his two partners. Although their strength was not outstanding, they were all trustworthy people. Especially Rhodes, he handled things very carefully and generally did not conflict with others. But this time, the situation surprised her very much. What happened that made him unable to help but take action? After watching for a while, Master Guyi looked at the situation in the mirror and shook his head. It seemed that what he was worried about finally happened. This made him feel helpless, but it was not unacceptable. In fact, he had expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. He immediately asked Lin Feng to go for support and find out why they were fighting. Now the external problems with the Yellow Man organization have not been resolved. Their target is those gems, so they must be properly managed. If a large amount of losses are caused by internal struggles, it will be too worthless. Black Widow is also very anxious at this moment. Among all of them, she has the deepest feelings for the organization. Now seeing the serious differences in the organization, she feels very nervous. So she is also ready to leave here to see what happened. If it can be solved, it would be the best. If it can't be solved, at least they should be separated. She cast her eyes on Lin Feng next to her. She has a clear understanding of her own strength. And Lin Feng's strength is very strong. If he can help herself, it will definitely play a big role. Chapter 295 Resolving Internal Conflicts. So she fixed her eyes firmly on Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately understood what she meant. He had intended to stop this. Otherwise, he would not have practiced in that mysterious space for so long, just to wait for this day. But he did not expect that this day would come so soon. Now that it has come, there is no way to avoid it. So the two of them prepared to leave here and see what happened. Master Guyi did not want them to waste too much power, so he personally set up a space barrier to teleport them there. The two left here directly and came to the War-torn shield. When Lin Feng arrived here, he was shocked to find that this place was already a melee. Many figures were intertwined in the fierce confrontation. Such a scene shocked him, especially when he first arrived here. Just as they were about to step into the door, they were suddenly stopped by a group of soldiers. After the Black Widow introduced herself, the soldiers exchanged glances and then launched a fierce attack on them. This sudden change surprised Lin Feng. He found that he had become the target of the attack. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and immediately fought back, but in the confrontation, he only knocked his opponent unconscious and did not hurt his life. Then, they broke in by force, and the lawyer who tried to stop them was easily repelled. After entering the interior, Lin Feng found that Rhodes, Thor and others were also involved in the melee. He stepped forward to stop them, but was surprised to find that these people were behaving abnormally. They attacked Lin Feng frantically as soon as they saw him, which made him very confused. Obviously, these people were controlled by some mysterious power, otherwise they would never attack him. Lin Feng fought with them and accidentally found that there were black spots behind them. He quickly controlled the two and removed the black spots, and they immediately fell into a coma. In this situation, Lin Feng immediately understood that they were controlled. Obviously, there was a powerful manipulator inside. However, the most urgent thing was to understand the overall situation. He looked around and was surprised to find that those who were conscious and actively attacked them were all people from the executive department. It seems that the rebellion started with them, and their strength was extremely strong. I don't know if it was recently promoted or hidden. Lin Feng found that all the senior executives had evacuated, and the hall was in a mess. They had obviously left early, and the mission was completed. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly thought that the gems he had hidden with great effort were hidden here, and they were probably in danger. He hurried to the place where the gems were stored. When he arrived, he saw corpses all over the ground. He knew in his heart that their target was the gems. However, the gems had been taken away. But fortunately, these people seemed to have just taken action because the bodies on the ground were still warm. Lin Feng realized that the incident had happened not long ago, and he immediately activated his tracking and detection capabilities and found that the man had indeed left not long ago. He had cast a formation on the gems before, and he could sense the gems, no matter where they were. So he chased after them without hesitation. In order to speed up, he used his spatial ability, the rainbow transformation technique, and the earth flowing light technique, and turned into a stream of light and rushed away. After chasing for a while, he found a black shadow in front of him, and the gems he sensed were there. He was excited and thought that it was the person who took the gems, and he was glad that he arrived in time. The man also noticed the pursuers and stopped. Seeing Lin Feng, he was shocked because he knew something about Lin Feng. Before the mission, he had received information from everyone, and Lin Feng was one of the threats to him. But Lin Feng was not in S.H.I.E.L.D., which made his mission go smoothly for a while. However, he failed to escape after all, and Lin Feng still caught up with him. He immediately attacked Lin Feng, and Lin Feng was not polite, using his strongest attack. The power was so strong that it knocked the man down directly. Lin Feng sensed that the gem was still on the man. He stabilized his body. Just now, in order to rush and attack, he consumed a lot of power and felt a little weak at the moment. It was not that the power was exhausted, but that his body was not used to using such a powerful power suddenly, especially after releasing the power in the flight. He stood up, recovered his strength, and looked at the person who fell to the ground. He was relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he arrived in time. If the gem was taken away, the consequences would be disastrous. He could sense that the gem was still on the man, and it seemed that he was still in time. He approached the man and found that the man was covering his face and was curious about who he was. He guessed that if he was not someone in their organization, he was likely a member of the Yellow Man organization. There is a powerful force behind this organization. Although he has fought with them many times, he has never met the core members. The only time he met them was at the Ancient One. That person gave him the feeling that he was powerful, but the strength of the person in front of him did not seem to be that strong. However, it was not bad to be able to withstand his attack. After all, not everyone can be so powerful. When he approached, he suddenly felt a dangerous breath. Although the man was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, he could sense that there was still plenty of vitality in the man's body. This situation was very unusual. If it were not for his new power, he would probably not be able to detect such a subtle change. When he was about to reach out, his movement suddenly stopped in midair. The man on the ground also realized that his disguise was discovered. He was surprised and curious about how Lin Feng found out. But since he had been discovered, it was meaningless to continue lying down, so he jumped up suddenly and prepared to attack. Lin Feng didn't expect that this man still had the strength to attack, and he was shocked. Obviously, this man had retained most of his strength in the defense just now, just to let him relax his vigilance and then defeat him in one fell swoop. What a dangerous opponent. He could only defend passively. Seeing that Lin Feng had seen through his plan, the man stopped hiding and attacked with all his strength. It must be said that this man is indeed powerful, only slightly weaker than the man who dealt with the Ancient One. No wonder so many masters in S.H.I.E.L.D. are controlled by him. Even if some of them are controlled, His strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not be able to reach that place at all, let alone take the gem. The two fought fiercely for a long time, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. The masked man saw that the situation was not good and was anxious. The mission was almost completed, but he didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin would come out at this time. He could feel that Lin Feng's strength was not inferior to his. If he was not careful, he might be defeated. So, he had the idea of retreating. But how could Lin Feng give him a chance? He fought closely against him, and could find him accurately, no matter where he fled. Lin Feng adopted the most prudent strategy. After all, he didn't know what other cards this man had. If this man is a member of the Yellow Clothes organization, then their organization must have many unknown secret weapons. It might be a small matter if he lost, but if the gem was lost, it would be a big trouble. After a period of trial and error, Lin Feng had a general understanding of the man's strength, so he attacked with all his strength. The man suddenly felt a huge pressure, and was surprised to find that Lin Feng had some strength left. The man's strength was so strong that he was caught off guard. At this time, he had no time to escape, and could only defend with all his strength. But Lin Feng knew his attack method very well and soon found the flaw in his defense. He concentrated all his strength to attack, and the man saw this, and knew that he could not stop it, so he could only try his best to resist. However, he still failed to stop it. Lin Feng watched the man in front of him fall down unwillingly. When the man finally lay on the ground, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It must be admitted that this man's strength is indeed very strong. If he hadn't adopted the most prudent strategy to consume his strength, I'm afraid he would have found it difficult to defeat him. At this moment, an emergency occurred. The corpse in front of him suddenly turned into a pile of powder slowly, and then completely disappeared from the spot. This surprised Lin Feng greatly. He did not expect that this person actually had a self-destruct device on him. Once a problem occurs, this device will be activated immediately. In this way, no valuable clues can be found from him. Lin Feng looked at the two gems floating in the air, feeling helpless. He did not know whether he should be happy or depressed. Although he did find the two gems this time, and he completed the mission, he failed to find out the identity of this person. No wonder he has lived in this universe for so long. Moreover, there are so many people in the universe. With their intelligence network, they did not find any traces of the Yellow Man organization. In addition to the deliberate cover-up by those who are interested, another important reason is that they act very low-key, and no one can prove their true existence. Only people like the Ancient One know these secrets. He put away the two gems, and prepared to return to SHIELD. When he returned, the situation here had been basically dealt with. All the rebellious troops were either captured or had fled. Soon, this place was completely cleared, and those who were controlled woke up one after another. After they learned what happened, they felt extremely ashamed. They didn't expect that they would be controlled one day. If this matter spread out, they would be so embarrassed. Especially Rhodes and Thor. They knew the internal situation very well. Lin Feng also asked them to keep an eye on the internal movements. As a result, not only did they not notice the abnormal situation in the past few days, but even they were controlled. After hearing the news that the gems were found, everyone was relieved. Fortunately, these treasures were not lost this time, otherwise they would be responsible. However, at this time, Black Widow was still not satisfied with this result. She felt that there must be more traitors among them. They need to investigate the contacts of these people and try to find more people from them. Although this operation suffered heavy losses, it also exposed part of the enemy's strength. They can follow the clues based on these people and may find something valuable. After listening, Lin Feng nodded, indicating that Black Widow knew the matter very well and it would be left to her. On the other side, Rhodes assisted her. Due to the complicated situation recently, someone needs to be stationed here. What's more, this place has just suffered losses, and the power in their hands is insufficient. Therefore, he asked most people to stay here to defend against the enemy's attack, and the enemy seemed to be very familiar with this place. Since there was a traitor, the terrain here must be adjusted. At least some traps should be set, so he arranged the relevant matters. At this time, he looked at the two gems in his hand and hesitated. According to common sense, he should hand over the 2 gems to S.H.I.E.L.D. for safekeeping. But he was a little worried. They had handed the gems to S.H.I.E.L.D. many times, but they didn't keep an eye on them every time. Indeed, if these people wanted to rob them, it would be really difficult to find them with their strength. Therefore, he was considering whether to continue to keep the gems in S.H.I.E.L.D. Although these gems have powerful power, they are not of much help to improve his strength. However, if they are placed here, they may be taken away by someone with ulterior motives and handed over to those dark organizations. That would be the real tragedy. The gems in the hands of Master Guyi have been robbed, and they will definitely not give up the pursuit of these gems. If they attack this place directly, these people can't defend at all. He has fought with the people of the Yellow Clothes organization many times, and is very clear about their strength. For him, if he is not absolutely sure, he must not let anything that threatens him happen. Lin Feng also raised this concern at this time. After listening to it, the people around him also felt that it was not appropriate to put it in S.H.I.E.L.D. It was placed there before, but the gems there always had problems. If they hadn't been lucky enough to take them back, they would probably have disappeared long ago. Now they can clearly feel that the enemy's target is these gems. If these gems are taken away by the enemy, I don't know how much trouble it will cause. Therefore, they also feel that it is not safe to put the gems here. Those who attacked them are very powerful, and they are not able to deal with them at all. This time they were lucky and escaped, but there is no guarantee that they will have such luck next time. They thought that Master Guyi was powerful, and if they gave the gems to him for safekeeping, it should be very safe. But I heard that Master Guyi was also defeated, and even lost the space gem. This made them more hesitant in their hearts. It seems that the enemy is much stronger than they imagined. Therefore, they are also considering where to put the gems in the safest place. At this time, they turned their eyes to Lin Feng. Among them, Lin Feng's strength is undoubtedly the strongest. And every time there is a problem, he is always at the forefront, so they have no doubts about him. In addition, he is very powerful, and most of these gems are found by him, which means that, if they can get his help, things will go much more smoothly. At this time, Black Widow made this suggestion, and the people around nodded after hearing it. This is indeed their best solution at the moment, but there is another important issue, that is, whether the superiors can agree. You must know that the power of these gems is very strong. If they are in the hands of someone they don't know, they will not agree anyway, and they don't know how much trouble it will cause at that time. Lin Feng has the same idea, although he doesn't think those people can threaten him. In this complicated period, if he conflicts with them, the next thing will be difficult to deal with. And there are many traitors among them, and it is impossible to determine which ones are reliable for a while. This makes him feel very uneasy. Chapter 296, each fighting his own battle. At this time, the Black Widow told him that she could communicate with her superiors and that the gems should be placed with him first, as she was not at ease if they were placed anywhere else. After her persuasion, Lin Feng nodded and threw the 2 gems in his hand directly into his own space. He did not believe that anyone could enter his system space. After this matter was resolved, they went back to their own business. The heavy losses this time resulted in many vacancies. They hurriedly transferred a group of people from other places to support, but there may still be traitors among these people, so they still need to be examined to a certain extent. These things take time, so they each go about their own business first. At this time, Lin Feng had just returned to his residence and was about to rest when he was suddenly pulled into a space by the system. He felt very strange. Every time the system gave him a task before, it was when his strength was about to break through. But this time it was strange that his strength had not reached its peak. So why did this happen suddenly? However, since the system gave him this task, he would complete it, and maybe he could gain some new strength. He is now eager to improve his strength. He used to think that the strongest power in the universe was just like this, but now it seems that there are still extremely powerful forces in this universe. Even the Ancient One Mage, who was relatively powerful in his mind, has now been defeated. He didn't know what kind of powerful existence was behind those people, especially the mysterious yellow-clothed man organization. There are many masters in this organization, and he felt very tired when fighting with them. and he felt that the person sent this time was not the strongest among them. If the person sent next time is stronger with his strength, he may not be able to compete with him at all. Therefore, he now wants to improve his strength very much. Only when his strength is improved can he really do what he wants to do. So, he directly entered the system and prepared to meet this task. At this time, the system issued a new task to Lin Feng: defeat Kyanki and obtain its power. Hearing this task, Lin Feng was shocked and almost scared. Kyanki, that is one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, and its combat power is so strong that he can never match it. However, the system immediately sent detailed information about the opponent. Lin Feng took a closer look and felt a little relieved. It turned out that he was not facing the real ancient fierce beast Kyanki, but a general of the demon clan in a certain world. Although the strength of this demon general is still not to be underestimated, it is still easier to deal with than the legendary Kyanki. Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided to accept this challenge. He knew that the actual combat ability of this demon general must be extremely strong, and although he had mastered a lot of power, his actual combat experience was relatively scarce. Therefore, he planned to take this opportunity to hone his combat skills. So, he resolutely chose to start the task. The system reminded him that in view of the strong strength of the enemy, he was allowed to use all his strength. This is not entirely a good thing for Lin Feng. The greater the degree of freedom given by the system, the more difficult the task is. In previous tasks, the system always set some restrictions that prevented him from giving full play. This time, the system did not give any restrictions, which made Lin Feng feel a little uneasy. He understood that this mission was by no means easy. After entering the mission space, Lin Feng found himself in a dark and strange space. It was pitch black all around, like the residence of a demon. He looked around, trying to find the trace of Kyanki, but found nothing. At this time, the system sent the location information of Kyanki. Lin Feng quickly launched a search according to the prompt. Since the system did not limit his power, he still maintained a strong strength. Not long after, he found the traces of Kyanki in a valley. However, he remained highly vigilant about the surrounding environment. After all, this is the territory of the demon general, and it is likely that other masters are hidden. If they are alarmed, things will become tricky. There may even be other stronger enemies here. Lin Feng did not dare to take it lightly. He carefully avoided the guards for fear of being discovered. Suddenly, a palace appeared in front of him, and a special breath emanated from the palace. Lin Feng sensed that it was the breath of Kyanki. He sneaked into the palace quietly, but unexpectedly found that it was full of formations. Fortunately, he did not rush in, otherwise he would fall into a trap and besieged by masters. He quietly cracked the formation outside and created an illusion for the guards, making them mistakenly think that everything was normal. After some efforts, Lin Feng finally succeeded in cracking the formation and quietly entered the palace. However, what he saw was the scene of Kyanki bathing, which surprised him greatly. However, he soon realized that this was a great opportunity. He quietly approached Kyanki, ready to attack, when it was not prepared. He took out the weapon rewarded by the system and quietly waited for the right time. Finally, he waited for the opportunity, using his speed and spatial ability to rush towards Kyanki, intending to kill him with one blow. However, Kyanki was not an ordinary person. He keenly perceived Lin Feng's intention, quickly dodged and counterattacked. Lin Feng missed the first shot and immediately prepared to attack again. But at this time Kyanki was already prepared, and his defense was more stable and powerful. Lin Feng was secretly annoyed in his heart, as if he was involved in an assassination for no reason. Kyanki angrily asked Lin Feng who sent him, but Lin Feng ignored his question and rushed up again. The two then started a fierce battle. Their strength was evenly matched, which surprised Kyanki. As a general of the demon clan, he has always been confident in his strength, but he didn't expect to meet an opponent who could match him this time. The battle became more and more intense, and Kyanki even showed his true form, like a prehistoric behemoth. Lin Feng was not to be outdone. He integrated all his powers, emitting a fiery light from his body, and transformed into a three-legged golden crow. Kyanki was shocked when he saw Lin Feng's true form. He did not expect that Lin Feng's bloodline was so powerful, even not inferior to his own. The two collided with each other again, and violent sparks broke out. Lin Feng also took the opportunity to exercise his physical strength and started a melee with Kyanki. After a period of fighting, Lin Feng's combat awareness was significantly improved. Kyanki also noticed the changes in Lin Feng, and he found that he had become Lin Feng's grindstone. This made him feel depressed, but he could not escape. Seeing that he had learned almost everything, Lin Feng began to use Yuanshan magic to attack. Kyanki was caught off guard and soon fell into a disadvantage. In order to prevent the battle from being discovered by the outside world, Lin Feng had already set up a barrier around him and put the guards into an illusion. Therefore, their battle did not attract anyone's attention. In the end, Lin Feng successfully defeated Kyanki with his powerful strength and absorbed the turbid black power in his body. After absorbing this power, Lin Feng slowly returned to the real world. The new power made him feel a little confused. He estimated that it would take some time to figure out the specific role of this power. However, there was something more important at the moment. Although it took a little longer this time, he did gain something crucial: combat experience. The demon general had been through hundreds of battles and had extremely rich combat experience. After fighting with him, Lin Feng felt that his combat experience had also greatly improved, and he was much stronger than before. He felt that he was now more adept at controlling the power than before, even more important than when he first obtained the power. Although his strength would increase with each power he gained, he did not need more power now. He already had a lot of power hidden in his body, most of which had not yet been developed. Even if he practiced for a long time from now on, it would be difficult to easily tap all of these powers. When the system asked him to absorb these powers, it absorbed them thoroughly and removed the impurities in them, so these powers were extremely pure. After he came out, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt that his control over his body was getting better and better. At this time, he just opened the door, and the people around him were so excited to see him wake up that they surrounded him. He realized that the place he was in was different from the previous environment. This was not where he lived. When he woke up, everyone asked him what happened, but Lin Feng was reluctant to say more. This was his secret. However, looking at the situation in front of him, it seemed that a lot of things had happened, otherwise they would not have gathered here. He hurriedly asked what had happened during his coma. Everyone told him what had happened in the past few days. It turned out that when he was away, the mission of the Yellow Clothes organization was not completed, but suffered heavy losses. So they organized a group of powerful people to fight again. They learned that the gems were all on Lin Feng, and he was powerful, so they hurried to seek help. However, when they arrived, they found Lin Feng lying on the bed and couldn't wake him up. They were scared and thought something had happened. They searched for a long time on Lin Feng and didn't find the gems, so they were relieved. It seemed that the gems were hidden well by him, so they were relieved. However, they had just experienced a civil strife and their strength was greatly reduced. After a period of resistance, they finally couldn't hold out and had to retreat temporarily. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect so many things to happen during his coma. No wonder he was here. They should have seen him in a coma and transferred him here. After all, the gem was still in his hands. As long as he was fine, the gem would be safe. He hurriedly asked how long he had been in a coma. Everyone told him that he had been in a coma for nearly 3 days, and many things had happened in these 3 days. Due to the lack of high-end combat power, they had been waiting here and finally waited until he woke up. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this. He didn't expect that this mission only took 3 days. Although his previous missions would also take time, they had never taken so long. He guessed that the space and time flow rate where he was were different from here. Thinking of this, he was relieved. At this time, everyone left one after another, saying that he should prepare and would have a meeting outside soon to discuss the next countermeasures. They had planned to have a meeting at this time. Even if Lin Feng didn't wake up, they had to take action. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has completely lost. They must take back this place, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous, and they may never have such an activity base again. So, Lin Feng woke up at the right time. Lin Feng sorted out a little and suppressed all the power in his body in the center. He was used to it, and it was not the first time he did it. This was a newly acquired power, and he had not yet fully mastered it, so he temporarily stored it in his body and slowly cultivated it when needed. Not long after, he left here and came to the hall. When he arrived, he found that most people were already here, but many of them were injured. It seems that the battle was very fierce. He saw that everyone was here, and strangely, Master Ancient One was also here. It seems that this matter is not trivial, otherwise he would not be alarmed. When Lin Feng appeared, everyone's eyes were on him. Now, Lin Feng is the most powerful person among them. If he hadn't been unconscious, he would have played an important role. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng coming, they all asked him to join the discussion. Lin Feng saw everyone, and felt a little guilty. If he hadn't been unconscious at the time, and didn't know what happened here, maybe he wouldn't have lost so easily. Seeing this, the others said that it was okay, he must have his own reasons, so they did not inquire about the intelligence here. Master Gu Yi's strength is also extraordinary, but this time even the space gem in his hand was taken away. This shows that the enemy this time is stronger than the ones they have encountered before, so it is reasonable for such a thing to happen. However, the most important thing at the moment is how they should deal with it. They have experienced many crises, but never lost their main base like now. It is not a long-term solution for all of them to gather here. It is estimated that the next action will be to recapture that base. The Yellow Clothes organization occupied there not only to occupy the territory, but also to find the 2 gems. But they didn't know that the gems were on Lin Feng at the moment. At this time, Master Gu Yi explained the current situation in detail. The situation is very critical, and they must solve this crisis as soon as possible. He gave 2 solutions. After listening, everyone hurriedly turned their eyes to him. Master Gu Yi told everyone that there are only 2 ways to recapture that place and defeat the Yellow Clothes organization. The first way is for all of them to attack directly. After hearing this, everyone shook their heads. The enemy was too powerful this time, and a direct attack might not succeed. They had already suffered heavy losses before. Although Lin Feng joined this time, he was only one person after all. Facing the large number of people organized by the yellow-clothed man, he could not do much. They felt that this method was not feasible. Even if they won by chance, there would not be many people left. So, they asked what the second method was. Master Gu Yi had already expected that they would choose the second method, so he told them that they could form an alliance of heroes and gather everyone's strength. Maybe they could take that place back. After hearing this, everyone nodded and felt that this method was better than the previous one. After all, there are still many powerful people on the earth, and they may not know what happened here. Chapter 297 Black Widow injured. What they lack now is a unified command. As long as there is someone to command, instead of fighting alone, their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. After discussion, everyone felt that this method was the best. Most people supported it and expressed their willingness to find strong people to join the alliance. They said that they would all join this organization, and after some discussion, all the relevant matters of the organization were determined. Prepare to leave this place and go to other places. Just as everyone was about to leave, there was a sudden vibration outside. This shocked them greatly. They didn't know what big thing had happened above, so they prepared to go up to check. At this time, a guard rushed into the house. He reported that their hiding place had been exposed, and the Yellow Man organization was approaching rapidly, intending to catch them all in one fell swoop. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked and hurriedly prepared to evacuate, each looking for a way to escape. They planned to disperse first and then gather together to discuss countermeasures together. After everything was ready, everyone fled in different directions. At this time, she cast her eyes on Master Ancient One, hoping that he could leave with her. However, Master Gu Yi shook his head, which made her confused and puzzled, and she had an ominous premonition in her heart. Master Gu Yi explained that if everyone evacuated at this time, no one would be able to escape, so someone had to stay behind to cover the retreat. He volunteered to take on this important task, and Lin Feng was shocked and firmly opposed it. He knew the powerful strength of the Yellow Clothes organization. After all, if Master Gu Yi could defeat them, the space gem would not have been lost last time. Therefore, Lin Feng thought that he should stay behind to cover everyone's evacuation. He felt that he was strong and had first-class escapability, and more importantly, he was very fast. But everyone opposed his decision after hearing it. Just as Lin Feng wanted to argue, Master Gu Yi glanced at the Black Widow next to him, which made him feel puzzled. Suddenly, he found that he could not move his whole body and was shocked. Only then did he realize that the position where he was set up with a formation, and he could not move for a short time. Seeing this situation, he was extremely anxious, feeling that everyone was hiding something from him, and tried to break free. However, he found that he might not be able to leave in a short time, and the person who controlled him was Master Gu Yi, which confused him. At this time, Master Gu Yi said something to Black Widow, and then Black Widow and Captain America took him away from the scene, which made him even more anxious. When they arrived at a safe place, perhaps because of the distance, or because the formation could not last too long, the restraints on his body were automatically released. He was furious and felt that things were not simple. He hurriedly asked what happened and why he was asked to leave. After everyone looked at each other, Black Widow told him that this was a plan they had discussed in advance because the situation was too critical. Master Gu Yi once said that only Lin Feng could save the situation, and all the gems were on him. Therefore, their first priority was to ensure Lin Feng's safety. Lin Feng felt helpless about this. He thought he was strong and could escape, even if he could not defeat the enemy. Unexpectedly, everyone resorted to this bad plan to protect him. He was moved and helpless. He proposed to support Master Gu Yi, but was stopped by everyone and was not allowed to leave, telling him that it was too late to go back at this time. Lin Feng found it difficult to understand. Black Widow explained that they had anticipated this outcome, and Ancient One also knew that Lin Feng would not leave alone, so he set up a confinement in advance. Ancient One knew that he might be in danger this time, so he made such a decision. After Lin Feng learned the truth, he was shocked. Although he expected that the matter was not simple, he did not expect it to be so critical. He understood that his current strength was not enough to compete with the enemy. Ancient One wanted him to evacuate first and come back to take revenge after his strength increased. However, Lin Feng had just gained strength and combat experience and felt that his strength had greatly increased. He firmly believed that if he was there, he would be able to turn the situation around. He blamed everyone for retreating at the last minute and missing the last chance. He was eager to go back to rescue Ancient One, but was stopped by everyone. He tried to dodge away, but was stopped by everyone who had already anticipated his actions. Everyone advised him to calm down, but he could not calm down his anger and unwillingness. He felt that he had the ability to solve everything, but everyone refused to believe him. So, he impulsively started fighting with everyone. Some people were furious when they saw Lin Feng taking action, and they also got entangled with him. Their task was to delay time, but Lin Feng didn't want to waste time. Although he had a good relationship with everyone, he didn't want to fight with them because of this, and he felt depressed. He tried to convince everyone that he had gained new power and could solve the crisis. But after thinking about it, everyone still shook their heads and said that they would follow the plan of Master Gu Yi. They believed that, although Lin Feng's strength had improved, the enemy was too powerful for him to deal with alone. The safest way was to gather everyone's strength and fight the enemy together. Although Lin Feng agreed with this plan, he couldn't accept it at this moment, because it meant that Master Gu Yi would sacrifice himself. He knew the power of the enemy, so he refused everyone's protection and tried to leave alone. However, Black Widow always used her ability to block his way. Lin Feng had no choice but to knock Black Widow to the ground. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Although the two sides only fought tentatively and did not really hurt each other, but Lin Feng actually attacked Black Widow, who had a close relationship with him. They were still shocked. Lin Feng also realized that his behavior was a bit extreme, but he controlled his strength. Black Widow was not seriously injured, but temporarily lost her ability to move. However, this move angered everyone. They no longer listened to Lin Feng's explanation and attacked him one after another. Lin Feng had no choice but to find a way to lead them away. At this time, several people came forward to check the injuries of Black Widow, but they couldn't see why. Just from the surface, the injuries seemed quite serious. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly appeared in front of everyone using his teleportation ability. Everyone was shocked to see him return, thinking that he was going to continue to attack the injured Black Widow. So they blocked in front of him, and Lin Feng reluctantly released a green healing energy from his palm towards Black Widow. Seeing this, others were about to take action, but were stopped by Rhodes on the side. They were puzzled, and Rhodes pointed to the green energy and said that he was very familiar with this energy. Thor also recognized that this was healing energy, and Lin Feng wanted to heal Black Widow. Although they were angry about Lin Feng's previous behavior, they decided to treat Black Widow's injuries first. After all, it was difficult to find professional healers here. Not long after, Lin Feng gathered his own energy. He could clearly sense that Black Widow's power was gradually recovering. He didn't actually use too much power, he just wanted to temporarily make the other party lose the ability to move. When he withdrew his healing power, everyone surrounded him again. They were full of anger. It was originally for Lin Feng's good, but they didn't expect that he would not only not appreciate it, but also injured an important member of their group. Especially Chen Haitian. It was even more difficult to accept this. They have always had a good relationship, especially with Lin Feng and Black Widow, but they didn't expect that Lin Feng would be so heavy because of this. However, thinking of Master Gu Yi's instructions, they knew that, even if they went back at this moment, it would not be of much use. If he was allowed to go back, it might cause greater losses, so they decided to stop him here, and showed their weapons. Lin Feng was quite surprised to see everyone showing their weapons. He originally just wanted to stop everyone, and didn't intend to use weapons, but now everyone has taken out weapons. It seems that they are really going to fight. Thor explained to him that they didn't want to fight with Lin Feng, but just wanted to stop him from leaving. As long as he promised not to leave, they would never attack. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said that he had to go back, otherwise the situation over there would be out of control. He had gained a new power, and now his strength has greatly increased. Among them, only he can save everyone from the water and fire. Others can do the work of finding them, and he must go to support. Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, everyone prepared to force him to stay, so they rushed towards him. Lin Feng did not show his weapon immediately, but relied on his own energy to deal with them. He didn't want to be an enemy of these people. After all, they had a good relationship. With his own strength, if he really used weapons, they might have no power to resist. At this time, everyone joined forces to attack, and Lin Feng had to admit that their combined strength was indeed not to be underestimated. They cooperated tacitly, which made Lin Feng feel a little tricky, and he could only rely on his own strength to dodge. Considering the relationship with them, and the fact that he had already hurt one person, he really didn't want to hurt innocent people again. If he left, the people left behind might not be able to protect themselves. Therefore, he could only find a way to temporarily incapacitate them, while maintaining a certain combat effectiveness. This was undoubtedly a difficult problem for him, and he could only endure the helplessness in his heart. After a while, he found that there were more and more people around him, so he came up with a plan. He used his ability to create many clones to fight them. Some people saw Lin Feng using the clone technique and suddenly became cautious and started a fierce battle with these clones. However, they soon discovered that the power of these clones was not strong. After some effort, they finally defeated all the clones. But when they defeated all the clones, they found that Lin Feng was no longer among them. It turned out that Lin Feng used his ability to quietly leave this place, which made everyone very angry. They didn't expect that so many people couldn't keep him and let him escape successfully. After some discussion, they decided to stay here and go to support after all the people arrived. Although the dangerous place was full of dangers, Lin Feng was strong. Since he decided to leave here to support, let him go. After Lin Feng left this place, he found that there were yellow-clothed people everywhere in front of him. In order to avoid a direct conflict with them, Lin Feng immediately became very small. In this way, he quietly sneaked into the base. He saw that the number of enemies coming this time was huge, and they could not compete with them with their own strength. No wonder they had to seek help from the outside world. The power of this organization was indeed too strong. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, that is, to rush to the residence of Master Gu Yi as soon as possible and rescue them. He was anxious, fearing that he would not be able to rescue them if he was one step late. After all, these yellow-clothed people looked ill-intentioned and there were many of them. When he approached the base, he unexpectedly found that the sky was full of spaceships, which shocked him. This organization is really powerful. It actually has so many spaceships. If it confronts it head-on, it is probably difficult for him to win. Moreover, there must be many masters coming this time, otherwise these spaceships would not be used. When he approached the base, he felt a strong battle fluctuation. He immediately understood that it should be Master Gu Yi who was fighting with the masters of the Yellow Man organization. So he immediately became smaller and left this dangerous place. When he reached the roof, he returned to his original state and observed the situation inside. Sure enough, the Yellow Man organization had surrounded this place. In the crowd, he saw two people, Master Gu Yi and Doctor Strange. There were many enemies in front of them, and their strength should not be underestimated. He was very worried, and it seemed that he had really encountered a strong opponent this time. However, Lin Feng felt that the enemy had not yet dispatched all his troops, and perhaps there were still people lurking in the dark. He decided to stay here first and observe whether anyone else appeared. At this moment, Doctor Strange suddenly looked up and unexpectedly found Lin Feng. They had originally arranged for Lin Feng to leave, and the two of them would hold back the Yellow Man organization. They hoped that Lin Feng could gather all the troops, and Lin Feng was the strongest among them. But strong strength does not mean invincibility. The Yellow Man organization has a large number of people. If they fight Lin Feng in a round-robin battle and constantly consume his strength, I'm afraid he will not be able to support it. Therefore, they made a plan to let others take Lin Feng away while they stayed here to hold on. After finding heroes from other places, they will gather everyone's strength to counterattack. This way, the chances of winning will be much greater, but they didn't expect Lin Feng to come back at this moment. Doctor Strange told Master Ancient One about this, and Master Ancient One was shocked. They immediately got rid of the enemies in front of them and came to Lin Feng. Seeing them coming towards him, Lin Feng nodded. He had no intention of hiding his whereabouts, so he was not worried about their arrival. After they came, they asked Lin Feng why he came here. Shouldn't he go to gather people? Lin Feng told them that it was enough for Rhodes and Thor to gather, and he needed to stay here to fight alongside them. He was confident in his strength. However, Master Ancient One and Doctor Strange were very angry after hearing this. They did this to let Lin Feng preserve his strength. They knew that the Yellow Man organization was powerful, and someone was needed here to cover the rear. But they couldn't consume all their strength here, especially Lin Feng. His strength was crucial, and without him, this battle would probably be difficult to win. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, The Power of Purification. So the first thing they considered was to preserve his power, but they didn't expect that he would come back at this moment. Master Gu Yi told him that he was not needed here for the time being, and his task was to gather people as soon as possible to fight against this organization together. She and Doctor Strange were enough to deal with these people. Doctor Strange also nodded in agreement, but Lin Feng was skeptical about it. He knew very well how powerful the enemy was. However, after Doctor Strange and Master Gu Yi discussed, he was not allowed to say more. There were still many people from the Yellow Clothes organization around, and their technology was very advanced. If they were discovered, it would be too late for Lin Feng to leave. So the two of them set up a formation here to defend against the enemy's attack and opened a space-time circle. This space-time circle allows Lin Feng to leave here as quickly as possible, which is the only thing they can do now. They asked Lin Feng to leave quickly and complete his mission. After the mission is completed, come back to rescue them. But Lin Feng refused directly. He said that he had come here and would not leave anyway. Lin Feng did not leave, but tried his best to persuade Doctor Strange and Ancient One, hoping to stay and fight against the powerful enemy. He frankly said that his strength has been greatly improved. If he can fight side by side with them, he will be able to exert greater strength and face those seemingly invincible opponents together. He firmly believes that, as long as everyone works together, there will be no difficulties that cannot be overcome. Lin Feng knows that, if he leaves at this moment, without the help of Doctor Strange and Ancient One, the future battle situation will become more complicated and unpredictable. He is worried that once these two powerful allies are gone, those with ill intentions may take the opportunity to cause chaos and cause a greater crisis. Doctor Strange and Ancient One were quite entangled after hearing this. They knew that the opponent was powerful and they might not be able to match it alone, but they were worried that, if they were not there, no one could suppress those young forces with great potential, but not yet mature. Once out of control, the consequences would be disastrous. Just as they were hesitating, a member of the Yellow Man organization suddenly broke in and attacked. Lin Feng was quick-eyed and defeated him in an instant. This scene shocked Doctor Strange and Ancient One. They had never expected that Lin Feng's strength was so unfathomable. They realized that Lin Feng's strength was far beyond their imagination, so they nodded and decided to let Lin Feng stay. But they also proposed that they should always pay attention to changes in the situation. Once the situation is critical, Lin Feng must evacuate immediately. Lin Feng readily agreed. He understood that this was just a step for him to show his strength and win trust. As for whether to evacuate in the future, he has his own plans. After the three discussed, they decided to hold on to this place first, use their powerful strength to eliminate some enemies, and lead out the leader behind them. They knew that only by catching the thief first can the problem be solved thoroughly. So, the three of them guarded one side and launched a fierce attack on the yellow-clothed organization. Although the yellow-clothed people were numerous, they were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of them. However, the number of yellow-clothed people was too large. Although they fought hard to kill the enemies seemed to be endless. Seeing this, Lin Feng proposed that he had a large-scale killing ability, but it took time to prepare. Although Doctor Strange and Ancient One were doubtful, they still tried their best to protect Lin Feng and buy time. Lin Feng gathered all his strength and integrated the three most powerful energies into one. The power was so strong that even he was shocked. When he released this power, a dazzling light streaked across the sky, and the yellow-clothed men fell to the ground one after another. However, this power also consumed almost all of Lin Feng's physical strength. He felt weaker than ever before, but he was still relieved to see the remarkable results. At this time, Thor and others came to support, and Lin Feng was very excited and decided to fight side by side with them. With the addition of Thor and others, Doctor Strange and Ancient One's pressure was greatly reduced. They were able to concentrate on dealing with those powerful enemies without having to distract themselves from preventing sneak attacks. However, there were still many masters in the yellow-clothed man organization, and the battle was temporarily deadlocked. Lin Feng had to rest and recover on the side because he had consumed too much energy before. He was extremely anxious, hoping that his companions could hold on until he recovered his strength. Fortunately, the number of yellow-clothed men had been greatly reduced, and they gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Feng was concentrating on recovering his strength at this moment. With the unique power characteristics of Leo, he was able to gather the energy between heaven and earth into his body. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to replenish the power he had previously lost. He occasionally glanced at the battlefield and found that the enemies his companions were facing were not very strong. Even though slightly stronger enemies were surrounded by many people, so it was not a big deal. However, when he turned his eyes to Master Gu Yi, his expression changed slightly. Master Gu Yi's opponent was extremely powerful. Lin Feng even felt that the man's strength was comparable to his own. At this moment, the man suddenly launched a fierce attack on Master Gu Yi. Lin Feng realized that Master Gu Yi might not be able to resist this attack, so he instantly moved between himself and Master Gu Yi and blocked the attack for him. Master Gu Yi was relieved to see Lin Feng appear in time. He knew that if Lin Feng hadn't helped him in time, he might not be able to resist the man's attack. The two then joined forces to deal with this powerful enemy, but even if they worked together, they found that the opponent's strength was not weak at all. Lin Feng was secretly surprised. He had overestimated the opponent's strength, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated it. At this time, Master Gu Yi told him that this person was Kid, the founder of the Yellow Man organization. Hearing this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but look carefully at the man in front of him. He thought that the founder of this organization should be an old man, but he didn't expect that he looked so young. He was curious about how such a person could build such a powerful organization. However, he also realized at this moment that his strength had not yet fully recovered, otherwise he would have been able to defeat Kid. But now his strength was too much, and Master Gu Yi's previous injuries had not healed. The combined strength of the two could only barely compete with Kid. Kid was unaware of this. He mistakenly thought that these people were far weaker than himself, and he was very proud of himself. So he took out 3 gems from his arms, and everyone was shocked when they saw this. No wonder he was so powerful and had no loss. It turned out that he had the help of these 3 gems. Even if Lin Feng and Master Gu Yi joined forces, it would be difficult to defeat him. Kid held the gems in his hand, and his heart became more and more inflated, thinking that these people were definitely not his opponents. Seeing that these people were quite powerful, he wanted to recruit them for his own use, and also proposed that, as long as they surrendered, they could spare their lives. However, his proposal was resolutely rejected by everyone, which made him very angry. Since he established the organization, he has defeated countless people. After hearing about his reputation and strength, most of those people chose to surrender. Unexpectedly, he met such an ungrateful person this time. He began to taunt Lin Feng and Master Gu Yi, and did not immediately launch an attack. In his opinion, although these 2 people were strong, they would sooner or later become his defeated opponents. Kid threatened that, if they did not surrender, he would kill all the people here. He had gems in his hands that could continuously accumulate power, and the power would never be exhausted. However, the power of Lin Feng and Master Gu Yi was limited. Once it was exhausted, they could no longer resist. The 2 knew that the situation was serious and began to discuss countermeasures. At this time, Master Gu Yi's power was almost exhausted, and he could only retreat to the side to rest. Seeing this, Lin Feng could only release all his 3 powers. I saw these 3 powers circling around him, and then suddenly rushed towards Kid. When Kid saw the 3 powers on Lin Feng, he knew what he was planning. He had to admit that these powers were indeed powerful, and even he could hardly compete head-on. But fortunately, he had the gemstone to help him, so he could compete with Lin Feng. The 2 of them flashed with different colors of power light, colliding with each other. The people around wanted to help, but they couldn't see their attack trajectory at all, so they could only ensure safety on the side. Not long after, the power of the 3 people was consumed a lot. Because Kid had the help of the gemstone, the power was almost endless. Although the strength of the 2 sides was equal, if the consumption continued for a long time, Lin Feng's recovery ability was obviously not as good as Kid. Kid also realized this, and felt a little relaxed. He didn't know much about Lin Feng, but he knew that he was quite strong. He was glad that Lin Feng only had 3 kinds of energy. If there was one more, he might not be his opponent. However, Lin Feng thought of a new power he had just obtained at this moment. He had not yet fully mastered this power, so he could only use it separately from the other 3 powers. He had never tried to use 4 powers at the same time, and was worried that his body would not be able to bear it. But if he continued like this, he might not be able to hold on to the end. He saw that the battles around him were about to end, and only his direction was still fighting fiercely. And Master Gu Yi could not fight again in a short time, and other places could not provide support. He knew very well that, if he could not defeat Kid, then the others would probably not be able to escape. And Kid seemed to have seen through this, and he used the same power as Lin Feng to fight a war of attrition every time. Lin Feng knew that he would be exhausted sooner or later if he continued like this. His strength at this moment was not as good as before, and his attacks were getting weaker and weaker. Kid saw the opportunity and increased his offensive. Lin Feng knew that he could not hesitate any longer, so he took the opportunity to distance himself from Kid. He began to use the power of his whole body and saw the power surging in his body. In addition to the original 3 powers, the new power also began to appear. The people around were shocked to see this scene, and they all ran to help. Kid did not stop them. He was curious about what kind of power Lin Feng had. He did not think that Lin Feng had the ability to defeat him at this moment, otherwise he would have used this power long ago. However, another idea came to his mind. If he could take this power for himself, then his strength would be greatly improved. He could feel that Lin Feng's strength was comparable to his own. If this power was added, not long after, the light on Lin Feng's body gradually dissipated. In addition to the original 3 powers, there was another new power surrounding him. This new power was the power of the 9-colored deer. Since he obtained this power, he had hardly used it, let alone practiced the method of controlling it. Originally controlling 3 powers had already brought his body to its limit. Now if he forced this 4th power into it, he felt that Lin Feng might not be able to control these powers. It was as if his body was a container that had already been filled with 3 cups of water and was almost overflowing. If he forced a 4th cup of water into it, it would probably burst the container. However, the current situation had reached a critical juncture, and he could not care so much. If he could not defeat his opponent this time, the consequences would be disastrous. The key to this battle was a duel between him and Kid on the opposite side. Once he lost, it would be futile for others to win even the biggest victory, because the top combat power often determined the outcome of the battle. When Lin Feng completed the fusion of energy, he could no longer feel that he was controlling this power, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. He forced himself to use this uncontrollable power, and was eventually controlled by it. All his reactions at this moment were the autonomous expression of this power. In other words, he could no longer dominate his own power. Look, the man in front of him actually exuded a frightening aura. Kid suddenly felt that, if he let it develop, things might not end well, so he directly launched an attack. At this moment, Lin Feng's whole body was integrated with this power, and he also inherited the combat experience brought by these powers. His body seemed to be controlled by these combat experiences, and this strength was a world of difference compared to his original strength. After Kid fought with him for several rounds, he was surprised to find that with his own strength, he only needed to exert 70% to 80% to suppress him, but now he was at a disadvantage. He hurriedly released all his strength without reservation, but even so, it was still in vain, which made him feel depressed. If I had known, I would not have allowed him to merge that power. At this moment, his power suddenly collided with the power used by Lin Feng. But this time, they did not cancel each other out, but the power used by Lin Feng contained a powerful purifying power. This power was extremely terrifying to Kid, and it could actually erode his power. He was afraid, and wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. After a period of rest, Master Gu Yi's power was almost restored, so the two of them joined forces to attack Kid. At this time, Lin Feng was no longer something Kid could deal with, and Kid was seriously injured by that power before. He had always relied on his own powerful strength to suppress Lin Feng, but now his strength was not enough to deal with this new power. Coupled with the help of Master Gu Yi, with the combined efforts of the two, Kid felt that he might not be able to resist. He was worried that if he failed, he would lose the 3 gems, which would be a heavy loss. He turned his head and looked at his men, who were also gradually losing their strength. However, at this moment, he had no time to take care of them. He could recruit more men if he lost them, but the most important thing now was to preserve his own strength. So he seized the opportunity and fled. Chapter 299. Ode to the System. The members of the Yellow Clothes organization around were shocked when they saw the leader leave. They didn't expect that the leader, who had always been supreme and invincible in their eyes, would also be defeated one day. But what was more important at this moment was that the leader had left and did not take them away. How should they leave here? They had come here by spaceship before. Now that the leader had left, the spaceship must have been taken away as well. How should they get out? Everyone was depressed and at a loss. The others were excited, and their morale was greatly boosted when they saw Lin Feng and Master Gu Yi team up to defeat the leader of the Yellow Clothes organization. They were ready to catch all these people in one fell swoop and imprison them. Perhaps they could pry some useful information out of them. Among the people they had arrested before, none of them were high ranking, and they were all locals who had defected to the Yellow Clothes organization. But these people were different. They came from the base of the Yellow Clothes organization. If they could be caught, they might be able to obtain a lot of important information. Maybe they could also take this opportunity to find out the origin of the Yellow Clothes organization and directly attack their lair. At this time, the members of the Yellow Clothes organization also realized that they had been abandoned by the leader. They had very little power left, and if they continued to resist, they would surely end up in a miserable situation. So, they planned to surrender first. So, most of them chose to surrender. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Lin Feng. The key point was that this force was still rising and spreading around. The people around felt this force, and a sense of fear surged in their hearts. Master Guyi noticed that Lin Feng was in an abnormal state, and when he approached, he was surprised to find that Lin Feng had lost consciousness. He immediately understood that Lin Feng had just used a force beyond his own limit, causing the power in his body to explode out of control. At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer control this force. Just when everyone was about to capture all the members of the Yellow Clothes organization, Lin Feng suddenly appeared beside them. He released the power in his body and instantly killed all the members of the Yellow Clothes organization around him. Everyone was shocked and filled with fear. They knew very well that the strong man who defeated the leader of the Yellow Clothes organization was so powerful. It was just that this man was too cruel. He had surrendered himself, but he was still slaughtered. At this time, Rhodes, Thor and others tried to stop him, but were repelled by Lin Feng's force. Seeing this, the people around them took a few steps back unconsciously. Master Guyi informed everyone of Lin Feng's condition. After hearing this, everyone was anxious, and they didn't expect the situation to be so serious. But at this moment, they were not sure to go forward, because Lin Feng could no longer control this power, and their strength was far inferior. The previous battle with Kid, the leader of the Yellow Man organization, had already made them see the gap between them. With their current strength, they couldn't even catch the shadow of the two fighting, let alone compete with them. Master Guyi sighed, and now only he could temporarily suppress Lin Feng. But his own power was not small, and he felt that he might not be able to defeat Lin Feng, so he could only try his best to suppress the power in his body. As long as this power was exhausted, Lin Feng might be able to wake up. So, he began to attack with all his strength. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had completely lost consciousness and had no idea where the enemy was. The two fought for several rounds. Master Guyi was no match for Lin Feng at all. He didn't expect that Lin Feng, who had lost control, would be so powerful. He had tried his best, but he was still no match for Lin Feng. Thinking of Kid, who now had 3 gems, he felt relieved. At this time, Lin Feng was mobilizing the power in his body, which continued to burst out, as if he wanted to merge the 4 powers into one. Seeing this, Master Guyi smiled bitterly, and could only gather all his own power. When Lin Feng's power was compressed to the extreme, he attacked Master Guyi directly. Doctor Strange and others on the side also blocked their own power in front of Master Guyi to form a protective shield. The power of this protective shield was already very strong, gathering the power of everyone. It would cost a huge price to penetrate it. However, even so, it failed to stop Lin Feng's attack. Master Guyi was seriously injured, and Lin Feng seemed to have exhausted the power in his body, fell to the ground powerlessly, and was unconscious. I don't know how long Lin Feng had been sleeping in the chaos, and his consciousness was always curled up in his own space. Since that battle, his soul has fallen into a deep sleep. He felt as if his whole body was imprisoned, unable to move at all. The power he exerted earlier was too powerful, far beyond the limit of his body's endurance. At this moment, there was no part of his body that could move freely. At this moment, a gentle force quietly penetrated into his body. Not long after, he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in the system space. He then felt his own strength. He secretly rejoiced that the power was still there. It was just that the fine scars on his body, now they are almost healed, which surprised him. He immediately summoned the system and asked the reason. The system responded with dissatisfaction. You still have the nerve to ask. You overstimulated your power and exceeded your own limit. As a result, your body is on the verge of collapse. If I hadn't recalled your consciousness to the space at the last moment and repaired it with the remaining points, you would have died long ago. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this, and then called up the system interface. Sure enough, the hundreds of thousands of points he originally had were gone, and he even had a huge debt of 700,000 points. Lin Feng hurriedly asked the system what impact this would have on him. The system told him that his points had been exhausted, but because it was a twin with the system had also exhausted all its backup energy. This meant that this was the only chance to remedy the situation. If this happened again, they would both be gone. Lin Feng nodded after hearing this. It was indeed a bit reckless for him to force the fusion of the four powers. But even so, he believed that he would still make such a choice. At this time, he thought of the situation outside. Although the overall situation had been decided, the war had brought them heavy losses. It was estimated that the subsequent problems would not be easy to solve, so he asked the system how to leave this place. The system told him that the power lost this time was too strong, making it impossible to communicate with the outside world. Unless he could pay off all the points by completing the task, only then would they have enough power to repair the loopholes in the system and reopen this space. Lin Feng felt helpless after hearing this, but he could only accept it. After all, this was the consequence of his own actions. Since he could not leave, he simply used this time to consolidate his own power. So he sat cross-legged and released the power in his body. Unexpectedly, he found that after this incident, the strength of his meridians was much stronger than before. This means that he can withstand stronger power, but even so, he cannot support the full release of the four powers. Otherwise the damage to the meridians will be extremely serious. In the system space, Lin Feng is trying to repair the overflow of power, but the outside world is already in an uproar. This battle has caused them heavy losses. Master Gu Yi was seriously injured and may not be able to fight again in a short time. Lin Feng was also unconscious. If it weren't for his stable internal condition and his gradual improvement, everyone would probably think that he was in danger. They can still try to treat Master Gu Yi's injuries, but they know nothing about Lin Feng's power, so naturally they have no way to start. They can only simply treat his wounds and try their best to treat Master Gu Yi. They suffered heavy losses in the battle, and most of the survivors were injured. It even affected many places. However, since Kid fled, the self-aware senior members of the Yellow Clothes organization have all evacuated the Earth, and those who stayed behind are the local members who are unwilling to leave. These people were not strong, so the others took the opportunity to retake the base. After some planning, they gathered all the combat-capable people and launched an attack on S.H.I.E.L.D. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. had already noticed it and began to fight desperately. However, the strength of the two sides was very different. In addition to the reinforcement coming from the surrounding areas, the members of the Yellow Man organization also realized that this place could no longer be defended. Fortunately, they had other bases on the Earth, so they evacuated one after another. As for where they fled to, no one knew. At this time, Lin Feng was practicing in the system space. After a while, he felt that the breath in his body had stabilized, and even after this battle, the power in his body was purer than before. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked the system about the mission this time. The system told him that the mission was to kill 6 ferocious beasts. After completing it, he would be teleported to a space. That space was extremely dangerous and might endanger his life. In the past, the mission would only cause him some damage. Even if there was a threat to him in the space, the system could save his life. But this time the situation was different. The system consumed a lot of power and even had many loopholes. The system's current capabilities could no longer cope with it. So after he entered that world, he could only pray for good luck. Of course, he could also choose to complete other tasks, but those tasks took a long time, and the points obtained each time were not many. Lin Feng thought for a moment and nodded, agreeing to this matter. Although this mission was dangerous, as long as he could complete it, he could leave this space and no longer be trapped in the system space. He didn't know the situation outside, but it must not be optimistic. Especially when Master Gu Yi was seriously injured by him. He had no idea how strong his power was at that time, and he had no way of knowing. But now he knows his own strength. Even now, he can't bear the power of the fusion of 4 powers. It can be imagined how many injuries Master Gu Yi suffered. So he was eager to go out to check the situation outside. If he completed the task bit by bit, he didn't know when he could complete it. So he resolutely agreed to this matter and saw the surrounding space change, and he came to a brand new world. When he stepped into this world, he found that this world was completely different from what he had encountered before. This world seemed to have signs of atavism. Both the area and the terrain were extremely exaggerated. As soon as he came to this world, he saw a crack in the ground, exuding a terrifying breath. With his current strength, he couldn't even detect its depth. At this time, a mountain passed by him. He left immediately. It turned out that a creature shaped like a lion passed by. Its feet were like a mountain, leaving a huge mark on the ground. Not long after, a fish suddenly jumped out of a lake beside him. It flew directly into the air and swallowed a passing python. Just as the fish returned to the lake, a huge rock came to the lake and drank all the water in one gulp. The original lake instantly turned into a huge pit. When the rock just left this place, an earthworm suddenly drilled out of the ground. Then it spit water into the lake. Soon, the lake was formed again. Many dead creatures were resurrected. Lin Feng was amazed to see these scenes. These beasts all have powerful strength. Through the system, he learned that even so, they cannot be called fierce beasts. It can be seen that the strength of those fierce beasts is very strong. Following the guidance of the system, he flew over the crack. He came to a mountain. This mountain is different from the surrounding mountains. It is black all over. It even exudes a purple-black aura, which looks extremely terrifying. The system told him that 6 ferocious beasts were sealed here. But because there are people stronger than him, a barrier was set up around them. Although these 6 beasts are powerful, they cannot leave this place. The enemies selected by the system for him are here. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that he was lucky. There is a natural barrier here, and even if you can't beat them, you can leave here. As long as this place is still there, one day they will be exhausted to death. So he resolutely stepped into the barrier. After entering, he found that the situation inside was completely different from the outside world. The outside world is full of spiritual energy, while the inside is filled with evil spirits. No wonder this place looks so terrible from a distance. When he just entered, a roar came from the front. Then, 6 ferocious beasts sprang out from nowhere and surrounded him. Lin Feng also showed his weapon. At this time, he silently recited the names of the 6 people in his heart. Although they were not around, their spirits seemed to give him strength. He was ready to face this difficult battle. 6 beasts have long been sealed in this area. Apart from them, there are no other creatures. Everyone knows what kind of existence is hidden in this place, so no one dares to set foot in it easily. However, unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to come to the door at this moment. In order to prevent this person from escaping, they followed quietly until Lin Feng went deep into the hinterland of the mountain forest. The 6 beasts appeared together and surrounded him. Lin Feng looked around. Although the 6 beasts were not big, they could speak human language. Obviously, they had a deep cultivation. He immediately released his own power, especially using the law of heaven and earth, to increase his size suddenly. The beasts looked at Lin Feng and knew that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. No wonder he dared to enter their territory. But this place is their territory after all. If they lose to outsiders on their own territory, it would be a shame. So, the 6 beasts looked at each other, and then each showed their own lifelong magical powers, and pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng keenly noticed that one of them was extremely fast. It was a monster with wings, and shaped like a cow. Chapter 300, Thanos returns. It rushed towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng teleported behind it and turned to attack a goat-like monster with a white beard and a triangular head. Unexpectedly, this seemingly weak guy was the most defensive among the crowd. On the other side, a beast with a tiger body and goat horns first noticed the movement here and swung a punch. Lin Feng hurriedly dodged, and the force actually produced a sonic boom in the air. When it hit the ground, the whole mountain trembled. Before Lin Feng could stabilize his body, he suddenly felt something strange under his feet. He hurriedly took off into the air, and at this moment, a full-egged monster snake drilled out from the ground, and purple-black liquid kept dripping from the corner of its mouth. As soon as the liquid landed, it instantly corroded a large hole. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless, and quickly gathered 3 powers into one of which contained a strong pressure and aura of light. The beasts felt the suppression of the aura of light from this power, and were extremely uncomfortable. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt that there was an opportunity, so he integrated other powers into it, and began to attack the 6 beasts. After a fierce battle that lasted nearly an incense stick, Lin Feng finally exhausted their power, and killed them all. Their bodies instantly turned into smoke, and dissipated in the air, leaving only 6 round inner pills. Lin Feng absorbed all the inner pills into his body, and suddenly felt weak. This battle consumed a lot of his strength. Except for the previous battle with Kid, he had never been so embarrassed. But he still left this place with difficulty. As soon as he entered the system space, the system prepared a pill for him. The pill appeared in front of him, and he swallowed it without hesitation. Suddenly, the lost power in his body began to recover rapidly. Then, he took out the 6 inner pills, and prepared to refine the power in them. Not long after, he completely refined the power in the inner pill. This made him feel relieved. Although these inner pills did not provide him with much power, they repaired the hidden injuries in his body. These injuries were extremely hidden, and he did not find them after treating them for a long time. Fortunately, these inner pills and the inheritance in them allowed him to know these hidden acupuncture points. After completing all this, the system informed him that all the points had been paid off, and he could enter and exit the system space freely, and all the loopholes in the system space had been repaired. So Lin Feng's consciousness left the system space, and when he woke up, he found himself in the infirmary. When the people around him saw him wake up, they were very excited and hurried to spread the news. Black Widow and others came one after another, and at this time, Thanos, who was far away in the depths of the universe, also learned about this. He has always been interested in the affairs of the earth, but there are beings on the earth that he dare not provoke, so he has been keeping his troops in place and just constantly strengthening his own strength. After learning about this, he realized that Lin Feng and Master Gu Yi had lost their combat effectiveness, which was a great opportunity for him. He thought of Kid, the leader of the Yellow Man organization. If he remembered correctly, Kid should have 3 gems in his hand. But Kid used the gems too roughly. He only extracted the power from them and converted it into his own power. The power exerted in this way was less than 1% of the power of the gems themselves. Thanos thought that, if these gems were in his hands, they would definitely play a greater role than in Kid's hands. So he immediately headed towards the earth, and used his positioning ability to directly lock Kid's position. Kid was injured in the previous battle. Although most of the injuries could be healed, and were not serious, it still took a lot of time to recover. He was healing in a secret place at the moment, and suddenly saw a person in front of him, and he was shocked. He knew the person in front of him quite well, and even collected intelligence about him. He did not have a harmonious relationship with the earth, and even had many battles. When his organization was not noticed by the Earthlings, their main target was the person in front of him. But why did he appear here? Did he want to cooperate with him? However, Thanos stretched out his hand before he spoke. Kid was very alert when he saw this, fearing that Thanos would suddenly attack him. However, unexpectedly, Thanos did not attack, but used his power to heal his injuries. With his own strength, it would take at least half a month to recover from such an injury, but at this moment, Thanos instantly healed him. This surprised him very much, and he hurriedly asked Thanos the purpose of coming here. Thanos told him that there were still many powerful people on the earth, and these people were not something he could deal with. If he also wanted to occupy the earth, he had to cooperate with him. Otherwise, with his own strength, he was not the opponent of those people on the earth. Kid thought for a moment. The person in front of him was ambitious, and cooperating with him was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. But now with his own strength, he is indeed not the opponent of the earth. I don't know what kind of power Lin Feng, the pervert, has fused to release such terrible power. If I hadn't left early, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot. Now I have a powerful ally, which is not bad. After all, I have the power of the entire organization behind me, and Thanos is just a lonely man. At that time, I must be the one who takes the greater advantage. So Kid nodded and agreed to Thanos' proposal, promising that if he could take over the earth, he would give half of it to Thanos. Thanos told him that the power of these 3 gems was extremely strong, but Kid's use of them was too rough. If these gems were given to him to use, the war might be easily won. And in return, he would teach Kid some basic methods of use and tell him how strong the ultimate power of these gems was. Kid was very excited after hearing this, but soon calmed down. He understood Thanos' plan. He heard that Thanos had been searching for these gems. Obviously, he knew that he had 3 of them, so he had his eyes on him. If he really gave these things to Thanos, he might never get them back in the future. Since Thanos said that his ability to use gems was rough, he must have unique skills in this regard. If these gems exerted a stronger power in his hands, and he was not his opponent, wouldn't it be too disadvantageous in the end? Thinking of this, he hurriedly shook his head and refused, saying that cooperation was possible, but the premise was that Thanos could not have his eyes on the gems in his hands. These gems could only be used by him, and no one else could touch them. If this matter cannot be negotiated, then there will be no alliance between them. Thanos' face suddenly changed when he heard this. He came here to defeat the powerful people on Earth and seize those precious gems. He firmly believed that only he could fully control these gems and exert their true power. However, this guy in front of him dared to refuse his cooperation proposal. He was really refusing to accept his toast. Thanos originally wanted to join forces with him, and after taking the gems and the Earth, he would destroy the rebels on Earth. Then, he would leave with the gems and leave the Earth to them to rule, which was fine. After all, he didn't care about those places. But now, this guy actually made such a request, which really made him furious. So, he suddenly attacked Kid. Kid was shocked when he saw Thanos suddenly attack. He hurriedly took out the 3 gems and tried to defeat Thanos with the help of the power of the gems. But in terms of controlling the gems, Thanos was far superior to him, and the difference in strength was huge. Thanos only needed 1 gem in his hand to easily subdue him. Therefore, it didn't take long for Kid to be suppressed by Thanos, and the 3 gems in his hand were also taken away. Ed witnessed this scene, angry but helpless. The enemy in front of him was too powerful, and his current strength could not compete with it at all. He pondered for a moment, and felt that Thanos was alone, and even if he wanted to attack the Earth, he lacked help. So he decided to use his organization as a bargaining chip, to save his life first. So he proposed to become Thanos' subordinate, and after leaving this place, he would return to Earth for revenge. Thanos was very proud after hearing this. He was just short of cannon fodder, and he couldn't do everything himself. So he nodded and agreed to Kid's request. Kid hurriedly asked how to deal with the affairs of the Earth. Thanos told him that, although he had mastered the power of the 3 gems, the affairs on the Earth still needed to be considered in the long run. Especially the strength of Lin Feng. They were not fully aware of it. He might have been injured before, but it might also be the news that he deliberately released. If he attacked blindly at this time, he would definitely fall into the trap. Therefore, they should first investigate the other party's activities, and then join forces to defeat Lin Feng when he acts alone. As long as Lin Feng is defeated, there will be no more opponents worth mentioning on Earth. At that time, they can attack there directly. Kid nodded hurriedly after hearing this. Outside a house on Earth, everyone was anxious, and Lin Feng was pacing back and forth. Inside the house was the Ancient One who was being rescued. The previous battle had left the Ancient One with injuries that had not healed, and he was severely injured by Kid again. He endured the pain and fought hard, but was finally injured by Lin Feng again. Now he is seriously injured, and is receiving rescue in the house. Everyone was waiting outside the house, and Lin Feng was full of self-blame. If he had not rashly merged the 4 powers, there would not have been such a consequence. The experience of the Ancient One was all caused by him, and he must give everyone an explanation. He only hoped that the Ancient One could recover. Otherwise, for him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a while, Doctor Strange walked out of the house. Seeing this, everyone gathered around him and asked about the situation anxiously. Doctor Strange sighed and told them that the situation was irreversible. The Ancient One forced his power to be used, which resulted in excessive loss of power. In addition, his injuries were serious and could not be treated. With the current means, he could not be brought back to life. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They did not expect that things would develop to such a point. The Ancient One has a prominent position on Earth. If he has any problems, those forces lurking in the dark will surely take the opportunity to rise. At that time, real chaos will follow. Lin Feng was even more anxious and at a loss. At this time, he remembered the system. Perhaps the system could provide him with a solution. So he rushed into the house, and no one stopped him. He approached the Ancient One to check on his condition. At this time, the Ancient One had fallen into a coma. Lin Feng immediately used the power of the system to explore his physical condition. Seeing him release a force, everyone hurried to stop him. But he was stopped by Black Widow and others. Lin Feng always has a magical power that always brings surprises. Maybe he has a way this time. Anyway, with the current technology, there is nothing we can do. Why not let him try and save the situation? After some examination, the system told Lin Feng that the power of Master Gu Yi had been severely depleted and could not be restored, especially his physical strength, which was on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked and hurriedly asked the system if there was any other solution. The system was silent for a moment and then told him that there was no other way. Although the system can enhance Lin Feng's strength and provide a place, it is not omnipotent. It can only be assisted by external objects, and it has no strong power itself. It depends entirely on Lin Feng, the host. After hearing this, Lin Feng's face was extremely ugly. Seeing this, everyone knew that the situation was not good, and they felt very uncomfortable, but they were helpless. Even Lin Feng, the strongest, had no way, let alone them. Lin Feng was unwilling to give up, and hurriedly input his own healing ability into Master Gu Yi's body. However, after this powerful power entered his body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and had no effect. Lin Feng was extremely desperate. He blamed himself in his heart. After all, Master Gu Yi was injured by him in the end. If he could control his power at that time, perhaps such a tragedy would not have happened. Everyone knew what he was thinking, and came forward to comfort him. At this time, the system detected that Master Gu Yi contained a powerful force in his body. It told Lin Feng that Master Gu Yi had merged these powers before his death. Lin Feng could absorb this power and enhance his own strength. After hearing this, Lin Feng sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that this old guy was still thinking about him. But after careful consideration, he thought that Master Gu Yi was injured by himself, and he really couldn't accept his power anymore. Moreover, he had gathered a lot of power in his body. With his current strength, he couldn't control these four fused powers at all. He didn't lack power in his body, but lacked control of power and physical strength. Master Gu Yi's power was not necessary for him. So he rejected the system's proposal and used his own power to evenly distribute this power on Master Gu Yi. He also set a restriction on this power to ensure that the Ancient One's body would not decay. Of course, the restriction he set also prevented others from coveting this power. After dealing with these, he told everyone present that he was powerless. Everyone was prepared. Before they came here, the Ancient One had told them everything. Doctor Strange advised him not to be too sad. The Ancient One has lived for so long, and he should be content. When he and the Ancient One decided to stay behind to cover the retreat, they had anticipated such a result. The Ancient One knew that his end was coming, so he wanted to do something meaningful before he died. Unexpectedly, their plan was destroyed. After a struggle, they found that they could not fight against fate at all. In the end, the Ancient One fell as predicted. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.